observed the ISS, right? Like again, I've seen the light from the ISS travel across the
So
sky.
you've seen it a bunch. So you saw something in the sky with the telescope,
You're asking
and
what tests
therefore,
I did, right? I'm simply talking about that clearly evidence for the globe has been provided, right? That is in contention. His claim is that no evidence has been provided for the globe because us globe
how
curvature.
did hold on a second. When you saw something in the sky through your telescope,
Oh my
which you
goodness.
claim is the ISS,
I didn't
how
see it
did
through my
you
telescope. I
verify?
just saw
Okay, with your own eyes, when you saw that thing in the sky, how do you
it.
know
Mhm.
it was the ISS?
Because it's in the exact spot purported that the ISS is purported to be in, right? And then I would look up other evidences of other
Wait, wait,
people.
wait, wait,
Please let
wait.
me finish. Please let me finish. Other evidences of other people
Okay.
looking at the same object, zooming in, seeing the exact shape that the ISS is purported to be, right? And then traveling to other locations where it can also be seen from other perspectives with the exact same shape and relative distance from the Earth.
What spot was it in?
What spot was it in? It's in the sky. What do you mean?
You said you said that there was a purported spot that it was supposed to be in. What
Okay.
was the spot?
Okay. I
You
can give you
There's
the live tracking for the ISS.
but you
please.
you do see how like other people
Flat,
seeing that, even if they're in a different position, doesn't
flat
verify what it is.
earthers.
Again, I agree that doesn't necessarily guarantee what it is, right? But I'm saying that the purported position, the given position of the ISS at any given moment, right, can be verified from the ground, right?
It
Give me the
can't be. It's
position.
a leap of
Give
faith.
us the position. Stop.
All right.
Everyone stop talking. Give
ISS
us the
tracking.
position.
Again, we both do. It's a ridiculous thing, but I will look up the ISS tracker for you.
Yes. Give us an exact
The dude's
position. Exact
well,
position.
Zodiac.
That's all we need.
This guy, what he's done, dude, he's just managed to take the conversation away from the Earth back into sky magic that we can't validate.
Yeah, I
Didn't take it.
mean,
I'm just answering your guys' questions. I didn't take it to the space, dude.
all right,
Yeah, you
They
fine.
did.
asked
Let's
me
get
what
back to the
what a test I
lasers.
did
That's
was. Oh,
fine.
but
We
then
can.
what? Let me just show you this.
Fine.
Let me give you the current position of the ISS. Here we go. 1 second.
Okay.
This is the reported current position of the ISS. It's above
Yes.
it's ground point 27.79 north and 123 east, right? It's ridiculous to claim that people don't
How did
claim.
you measure that? How
I
did you
didn't
measure that?
measure this.
It's all faith-based.
corroborated it. I corroborated it with my actual location. It's purported to be above near where I was at the time. I looked where it was purported to be and saw a light, right? That's what I'm claiming happened.
So
Do you
above,
contend any of
so
those
above,
claims?
so above anywhere in the sky. That's what it said. Like above where you're supposed to be, but it didn't give you like a distance or anything.
It gives you an altitude. What do you mean? It doesn't give you a distance. It gives you
How
a
did you
ground point coordinate plus an
Oh, okay,
altitude.
go.
That gives you an exact location relative to Earth.
How do you know the altitude?
It provides the altitude. I didn't say I knew the altitude. I said, given the purported
Okay.
position, I saw a light in the sky where the purported position was supposed to be.
So you never verified the altitude. You don't know if
How
it
is how am
matches.
I to verify that? How am I to verify that from the ground?
That's my question to you.
Right. So again, I never claimed I did.
Okay, then you just have faith. Let's go back to the laser test. Go back. You have
Then
faith.
you have faith that the lasers are straight because there's no evidence to claim that lasers don't bend.
We
There's
have
no
faith
What?
that the
evidence to claim
lasers are
that
hitting the target, dude. We don't
It's
need to have
footage.
faith,
We can show you the
but
footage.
we can
It's begging
confirm
the
that the
question. The
lasers.
question is
Okay,
if
what is
lasers
No, the
bend over
laser.
great
Okay,
distances.
how does the laser hit the target
The laser
on a globe?
diffuses, diffracts, and refracts.
Okay,
Diffuses.
so you're claiming, yeah, diffusers. What the hell?
Did you really say that?
Do lasers diffuse? Do lasers diffuse?
Do you know what light diffusion is?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, tell me.
I'll give you an exact definition.
You guys, man.
The scattering of light rays as they pass through translucent mediums
Yeah,
or bounce off uneven surfaces.
yeah.
There we go. So do you
So
think that
it's going
lasers
through a diffuser.
diffuse? Do lasers diffuse in the atmosphere?
No,
They don't.
no. The air is not translucent.
They're absolutely translucent, but okay.
It's not translucent. It's transparent. Clown.
I can give you the AI overview, but yes, lasers do diffuse in the atmosphere, or more accurately, spread out and scatter as they travel through the atmosphere. But again,
Scattering is not diffusion.
Then what is diffusion?
Dude,
I just
stop,
gave you
dude.
I just gave you the
Stop.
definition. 1 second,
Stop.
dude. I gave you
Just
the
stop,
definition.
dude.
No,
Stop.
I
Stop,
defined it.
dude. Just stop, dude, with your fucking Texas sharpshooter bullshit,
I
dude.
defined it as a scattering of light rays, and you did not contest that. Why did you not contest that?
Look,
Do you
diffusion
contest
is
that
caused
definition?
by. Look, so
Okay.
if you wanna, so they make things called light diffusers. You put them in front of a light,
Yeah.
so that the light becomes smooth and doesn't have a hot spot. Okay, the air is not doing that.
What happens when a light ray hits an air molecule?
Why are you asking me a question, dude? The light does not do
Because
that.
you're claiming that the light doesn't diffuse in the atmosphere. That's the claim. I'm saying that's
Under
wrong.
certain conditions, like fog or something like that, yeah, it can.
What is fog? What is fog? It's just
Water
thicker
vapor.
atmosphere. Right. And is there water vapor always present in the atmosphere?
Not to the point that makes the air translucent. That's
Again,
why we have a
the air,
separate.
the
That's
air
why we
is
have a
always
separate word
translucent.
to describe when it's translucent. It's called fog.
No, again, it just increases in opacity.
You the most dishonest motherfucker that comes in this chat. You know that?
No, I
Yeah, no,
disagree.
you are.
All
By
right, man.
far.
We agree to disagree. I think that you guys are all
This
pretty
is an
intellectually
agree or
dishonest as
disagree
well.
thing.
Okay, well, it's your opinion that I'm the most. So again, if other people could disagree,
Yes, that is my opinion. I think borne
so
out
then
by
so then
evidence.
it could then how is it not an agree or disagree if that's your opinion?
Dude,
What?
you're going down a dead end right now.
Okay, I agree. The whole flat Earth channel is a dead end. I agree, but again, you're just saying things to try and put me down.
Seems to
and
have
that's not
controlled
working.
your life.
It does. I love it here. I'm addicted to you guys, and I hate it.
Yeah, here you are.
I'm addicted to you guys. I admit it. I love you guys more than I love a lot of my real friends.
Yeah, well, watch
Okay,
how you
how about-
act, dude, because you're close to getting banned. I'm going to tell you that now.
Get your
you
ass
banned
up,
me
nigga.
yesterday,
Nobody
BJ,
cares.
or 2 days ago. Again, I get it. You guys don't like it, but ban me if you'd like. I'm
We
simply
like
speaking the
honest
truth.
people. You're not one of them.
I would say the same thing about you, Indio.
Yeah, but you'd have no basis for what you said,
Mhm.
whereas I do.
Okay, well, I defined diffusion as light scattering, and then you said and then you didn't contend it, and then immediately after you said scattering is not diffusion, or diffusion rather
All
is not
scattering is not caused by the
Okay.
same thing.
I
All
agree.
scattering is not the same.
I agree.
So you're
But you
just
said that
using
is-
look. You're just using a word context fallacy.
Both you niggas are retarded. The Earth doesn't even exist. You guys are fucking stupid, nigga. My God.
Yeah, you're gonna
And so am I
get
still the
kicked
most
out of the
dishonest?
server. Hold on,
Am
you're
I
gonna
still
get
the most
kicked out of the
dishonest?
server now. All right, okay. I want you to know that for saying the N word. So I'm gonna report you right now, and you're gonna get kicked out of the server. So
India,
congratulations. I
Is
hope
it
it was
still your
worth it.
opinion that I'm the most dishonest, given that All Right Son is in here?
Yeah,
Dude.
that guy's just a tard, right? Like
I agree.
you're
I agree.
actually
He's ridiculous.
yeah, you're still more ridiculous than him just with the way that you're acting
But
and your
the
dishonest
question was, am I
passive
more
aggressiveness and
dishonest?
that kind of thing. Hey, just quickly, dude. I just looked up a video for you.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it in the side chat,
I'll
and I
watch
want to
it.
show you what the difference is when the laser directly hits into the lens, right? So this laser test was actually done during the daytime. You can't see the beam, right? And you can see a bit of a light in the distance where the laser is, but it's not until it directly hits right into the sensor of the camera and you'll see it lights up. All of a sudden it lights up like crazy. So it's at 6 minutes 53 in the video. I'll just grab the video.
Mhm.
And this is what I'm talking about a
Yeah, the light
direct
gets
hit of the
brighter.
laser into the
Yeah,
camera.
for sure. I agree. The light gets brighter, but that's not. It's
Only
not
when
evidence
it
that the source
when
is
it goes
visible.
yeah, when this okay, so laser beams are much brighter right in the centroid or center of the beam, whatever it's called, right? It's not until that part hits into the camera lens that it illuminates it. You see like a big bright green light all of a sudden just appear instantly into the camera. It's not like you can see it the whole time. It's only when it hits right into the directly into the sensor of the camera that you can see it.
Laser beams are collimated light that follow a Gaussian profile that extends radially from the center. There's a centroid of the beam where the beam is most intense. It exponentially, so from the edges, the external edges to the center, the brightness increases exponentially.
I agree. The center of a laser is brighter than the outer bits of a laser. I
It's
agree.
exponentially greater.
Okay, it's not an infinite amount of brightness, right? So
Okay, who said the word infinite?
I agree.
Who
Okay,
said the word
I
infinite?
misspoke.
Nigger.
Ugh, these fucking people. I agree. I misspoke.
Well, in your
Right.
case, he
So
was right.
what? Or you're saying that I'm what he
Moving
said?
on. Moving on, dude.
Moving on. I don't want to move on from
Well,
that.
you're the
That's
one that
crazy.
you're the one that's like
That's
these
fucking
people.
crazy.
Now you want to, yeah, just these people are idiots.
You saying me saying these people is equivalent to what Indio just said. That's what you're saying? You're
Okay.
making that claim. Those are equivalent.
These people. What
And
people?
what was my reference? What did I say?
Dude,
About these
come
people?
on.
Was it a hateful slur?
Are you? Can I ask? Wait. Let me just ask them this question. Have you ever questioned if the Earth was actually a sphere?
Yeah. When I first came in here, you guys almost got me for sure.
Have you ever had doubts? No, before that.
Yeah.
I mean, before you
No.
knew about us. Have you had doubts
Before
about it?
that? No. Once I came in here, you guys introduced doubts, like you tend to, and then I doubted, and then I realized you're wrong, and then I came back to
So you before that you were 100% convinced.
I had no reason to doubt it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You realize we're wrong by being willfully ignorant about the subject you're talking about. So your
And I would say
ignorance
you're willfully
is what
ignorant,
propels.
so-
No, bro. No, bro.
Okay.
I
No, then
actually went to
I would say
university.
no to you.
And I actually went to university and took
Sure.
physics and passed the courses.
For sure.
You didn't even take it in high school.
Okay.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
How is gravity
You come in
motion?
here and sit there, talk out your ass, and just randomly pick sentences out of ChatGPT, trying to pretend you
haven't
know
been
what you're talking about.
once. I
You
Googled it.
don't have a fucking clue, even a little bit, of what you're talking about. You
That's a
don't.
ridiculous claim.
You're not even at the level of pretender clown.
So what am I then?
Trash.
All right.
What-
If
so
that,
what
if that makes you
doubts-
feel better, call me trash all you want, I suppose.
It's not about whether
What
I
doubt-
feel better.
Okay.
Clearly, what is it about then? What is calling me
Yeah,
trash?
your little fucking pop
Recluse.
psychological analysis don't mean anything to me. This is
Then
very
your
simple.
insults mean nothing to me either. So
You,
where are
you
we at
don't know what you're talking about.
No.
This subject. You know nothing about the behavior of light at all.
All right. I think you know nothing.
Hey,
Well,
hey,
that's
Brown
because
Recluse.
you're ignorant.
I think you're ignorant.
Everything I say, you can fact check. Everything you say is just going to end up being wrong.
Okay, I disagree. What is one thing I said?
I disagree. Doesn't mean anything.
What was one thing
Now
I
I'm
said that was
saying is
wrong?
objectively true. You're just saying
what is
nuh-uh.
one thing I said that was wrong?
Everything.
What is one thing? Name one thing. If everything was wrong, you can name one thing. What's one thing I said?
Please.
That diffusion is scattering.
What is diffusion then?
Oh my God.
Is diffusion scattering? What's the definition of
No.
diffusion? Then what's the definition of diffusion? Enlighten me, please.
If you had a laser and a laser was being diffused,
what's
the
the
beam would have no centroid. It would be smoothed out so that the intensity would be uniform radially across the center to the edges. It would be the
Right.
same. It would be diffused.
So
That
what's
means
the
that
definition
it's
of diffusion?
spreading. It's spreading it out and smearing it so that the energy is uniform per unit area. Okay. Lasers, if you see the beam centroid and it's more intense in the center, then it's not being diffused.
I don't think you have any evidence of that claim, but if you have it, I'm happy to look at it.
What do you mean evidence of that claim? All you have to do is go on to Google, type in laser beam profile, okay, and it will show you, and click Google Images, and there'll be lots of diagrams of Gaussian profiles of laser beams with an equation.
I'll look up that. You look up, do lasers diffuse? You look up that, and I'll look up yours.
Lasers can be diffused. Okay,
wonderful. So then what is diffusion?
Dude, you're looping, dude.
No.
Okay, you're pulling the ask, ignore, repeat. You will be banned for that, dude. I will not play with that. Ask, ignore, repeat is not going to work, Brown Recluse.
Then why does it work for you?
Ask, ignore. Bye.
You can ask the same question over and over again, but I can't. Again, what diffusion, as far as I'm concerned, is scattering.
Ask, ignore, repeat. So now you're gonna straw man what I said. Bye.
All right, I miss you. Goodbye, guys.
Catch you on the flat side.
Love you guys.
It's flat, by the way. You should.
I believe.
Fucking loser. Piss off. Shut your hole. He should not even be entertained.
Any other Glovers ready? ready to
That dude is
defend.
here is only to obfuscate the conversation, the truth, trying to make sure that no information is passed, that everything is a fucking shit show, that nothing makes sense. His whole purpose is to just muddy water. Which, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but this is how I feel about it. That is contrary, I guess, to our purpose. It's contrary to my purpose. I want people to understand more when they come in here, not understand less.
Yeah, he's a waste of time.
People will, like, say you don't know anything about this topic, and you come in here and you listen to us and him,
Yeah, you
because
believe
he's
it.
all over the place, gish galloping, contradicting himself, saying random crap that's unrelated, and then when you say, "Hey, that's wrong," him just saying, "No, I think you're wrong. You don't understand it," as if that's some sort of valid refutation. And then you ask him again, and then you ask him to substantiate what he says, and then he just does the exact same thing again. Random crap, gish gallop, throwing it all together, and then you saying, "No, that is wrong too. That doesn't substantiate what I said." Yeah, it does. You don't know what you're talking about. And just doing that over and over and over and over and looping. Anybody that doesn't know about this topic or the issues of this topic or the particulars of what we talk about is going to leave here more confused and more ignorant when they came in. Now, you guys can do what you want. I think that's contrary to our purpose. I don't think we're trying to come, like, have conversations in here that confuse people. Because what's going to happen? They go, "Oh man, this is just fucking confusing. I don't know what the truth is. I'll just believe the earth is a globe. It's just fucking simpler."
Probably his whole purpose.
Exactly. Exactly. That is the purpose. It's called obscurantism.
That alone says so much about the subject. They got to come here and do that.
It's crazy they even cared to fight that hard. Yeah.
He's been doing it a long time. And there's two others that are part of his little clique, obscurantism clique, that all associate together. JJ Fish, whatever his fucking name is. And there's another one. What the hell's his name? I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's probably about 10 at least of these characters.
Yeah, that's the same shtick, the same song and dance, the gimmicks
When you
of
guys, when you guys used to believe in the globe, did you ever like? Dude, I've never done anything like that. You know,
Of
I
course
don't
not.
know.
Why would anybody do that for any reason on any topic?
Yeah.
Unless you have something to hide. You know,
Kinda crazy.
if my girlfriend, if I've been cheating on my girlfriend and she asks me, "Hey, dude, what'd you do last night?" Yeah, I'm gonna obscure the truth. I'm gonna try and make everything, my rendition of events so confusing that she can't figure out what really happened. Yeah, I'm not saying
Right,
it's
so
justified. I'm saying that's a legitimate use of obscurantism of why you would do that. Why you would do it in relation to this to like a an informational topic. There is no reason for that other than
there's a
ill
difference
motive.
of trying to affirm your bias or actually searching for the truth. That's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, but no, he's not. He's also trying to hide it from others, not just him. It's not. This isn't even just about him. It's that he's trying so that people that are listening, either in this chat or on YouTube, also are become more confused.
Yeah, I actually remember he did say that he agreed there was a 6-mile laser that went straight, and he actually said, "Oh yeah," like, and he just like kind of skipped past that, like,
He doesn't
Like
believe
it
what he's
doesn't.
saying.
Yeah,
He
it's kind
doesn't
of
actually
weird.
believe that lasers don't go straight. You know he don't believe that.
Yeah.
They don't care to know. That's the thing. There's a whole group of young people who fancy themselves intellectuals because they can quickly GPT a topic and regurgitate it back and then not answer questions, completely divert, and play a whole nuh-uh game, right? They tend to have this argumentation almost in the fashion of my dad can beat up your dad. It's very
Ah,
childish, and it's back and forth, rapid fire, quick talking, fast with the tongue, but never actually answering anything and only Googling through a GPT to or Claude or whatever spits them back their answers, and they'll repeat that, regurgitate it, not actually learning what they're talking about because they don't care to know the truth. They're just here to act as though they're an intellectual, even though they're, I wouldn't even call them pseudo intellectuals that think that they're winning some sort of debate online.
yeah, that's why I said he doesn't even rise to the level of pretender clown.
And then you called him a piece of garbage.
He is
That was
garbage,
fucking
dude.
awesome.
That's garbage, dude. I don't like this. I
I
mean, if
agree.
somebody figured out my I mean, you can call it personality flaw. I don't like dishonesty. There's no point in talking about this topic and being dishonest about it. I don't understand the point of lying, making stuff up, just filling in the blanks, and hey, I don't know the answer to that, so just make something up and say it.
Well, I feel like nowadays the internet is ripe with these kind of individuals. They are children, in my opinion, and they've grown up behind headphones on video games, talking smack to their friends. Now they've got AI to help assist them in what they're doing online, and they care not about the truth. They want to fancy themselves intellectuals, act as though they're some sort of influencer. They're some sort of huge debater when they don't actually understand what they're talking about. If you took away their computer and you sat them in front of somebody face to face, first of all, most people would have to restrain themselves from socking these kids in the face because I don't think they've actually been on the playground and had conversations enough to feel what it's like to get 5 fingers to the face.
Oh, dude, so
Yeah.
lucky you can't stab people over the internet, dude.
Yeah, he's just not taking it seriously. That's it. That's honestly the only. That's the
I think
real
he does
thing.
take it seriously.
He does.
Dude, he's been doing this for like a year and a half of this identical,
Oh, that's
like,
weird.
rhetorical gimmick and has put in a lot of effort into it to the fact where he's actually researched this topic and just to have little blurbs, right? Oh, I'll pull one sentence out of this fucking paper and mischaracterize it and just say it. And then people will think because I said this sentence that I have knowledge about this topic. So I'll say the sentence and then claim the other person is wrong as a refutation of what they said, where they don't actually refute. He doesn't refute it with anything of substance. Hey, what you said is incorrect because X, Y, and Z. You just say some random red herring thing that has nothing to do with it and then say, I don't think you understand it. Right? To give the illusion that somehow they know what they're talking about, that somehow you're on equal footing about the subject, in this particular place, the behavior of light, that like he knows as much as we know, and that this is just a disagreement about what the consequences are. No, he knows nothing, literally nothing.
Oh, okay. So
He knows what to type into Google to have some output from which he's going to read one sentence and he's going to pick what's the biggest fucking 50-cent word in this paragraph. I'll say that one, and then it'll give people the idea that I know what I'm talking about because I'm going to say a word, I'm going to say a sentence they don't understand. So they think, oh my God, he's freaking must know what he's talking about. He said diffusion. Because they don't know what diffusion means. They think because he used it, he must know what it means. But he used it in the wrong context, in the wrong application, and has nothing to do with, like I said, if it was diffused, then the intensity of the fucking light would be spread out. That's the point of diffusion. It diffuses it. That's what diffusion is.
Yeah, to be fair, diffusion is a subcategory of scattering, but it's not the same thing. It's not like atmospheric scattering of light,
Yeah,
right?
it's not Rayleigh scattering or Compton scattering or any of that type of scattering.
Exactly.
It's not that.
It's like light being
That's why you
shown
brought up
through
fog though,
like a
and then
slightly
he had
opaque.
to. You brought up fog, and he had to go back to the same thing, even though you'd already brought up. That's why you almost agreed with the scattering thing, because air can, when there is fog, cause that, right?
Yeah, there's types of scattering, and fog, right, turns the air translucent, but it's not just the air, it's the water vapor that's translucent. But that's a very specific, particular circumstance, right? So we have
But
fog lights, right, in your car or in a truck, fog lights. And even though, like, if there wasn't fog, the beam would be very bright, blinding in your face. But when there is a fog, it diffuses, right? So you see the bright lights, but it's spread out, smeared out.
But I think all of that was just his ultra defensive, like being shown that he's wrong, basically, in that sense. Which was, for me, what was more telling was him thinking that he can corroborate where the where the light in the sky is, right? And him thinking that that was somehow verification, like.
Yeah, well, he's like a usual suspect. I mean, garbage human.
What do you guys think about the north, the Arctic area where all the polarity is like has like a vortex of some kind up in the sky, and it like towers over it?
I never heard
The
about any
polarity
of
of
that.
what?
It's like a magnetic shield of some sort that like uh kind of, this is the flat earth theory, is that there's like the polarity shift has made the top
Firmament. You're
area
talking
of
about
the
the
dome.
firmament.
Yeah, the dome area, like the top of it has the what do you
Like a
call,
giant
the
glass, basically.
electromagnetic whatever.
Yeah, like a giant glass blocking you from
Yeah,
going out of space.
yeah, possibly.
It's better not to make claims that you can't verify. So
I know.
whenever you
It's just a
because
theory.
then you're believing in a religion. That's why.
It's just a theory. Started after the moon landing.
Oh, you said
Supposedly
flat
moon
Earth.
landing.
You said theory. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it's a
I thought
theory.
you said it was fact.
No,
Continue.
not a fact.
It could be that it's just a shift. I think when the moon phase comes in, that there's an actual shift that happens where uh the black hole like immerses into it and it comes on the outside. So it's like an inside outside, like a funnel.
You mean eclipse?
No, it's like a funnel. It comes out of one side and it shows up in the other side in the daytime. This is essentially like Helheim or the Hell realm
Too crazy.
in Norse mythology.
Brother, what?
He's
So
explaining in Norse.
Helheim is the place of the dead. I think it exists before like time starts or whatever, or it's like part of eternity or one of the realms or something. I don't know.
Helheim.
But yeah,
Okay, it's the afterlife.
Wait, this is what you believe?
yeah.
There's a black hole passing through the moon.
No, I don't believe in it. It's just that so in Christian terms, I'm Catholic, so in Christian terms, it's just what do you call, like Abraham's bosom in as part of hell. Like that's where it's at. Which is like
What's
the
what's
the
the best
netherworld
evidence
area.
for it?
What's the
What's the
best
best?
evidence for it? Yeah,
For what
is
you just said, yeah.
probably no one except that one guy, that black metal artist Carl, who like talks about like Norse stuff and talks about like Odin and shit, and no one understands what he's saying on YouTube. That guy will probably have
What's
some
his name?
answers, but Gaal, 2 A's and HL.
Okay.
So he's a black metal vocalist, and so this is very similar to the Christian idea of eternity. So it's that eternity sourced in being becomes like this amalgamation of realms or whatever.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what you just said. I'm not fully comprehending anything you just said.
What is the point? Basically, you cannot get out of Earth. What is the point of this theory?
No, it's once you get into Helheim realm, like your if you see it, then you know, like you probably died, like you're in an undead state or whatever. And like the aspect or like the outside world, like whatever it is, the dream aspect that holds you just like dissipates into the
Wait,
outside.
so let
So
me get this straight.
basically,
You can only prove this if you're dead.
Yeah, you can if you're dead.
So you can't talk to dead people, right?
No, but I went through it, so like I'm pretty sure like where like
You
some
went
of
through
us
this thing,
yeah, I did. And
but
you
you're
died.
here talking to us. You're not dead.
Did you die and they brought you back up? Like your heart stopped for a few minutes?
something like that, yeah. It was a weird experience. It was sort of like like those movies where you have that like one teenager just like stuck in like a room
And
and
what did
like
you see?
everything's like black outside. Sort of like that.
Wait,
So
so
you
you went
still
to
existed,
hell,
bro.
is what you're
Maybe,
saying.
Well,
maybe.
it's not hell exactly. So I think there's parts of it. So there's one that's hellfire, and there's one place that is like Abraham's bosom or the netherworld. There's one place that is like regular hell, which is like lost souls kind of thing. So yeah,
But you didn't go to
it,
heaven,
it's
no.
it's not a it's like a purgatory realm basically, and you just land up here at like when you die or whatever. I don't know where it's placed in like the spectrum of time, but I'd say it's probably like part of eternity, right? So uh yeah, eternity itself it collides with whatever else. Uh
All right,
so
so
in this realm, you're all connected to the realm anyway at some point.
wait, so what does this have to do with the ground, the earth?
Yeah, the flat Earth. How is it
Uh,
relevant to flat Earth?
how is it relevant to flat Earth? Because it's sort of like the part of you that is the part of you attribute to yourself. Like you when you grow up, you're kind of like I am what I am, and then you have that moment of premonition where you have to like decrease yourself or whatever stage you go through. Like when you're dying, like you have that kind of feeling, that premonition that you're sort of like
Wait, bro, what?
you're living a life. You're living a life, and you're sort of like not.
Sounds like
Not
bullshit, dude. He's asked you what it's got to do with flat Earth and stuff.
yeah, hold on. So it's just your own suspension of disbelief of yourself. That's basically what creates doesn't create it, but you get tossed into it. So some of us get tossed in earlier. I think I was like the first person or whatever.
It's believing. But if you just go outside, you don't have to believe anything to notice that the Earth is not a sphere. There's no globe. Like if you go
I don't
outside and you
believe.
see the Earth, there's no evidence of a globe.
Yeah. Are
Wait,
It's
so
you are
real
this
you
life.
this phenomena you're talking about could happen on either flat or globe. So why don't you talk about something that proves one or the other?
well? It definitely happens on a kind of flat Earth, I guess, because the
You
only
guess.
explanation would
You
be
guess.
no
You
no
can't
the
link
only
it to the flat
explanation
Earth. Dude, stop talking.
no It's only
You
the
can't
realm
link
that
it to the flat Earth. Again, it's going to talk. You can't link it to the flat Earth. You just said you guess. It's not relevant to the flat Earth. Just admit it, dude, and let's try and talk about the flat Earth. Don't try and cobble your
Alright,
idea
cool.
into the flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with it.
Alright, cool. So that's about it. Like, I'm happy you questioned me on that.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm not like involved. I live in Mumbai. Like this stuff is all foreign to most people here, so I don't bother like thinking about it or anything.
Are you okay? But you don't believe the Earth is a globe, right?
He probably believes it, but he does.
I have reason to believe that it's like a disc that changes that breaks
Oh,
at a certain
A
point.
disc.
Someone stop
oh,
him.
And what about
Why do you
what
think
about
it's a
It's
disc?
not a disc.
Hold on, now I'm intrigued. Why do you think it's a disc?
Because it breaks at a certain point and then you get the opposite of the realm. Like it's sort of like a mirror reflection realm. It's the
How
same
do you know it
realm, but
breaks?
it's
We got a disc earther.
Wait, how do you know it
Oh,
breaks? How do you know it breaks?
it breaks because it goes from sun to moon.
That's not the Earth. That's the sky.
what? Oh.
You
I don't
mean
know. That's just how it
daylight
works.
breaks? You mean what do you mean by what is breaking physically? Like what is breaking
It's
in
like
reality?
moving. It's like moving 180 degrees the other side, and then just like or whatever 360 degrees, and then it
Wait, how do you
just
know the Earth is moving?
appears.
How do you know the Earth is moving?
It's not the Earth. It's not a sphere. It's like a disc that it just changes. It breaks. Then it
it's like a disc that changes and breaks. That doesn't make any sense to me, sir.
Yeah, that doesn't
well
make sense.
it goes through the damn fucking black hole or whatever, and then it comes out the
Oh
other
my.
side.
Oh my
Bro,
god,
this is silly.
this sounds like bullshit to me.
Why are you trolling? That's weird. Is
No,
there any
I'm actually not trolling.
did you
It's
see
very
it?
real.
Do you have evidence of a black hole?
I have evidence that there's nothing like the sun's not like the sun projects itself on like a
No,
circumference.
I'm asking, do
like
you have evidence of the black hole? Yes or no? Just answer yes or no.
I have evidence of the black hole. Yes.
Okay, post it. Let's see it. Demonstrate it.
I don't have it right now, but I have evidence from what I've learned. That's
Show
about
me
it.
right now. If I told you Santa Claus was real and you asked me for evidence and I told you I didn't have it right now, would you believe me?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
But that's a different story, I guess, out of context.
Or you're just telling us a story right now.
You're telling us a story, yeah.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later. If you meet
Okay.
not Foxy, I'm part of his cult, Christian cult.
Catch you on the flat side.
Yeah, catch you on the flip side or whatever.
The flat side, flat earth. Get it?
The flip side, get it?
No, not the flip side, the flat side.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, get it?
I get it, yeah.
Alright.
You know your joke's not that good when you have to hold somebody down and make you get it? Do you get it? Do you?
But otherwise, nobody ever. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that believes the spinning ball space monkey religion globe? Anybody else? Moment of silence. All right. Moment of silence for the globe, guys. Moment of silence.
What was that? What was that?
Hello. Do you believe you are on a sphere?
I don't believe. I know.
Okay. What's the best evidence you got that you're on a sphere?
Sorry, you know first-hand personal knowledge. What's that?
Multi-location consistency.
What does that mean?
Multiple location consistency. Sorry, you said you know. Can you explain how you know?
Okay, so basically, you can have an observation from 1 point or 2 points, and
Yeah.
sure, that can work on a flat or a globe Earth. But if you have observations with 3 or more points, and I'm going to go even up to 1,000 points, 1,000 different cities, and let's say far enough apart, like kind of spread apart. So 1,000 different cities at the same time, and matching one observation with all 1,000 observations is only
Observation of
working with
what?
the globe model.
Of
Sorry,
what? What are we
sorry.
observing?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Indio. I thought he said he knew. You know the Earth is flat.
Yes.
He said he knows the Earth is a globe.
The globe.
Sorry, my apologies. I've only been up half hour. He knows the Earth is a globe. Do apologise. It's
And then he started
1,000
talking about
measurements from
1,000
different
people.
cities to what?
So 1,000 different cities. Let's say the sun and moon positions at the same time for all 1,000 cities.
But that's the sky.
So.
But we're asking you how you know the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. How
You
do you
understand what
match?
knowledge
How
is,
do you
don't you?
match all 1,000?
No, don't ask me to imagine, sir. You said you had first-hand knowledge.
You're not going to let me answer or explain. So, how is it, okay, that you can match 1,000 observations with one single observation on a model, but you can't with any
On
other
a model?
Yeah. This isn't knowledge, dude. You just asked us a question. We're asking you how you know because you claimed you know
how I
that
know
the Earth
is
is a
that,
sphere.
like, how we know is because that, like, we have 1,000 different observations at the same time, which show us that we are on a sphere.
How?
Okay,
Because
show
for the
one
positions to be
observation.
consistent with all 1,000 observations, the sun and moon has to be in a specific
Position of
position to
what?
which that only works if you are on a sphere. If you change that in any shape, way, or form, you will not have the same observations for all
That's a
1,000
basis
cities.
claim.
If it's observer
It's an
dependent.
absolutely basis claim.
Sure, buddy.
The sky does not determine the floor.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
See, that's a straw man.
Just finding 1,000 people, it's not a straw man. Learn what that word means.
Yes, it's a misrepresentation of the arguments of the person. So saying the
It is
sky
your
has nothing
argument.
to do with the ground, that doesn't address the argument.
You can't prove the shape of the ground by looking at the sky. It's
That
a
is false.
logical impossibility.
That is false.
Okay, so tell me how you can make an inductive inference and reach a deductive conclusion.
What kind of question is that?
Because you know that proof has to be deduced logically, deductively. Now, when you look at the thing that's not the thing,
those are your
look,
criteria, not
ask me a
mine.
question, I'm going to answer. So
No,
when you look at when you look at the
no,
thing, when you look at the
no,
thing that's not the
no,
thing, namely the
no,
sky,
no.
to
What are you
reach
trying?
conclusions about the ground, you're making an inference
You sound
from
like
looking at something that is not the thing you're concerned about. Okay?
So you're trying to smuggle in that we're making an inference?
Yes,
based
it's an
on what?
inference. It's not
Based on
smuggling
what?
it in. That's what it is.
Based on what? So what if it's not
Because
the
you're
thing?
not looking at the thing in
What-
question. You're looking at something that's not the thing.
Okay. So you're telling me that if I'm inside a car, I can't know that I'm inside a car by looking at what's going on outside the windows?
No. Could be in a
that doesn't
plane.
really. It's not. Yeah, that's an assumption.
Could be in a truck. Could be riding the back of a bird.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only looking out the windows and you're not doing anything else, you don't know if you're in a train. You don't know it. Yeah, that's true. You could be.
Well, we don't look at anything on the ground either, huh? We don't compare with the ground. We don't have the
Well, tell us
observation of,
what.
like, where in perspective and in relation to the ground these things are, and etc. We're
Well,
not
then
using
present
that at all.
that.
No.
Well, then present that.
Okay. For instance, in Sydney, Australia, you will have a sunrise at the same time. In California, you're going to have a sunset.
Okay, and
that's just two locations. But at the
Okay.
same time, between that, you're going to be at high noon, and people in Argentina will see the sun and moon positions according to this as well. But But if you make the Earth flat, then the people in Argentina would have to look in a different direction to see the sun and moon where they actually see it, for it to be sun rising and sun setting for the two other locations. And the
How do
more
you
locations
conclude
you
that?
add, the more complications like that are added as well.
First of
But
all,
as
you
soon as
went
you
back
turn the
to
Earth into
you
a
went back
globe,
to that
you can place
you
the
went back
sun
to not
in.
looking at the
Why are
Earth.
you interrupting me? I'm not done speaking.
Because you went back to the first thing, dude. You went back to looking at not the Earth.
No, you're just interrupting me because you don't like the argument I'm making.
Because your argument is the same as your first argument. It's an inductive inference about the
No,
sky.
now
And
you're
reaching
just
a
making shit
conclusion
up.
about
Now
the
you're just
ground
making shit
by
up and
looking
not
at the
addressing the
sky.
argument.
Is
You're
the
not
sun in the
addressing my
sky?
argument. You're
Is
not
the sun in
addressing
the
the argument.
sky? Is the sun in the sky?
The position's in relation to the ground.
How do you know that?
You look at them.
Oh, okay. You're looking at the positions on the ground.
Yeah, you're on the ground there, okay? And you
Okay.
see, okay, is the sun at the west or at the
Yeah, but
east?
okay, you stopped looking at the ground.
First question,
Now look
is the
back at the
sun
ground again.
to the west from where I am?
Now look
On
back
the
at the ground
ground.
again.
I
You
am
need
on
to
the
look at the
ground. I'm
ground.
looking at my ground here, and now I'm looking. Okay, the moon is at the east.
Back
and
to the
sun
sky.
is at the west. All
Back
right.
to the sky.
Now apply that on 1,000 different cities at the same time.
Okay, you're still making an inductive inference because you're not looking at the ground.
Did you
You're
ignore me when
looking
I
at
said
the
I'm
sun
looking at the
and
ground right now? I'm
assuming
looking at my ground
and assuming
Indio.
there's some geometric relationship
I
between the
literally said
observers
I am looking
and
at
the
my
thing.
ground position. I am looking at the ground now. I'm looking at the
Okay,
ground
how
position.
did you find your ground
And
position?
in relation, I am on it. I'm here.
Okay, how did you determine what the relative positions of the observers are?
So I determine with a compass where north is. Okay, and I'm looking.
Okay,
at
that
the
won't
ground,
work.
And I'm looking at the ground.
Okay, that won't work.
Oh, really?
That won't work. Compasses are aligned with the magnetic
so
field.
It won't tell me if where east and west is at the same time.
No, it will not.
Oh, okay. So compasses don't work anymore. Okay.
If
They
you use
work
them
in some
correctly,
places.
they
That's a
will.
nice
Something
one.
called.
I'm
Okay.
going to rest my case on that one. Compasses doesn't
Okay,
work.
Google magnetic declination. On every military navigation map, it'll have a magnetic declination, which shows you the magnetic north versus the geographic north. You don't know what you're
Okay.
talking about.
No, you're just making red herrings and like.
It's not a red herring.
You're not even addressing anything I'm saying. You're not
I just
addressing
addressed
anything I'm saying.
directly what you're saying. You said use a compass. I said the compass won't work. You tried to scoff at that, and then I demonstrated that
No,
why
you
it
just
won't work.
special thing. Oh, the compass won't work. Oh, this tool won't work. Oh, your lighter
It won't
doesn't
work
work.
because
Your computer doesn't work. Your processor doesn't work. Your brain doesn't
yeah,
work.
straw
You're not
man, straw
listening.
man. So now there's the straw man. This is actual straw man.
Injo, maybe ask him what magnetic declination is.
Yeah, what is magnetic declination? Well, I just explained it to him.
Yeah, I know. I know he didn't listen, but let's see if he knows or it rings a bell in his head. Do you know what magnetic declination is, sir? Huh. I assume
Did he
not.
leave?
Probably.
Did he chat?
I mean, it's an angle, but why are you asking me petty semantic questions that have nothing to do with my argument?
They do, because you said find where you are by using the compass.
Mm-hmm. Compasses work. I'm sorry.
They follow, sir. Compasses follow magnetic field lines, don't they?
Sure.
Okay. Magnetic field lines don't go from straight north to straight south in a 180-degree line. Have you ever studied a magnetic field line map? Do you understand that sometimes magnetic field lines can be 90 degrees off of north and south? This is why Injo brought up the correction, the calculation, the declination that you would use on a map, for example, because your compass won't always be pointing the true way that you think it is. You'd have to do a correction. Only by doing the correction will you actually be able to ascertain true north. You understand this, right?
Well, I mean, if my declination is at, let's say, 15 degrees west, my compass.
Okay, so you understand that we are now going to use declination.
If the declination is at my location.
Okay, but as long as we understand that declination is a thing.
Can I speak a sentence, please?
No, because you're not going to turn around to me and start using declination when I'm just trying to get you to agree that it exists.
I never denied that it exists.
Okay, good. So it
Bullshit.
exists. So we
I'm
can
just
pass it back
saying
to
that it
Indio.
doesn't make
Stop
compasses
talking.
magically not work.
Dude,
Because let me
excuse
explain.
me.
Let me
No, you
explain.
don't need to
Oh,
explain.
okay, so I'm
We
not
brought
allowed
this,
to
or
explain.
Indio
That's
brought
fine.
this information
Ask
to
me a
you.
question when you want the answer.
Don't need an answer. I just need you to understand that declination exists and not turn around to me like you already knew it.
Okay, and declination exists, but compasses still work.
If you use them correctly.
Duh. The compass is already wired to, if the declination at my location is 15 degrees west, my compass will point at 15 degrees west of true north. Duh!
Okay.
You won't know that, though, unless you know what the declination correction is for your location. Duh. Please don't turn around
Okay,
and
so I
start
look up my
educating
city,
us
I
about
declination.
declination, sir.
Petty semantics that have nothing to
They
do
are
with the
not,
argument.
dude. Stop that. Okay.
I have to look up
Your
my.
little rhetorical gimmick of claiming things are semantics is not going
No,
to work.
well, I mean, it's
It's not
true
going to
because
last long.
what
It's
does
not semantics. It's being particular and exact in our
Oh,
language
really?
and being rigorous. I know you want to be sloppy, okay? But we're not sloppy thinkers here.
You are, because it is a red herring to shift the topic of conversation away from the original argument and into the semantics of getting your city location, the
What does
latitude, the
semantics mean?
longitude, to
What does
get the
semantics mean?
declination,
What does
to
semantics
make
mean?
sure that the compass works. How about we say this? If I have a compass and I accounted for declination and I have all the information necessary and my compass is pointing to the right north direction, therefore I can have actual sun and moon positions in west, east, south, and north accurately from my
Okay.
ground position. But no, you don't want me
You
to.
don't
Don't
know
want to
your
address
ground
that. You don't want
position.
to let me say this
You
because
don't
it
know your
debunks
ground
your
position.
fucking flat Earth.
No, you don't know your ground position. That's what you're trying to figure out. And you said use the compass. But if you knew the declination at that place, you would already know your position. So then what do you need the compass for?
So okay, so
You're a
do,
fucking
so we
idiot.
do have the ground position. So we do have the ground. So we are using the ground.
Where'd you
and
get
not
that
the
from?
side.
Where'd you get
There
it
you
from?
go. There you go.
Where'd you get it
That's what I
from?
was trying to argue.
Where'd you
We
get it
are
from?
using our ground
Where'd you
position.
get it from? Where'd you get it from?
Okay, you get it from by let's say I have my city name, and then I can get my latitude and longitude. And
Okay,
with my
well, how do
latitude
you
and
find that?
longitude, I have
How do
my
you find that?
declination, and with that, etc.
How do you
These are
find that?
semantics. Again, it has
No,
nothing to do with
no,
the
it's not
argument.
semantics. You're talking about coordinates. And those coordinates there's a whole system of coordinates called an arbitrary coordinate reference system. You say latitude and longitude, they mean
More
specific
red herrings
things.
that are going
They're
away
not
from the
ready. Dude,
original
just
topic.
you're getting banned. Okay? Not
Oh.
dealing with this shit, dude. You're a child.
Your whole argument is a red herring.
He doesn't have an argument. He has a bunch of fucking smurging and fucking gimmicks.
We're trying to argue that the sun and the moon is telling them that the earth is curved.
Yeah, that sky does not determine the floor. It's over. GG.
Yeah, but if you take 1,000 measurements.
If I look at my ceiling 1,000 times in a different place and I record my
He just said,
ceiling.
the funny thing is he started, just take 1,000 observations. Of what? He didn't even say observations of what you're even looking at.
Yeah, that was my first question.
Dude, man, politics is slipping, dude. The people in here, the last 2 days I've been in here, they're really, like, TikTok is looking good, dude. Like, the people on TikTok are looking like freaking rocket scientists compared to the people that have been in this chat from this server. It's like they can't even follow what you're saying. Now, you can chalk that up to maybe they're not listening. That's a possibility. But I think that you start saying words and they just don't understand them and they just go blank and go right into narrative mode. And that I don't know how many times today, just today, that it's like, oh, I don't understand what's being said. I'll just say whatever they're saying is a logical fallacy. There has even nothing to do. I'll just say it's semantics. If you know your latitude and longitude, well, how'd you find that? That's semantics. Well,
Like
you're finding the position. What do you just want it for free?
Lights
the
in the
Indian kids with
sky.
the broken English on the English server like do better than this, you
Dude,
know?
that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I was saying that this morning. Like, English Hub is making these guys look bad. And that's like high school kids in foreign countries. They can't even speak English. That
Yeah,
they comprehend more of what you're saying and are more coherent in their responses.
these cats only wish they had the excuse of language barrier.
Look, we're trying to demonstrate the relationship, saying, hey, look at the sky. Okay. How do we know the relationship of positions on the ground in the sky? Look at the compass. Okay, that isn't going to tell you where you are relative to some other person when they look at their compass. Even know the declination, that means you already know their position. And you wouldn't need to look at the compass. How'd you find position in the first place? Oh, use latitude and longitude. Oh, how do you find that? That's semantics. No, that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out the Earth, its relationship of these 1,000 observers to each other, so that when they look in the sky, we can draw a conclusion about the direction they're looking, where they're looking at it from, their distance apart from each other, the geometric relationship between them, their lines of sight, and the fucking things in the sky. Now, would that take me? A minute and a half to explain that? It's not complicated. It's very simple. What if you have 1,000 observers and they're all looking at the sun, but they're holding their hands and they're in a big circle? Now what?
Light a bonfire and sacrifice a child, wouldn't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, somehow you can tell the Earth is a globe if you do this. All you need is a compass. Now, do all 1,000 people need a compass? Or can we just use one of these people in this 1,000-person circle?
Just one compass and pass it around.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Is there any last man standing glober? Anyone who wants to defend the globe religion?
I'm about to start blaming Zodiac for attracting these clowns. You're like a magnet, man. I'm telling you, dude. You have a globe-tard magnetism or something.
Yeah.
Dude,
I don't
you're
know,
a
it's
fake
just
you're a fake Glober better than they're real Globers.
I almost fooled the guy for like a couple minutes. I was trying to like whatever. But okay, before we get distracted, anyone in here that believes that you're standing on a globe, please unmute your mic and tell
Yes,
us why
yes.
you believe it.
No,
Okay,
it's
why do you believe
walrus.
it?
Well, we have a lot of plenty of evidence.
Okay, what's the best evidence? Is this a troll? You're being sincere?
Yeah, like some rockets and some pictures,
Rockets
witnesses
and pictures.
Okay, can a rocket work in a vacuum?
in a vacuum.
Who cares? That's got nothing to do with the
Yeah,
show. Yeah.
Okay, forget the rocket. All right, tell us about the evidence that the Earth is a sphere. Go ahead.
well, you know the ISS.
Yeah.
We
Tell
heard of
us
it.
more. Yeah.
You know, there's some cameras and some beautiful pictures.
And what do the
I
cameras and
suppose so.
beautiful pictures show?
Dude, I can think of the live stream where like the live stream text chat is just like someone saying beautiful, awesome, and amazing in different languages all day long, 24 hours a day. It's crazy.
So what do the beautiful pictures show us?
Well, Jedi, it shows the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
I mean,
If the picture shows that the surface is curved, would we measure that curved surface with tools on the Earth?
I think we've done that a lot of years, even
Pardon,
earlier.
can you say that more clearly? You've done what?
You know,
Do you need me to ask the question again?
No, okay, go on.
Just speak
If your
succinctly.
pictures showed that the surface of the Earth is curved, logically we would measure that curved surface on the surface of the Earth with tools, wouldn't we?
Like I said, I'm not a physicist, but
It's not a physicist question. It's just a logical conclusion. It's just a logical conclusion. If you show me in a picture that a surface is curved, then in reality I'll measure that curved surface, won't I?
well, no, that's okay.
Is it yes or
Yeah.
no? He's asking you yes or no question. Just answer yes or no.
Man, I don't have all the information to discuss.
Okay, well, let me put it more simple. Let me put it more simple, Walrus. If you have a picture and that picture shows something, right, and then you go to the place where the picture is, say for instance, Times Square, New York City. So say
Okay.
someone shows you a picture and there's a pink gingerbread house in the middle of Times Square. Now, if I go to Times Square physically, walk there, drive there, take a taxi, whatever. If there's no house there, is that picture real? If what's
Man,
in the picture doesn't exist? So in the
Okay,
pictures, those ISS pictures, they show the Earth as a ball, right? And balls have curving surfaces. So what Jedi's asking you is, okay, shouldn't he, on the Earth here, be able to measure whether that curved surface actually exists or not?
well,
It does exist because you can see it.
It
Stupid
does
question.
exist because you can see it.
Okay,
If
sorry.
you can
right.
see it, you should be
Sorry.
able to measure it.
Yeah.
No,
if you're
I'm
saying
not
that
imagining
exists,
it. I can see
sorry, my
it.
friend.
It
My
could.
friend. Shh,
Oh my
thanks.
god.
It's just because the consequence of the picture is a curved surface. Just consequentially, I will measure a curved surface, won't I? It's just a
Consequently.
consequence
Yeah,
of
I
the
like
image.
that one. Yeah.
I don't understand why you keep talking through me, mate. Got to be honest with you. It's a very
I don't
simple
know.
question, but we've been asking it for the last 5 minutes and we still haven't got a logical, rational answer.
But the earth is round.
How do you know that?
So I will measure the curvature on the surface then, won't I? Why does everybody's brain fall out when I ask this simple question?
They can't answer. Just say yes or no. The people that believe in the globe just answer yes or no to the question.
Okay, let's roll it back to even more remedial. If you have a ball, does the surface of the ball have a curve to it?
Do your
well,
balls
let me
have a
ask you a
curve?
question, Jedi. Is
Yeah, just
Mars
answer the fucking
Oh
simple
my God. Just answer
question
yes
that
or
a
no.
fucking 3-year-old can answer.
This is
We're just looking
embarrassing.
for a yes or no. Just answer yes or no. That's it. That's all we're looking for.
Does the
My
surface
balls
of a ball
do have a
curve?
curve. Yeah.
C-U-R-V, curve. Does the surface of a ball curve? Yes or no?
Holy
Well, if you're a
crap, these
pos-
guys
if you're a
fucked.
if
Oh
you're a,
my
if
god.
you're
I
a
give up, man.
positivist,
Yeah,
if
it's
you're a
over. Just ban him.
if you're
I
a
wish there was
positive,
an ejector seat. Fucking
Just ban them all.
no,
It's
I
like
just
they want it to be flat and curved at the same time. I don't know what's wrong with these people.
yeah, it can happen. It can happen.
it can happen. Flat and curved at the same time. That'd be a neat trick.
Yeah, these guys are trolling. That's all. Alright, any non-trolls that unmute themselves and step up to the plate. To the flat plate, by the way. Or was that the only thing? Those were the last defenders right there. So oh,
Does
there's
the
always
woman
next.
have a nice curved tit with a nipple or
Why do
downward
you have to
nipple?
degenerate yourself, dude?
Because
You've
I
already
need to,
demonstrated that you haven't
because
got a
you're so
brain, and now
fucking
you're going to act like
boring.
this. The
Look,
fuck?
the only thing you're gonna know about that, you're gonna know that the same way you know the Earth is a globe. You're only ever gonna see pictures and video.
Well, I
You're
know
never gonna
the
see it in
Earth.
real life.
No, I'm not fucking stupid.
Brutal.
You know, I know the Earth is a globe. I mean,
How?
what else do you need to know?
No,
You don't know
how?
that.
How do you know?
Because I live here.
Yeah, I live here too, mate. Now, can you express to
Well,
me
what's
with
your
words
fucking
of more than
problem?
one syllable
And I got
how
here
you
first.
know?
What?
Okay.
Where do you see
No.
a
Oh
globe in
my
He's
real
God,
life?
drunk or something.
Yeah, I think
yeah,
Yeah.
I come in here and there's a lot of these idiots say, is it a globe? Is it this? I mean, what sort of space case are you?
So
You
far,
know,
you haven't been able to tell me how you know the Earth is a sphere, apart from the answer, I live here.
because I've seen it from outer space.
Right, this is how we start disengaging from you, because you demonstrate yourself to be a fucking idiot, because you haven't seen the Earth from outer space.
Why? Because you got no balls.
Dude, you haven't been to outer space, have you? That's a lie, isn't it?
Yeah, but isn't the
Yeah,
round?
yeah,
Isn't
but why
the
should I
Earth
talk
a
to a
round
liar?
globe?
Why
Sorry,
are you
There's a
lying?
lot
I
of
mean,
there's a
Sorry,
lot
don't
of
need other
people who
why are
people.
you
No,
trying to make?
you just
Why are you
demonstrated
trying to
yourself to
make
be a
sense
liar.
of something
And you think
that
that if
you
you keep
already know it?
talking, we'll forget that you're a liar. You haven't been to outer
Why?
space, and your answer was, yeah, but. Yeah,
I
but.
want to
Like a
hear
good
your
Australian.
yeah,
Well
story.
okay,
done.
but
But
I
you
but
haven't
want to
been to
why
hear
outer
your.
they're
space.
I want
why
to,
the
brother. I do.
astronauts are lying? Why they're lying? They're paid. They're being paid.
Who's lying?
Well, the astronauts.
Well,
Which
yeah,
ones?
Which
they
astronaut?
they
Name
definitely
them.
got to be lying. How many astronauts do you think there are?
How many?
Yeah, how
Okay,
many?
who's
How many
yeah?
human beings?
Well, there's a lot.
A lot.
Who's your favorite astronaut? Tell us their name.
Oh, it's a Brazilian called Marcos Pontes.
Okay, how do you test Marcus Pontus's claims? How do you test it?
Well, he doesn't look to me like a liar, and
He
So you just
doesn't
trust
look
him?
to you like a liar. Right. What power is this that you've got? That you can just look at people and say whether they're lying?
Intuition.
What is it about Marcus Pontus that makes him look like a truth teller?
Has he got kind eyes?
he's very humble and down to earth.
He's always been down to earth. Yeah, we know.
He never left.
That
He
was
never
good.
left. Well, okay. So you just trust him then? Is that where you're going with this? You just trust him?
No, but there's a lot of Saturn V and ISS.
Okay, how do you test Saturn V? How do you test Saturn V in real life?
There's no Darth
Man,
Vader and X-wing fighters and TIE fighters and the Death
How do
Star,
you
the Emperor.
how do you verify Saturn V in real life? Tell me.
historical documents right now.
Okay,
Witnesses.
Can't you go to Cape
post
Canaveral and touch it or something?
which document? Post it. Give us specific details. Which document?
But man, you're the guy who's denying the thing. You should.
I'm not denying. When I go outside, I don't see any curvature anywhere. I do not see a
Well, me
globe.
neither. But you know,
So
there's
where's the
reason.
globe? You don't see it either. So when you're on the Earth, when you're outside and you see the Earth, you do not see any curvature anywhere. So where is it?
Are you saying that we shouldn't trust our experience and rely on some Brazilian stranger
With
to
kind
tell us
eyes.
what the Earth is?
A humble Brazilian stranger.
Yeah. Is that how you should determine what reality is?
No,
You
man,
just find a stranger
it's
and
common
ask them?
sense. It's common sense.
It
You
isn't
know.
common sense. In no
Sorry,
way do you
just
sense
no,
the Earth to be a globe.
no, it's not common sense. You've just admitted that it looks flat. Remember, no less than 30 seconds
Yeah,
ago, 35
yeah.
seconds ago. So it's not common. It's not your common experience, dude. Do you think it's a common experience that we all commonly experience the motion of the Earth?
No,
But we
there's
all commonly experience the Earth to be stationary. We also all commonly experience the Earth to be really, really big and
no,
flat.
but from the point of view of the sun, we're moving.
From the point of view of the sun, we're moving.
Yeah, we go
Okay,
to.
but no, what about from the point of view of the Earth, the sun is moving?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so which one is it?
It doesn't have any.
Wait, how do you verify the point of view of the sun? How do you do that?
Cash Patel is a Muslim. He's an Indian.
The FBI director?
Okay. From the point of view of from the sun, the Earth is moving, but like I
Yeah,
just pointed out, from the point of view of us, because we experience a stationary Earth and a big one and it's flat, the sun is moving. Well, we
yeah.
agree
I
to this,
agree
right?
with you. Yeah,
Yeah,
we do.
cool. So our common experience is the Earth is flat and stationary, and the things
No,
above in the
no.
sky moving, right?
So I've got a
No,
question.
Don't need another question. I need someone to say yes.
Well, yes, I agree 100%. Were you guys here
But was
earlier
I
when I was
asking you?
out? Were you here earlier when I was out on the peninsula of Alaska? I was showing a mount. I was showing
Bro, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Just let us finish with this guy, and then we'll
It's
get
all right.
back to you.
I'll stick him on mute. I don't care if you've been here earlier. So we agree that our basic experience is the Earth flat station above our head, right?
Are you a
Yes.
positivist? Oh, are you a follower of Comte from France or something like that?
Are you
What are you
drunk or
talking?
something?
What? Ugh, maybe we should move on to the next guy.
Yeah, because this guy he can't even speak. Let's go to this other guy.
I don't have an actual question. I was just gonna ask if you guys were there. I was on the coast. I was up on the Kenai Peninsula showing Denali Point or Mount McKinley from 172 miles away. You could see it on camera and with the naked eye. And then I was showing Redoubt, which is 76 miles away from where I was. Photo's still in the side chat if you want to look. Like it, Denali should be about 30,000 feet under curvature, but you can see the entire thing.
By the way,
It's only a 20,000 foot tall mountain, and it should be hidden by 30,000 feet of curvature. Yeah, you can see the entire thing.
Yeah, it's
How is that
RGB
possible?
because it's flat. Actually,
Exactly.
wait. Before I answer, any Globers want to take that? Any Globers want to unmute themselves and challenge that.
I have a photo of Denali Peak from over 230 miles away, from a elevation of 100 feet, and it's 20,700 feet to the peak. So you do the math and let me know if I should be able to see it or not.
Any Golders want to take that? Want to challenge him or no? All right. Well, victory for Flat Earth. It's over.
It's over.
GG.
My old science teacher was a flat earther. Like, put that into perspective. My high school through
I mean, you got lucky, man.
sophomore and senior year was a flat earther. He wasn't open about it, but after getting into conversation with him about a whole bunch of stuff, he finally he opened up about it, you know.
You got really lucky there, for sure. That's awesome.
He made sure when he taught gravity, he was teaching the theory of gravity. He was like, it's a theory. There's no way that we can prove or test it. There's testable, provable things that you can do on Earth to test forces that are holding you to Earth. They're not gravitational, they're electrical forces. If you wanted to test gravitational forces, you wouldn't need to be that big, but you would need to have the ability to move planets to test the forces applied from other planets, but we don't have that ability, so there's no proof.
By the way, in your picture, the observation that you brought up earlier, is there a distance to the horizon in that one, or is it just about the
distance to horizon should be about 7 miles, and that's way further than, you know what I mean? You can see the coastline of the other side if you zoom in.
So it's more than 170 miles, you said?
It's 174 miles away.
What do you know the height of the
I was 12. Okay, actually, when I was in chat, I was gonna say I'm like 12 feet above sea level, but it was low tide, so I was actually negative 30 feet above sea level. I was under sea level when I took that photo. my phone said negative 30 feet. So if you wanna, that's even like better for our argument, you know.
Wait,
Sorry
so
to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Is there any chance you can post images again? The side chat gets nuked every 2 hours, so we might have lost the ones you posted.
Yeah.
Cheers, dude.
Crazy, you can see 172-mile black swan. Like, is the horizon behind the mountains, or I'm sorry, behind the thing that you saw?
The horizon. Okay, technically, given the math that should show the Earth's curvature, the horizon would have been between me and the mountain, but it wasn't. You can actually zoom it. You can see the shoreline across the entire photo. You can see the isthmus next to the mountain, and you can, like, it should be 29,700 feet behind curvature. The mountain is only 20,000 feet tall. There should be 10,000 feet of curvature. Account for that 10,000 feet, and then account for the other 20,000 feet. You know, like it's literally impossible. It's very rare. You could only see that mountain maybe 4 or 5 days out of the year because of the clarity in the atmos. So
Hey, can you post? Sorry, can you post a map that shows this? You know, where you were taking the photo and where the mountains are located.
I did take a screenshot of my compass. So let me pull up the coordinates.
Cool. Thanks.
Great. So you have 100 and so the horizon is behind the mountains, I'm assuming, right?
Well, you can't see behind the mountains because of how tall they are. But technically, yes, the horizon is beyond the mountains, but it would be probably at the same height that the lowest point in the photo is. Like here, I'll post some other photos to better help explain to the human brain. I used to live on a sailboat. I traveled around for almost a year. I lived on my sailboat 24/7, and I took some pretty crazy photos of what people call smooth water refraction or reflection, but really it's just perception. Like, for example, you can see a human hair in your hand when you're holding it, but you can't see a human hair across the room. It's too small and too far for you to perceive it. So the waves on the ocean, you can perceive them up to a certain point depending on their size. Once they're too far away, you cannot perceive the wave because it's out of your perspective viewpoint. Like, it's too far away, you simply cannot perceive it the same way that you can't see a human hair across the room, you know? Like, it's just our perception.
Hey, Dossman,
Yeah.
would you mind? So you're gonna post your location so we can? We're just kind of interested in looking at the numbers.
Yeah, here. So I'm gonna just take a
And do you have
screenshot.
a screenshot of an Earth curve calculator?
Shit, you want me to do all that? Okay, hold on. Let me take a
Yeah.
screenshot of Google Maps so I can show where I was, where I am.
Yes.
Let me pull up the Earth curvature calculator. Got one screenshot down. Let me do the other one. Oh yeah, let me click on Mount McKinley so it'll actually like show how far away it is from me. And perfect. And how tall it is. That way no one can argue.
So the furthest mountain was 172 miles.
170. Actually, wait. It says 100 and. It was 172 from where I was. Right now, where I'm at on the map, it is. I'm only a few miles away from where I was, but it's 179 miles away from where I am right now. Was 174 miles away.
79.
It'll all be in the screenshots. Hold on.
Okay, that would be fun to know because like Black
Oh,
Swan.
you can.
Yeah,
You
go
know,
ahead.
like the furthest photo away from that is 230. Or sorry, I think it's just under 230 miles away. So 229 miles away, let's say, is the furthest photo on land of Denali Point. But the ISS took a photo a few years ago of 800 miles away. Obviously, they're at a much higher elevation, so it should be visible according to their math. So I don't really count that one. But 230 miles away is absolutely insane. Even like 170 miles away is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was gonna say the Black Swan, if you like the horizon, but in this situation it would be
I'm
over
gonna put my
100.
eyesight level at 0 just because I was
Yeah.
technically negative 30 feet under the sea level, but I was actually like, it was low tide, so I was actually 12 feet above. I'll just put 12 feet just to be fair.
Wait, how can you be below sea level?
Because of low tide, sea level is like what the average of the level of the sea is. It was low tide, and I was out there at the lowest of the low tide. I was negative 30.
Right, but if the water is lower, that means it would affect how we see things in the distance, right? They would be less blocked
Yeah.
as well. So we can go
Well,
off that as a
yeah, but
baseline, regardless.
I was on the
We
sea
shouldn't
level,
say
so
we should just set it. I mean, it looks like you're what, like your eyesight level's like 5 feet there or so. You know.
probably in that photo, yeah. At low tide, so like, yeah, I know what you're
Yeah,
saying.
don't adjust for low
From
tide
water
because it's
level,
going to affect the
I'm
entire
gonna put
view.
in 12
Yeah.
feet. I'm gonna put 12 feet as the perspective viewpoint. That's what I'm gonna
But
put.
do you hear what I'm saying? Like if it's low
Yeah,
tide, that means the water has moved out of the way of the mountains in the background as well.
but it's still the same distance.
Right, but you should just put your eyesight level above the water.
12 feet.
Right.
That's what I'm gonna
Yeah.
put. 12 feet.
So the horizon would be over 100 miles. Basically, it's 100 miles not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. I guess the differential is like off by over 100 miles of where the horizon is supposed to be.
It's
Is that right?
exponential. Well, no. Technically, it's okay. I don't know how to properly put this, but if the mountain is 20,000 feet high and at 174 feet or 174 miles away at a 12-foot perspective, the horizon distance would be 4.24 miles. So technically, the curvature would start taking effect at that 4.5 mile about distance, and then after that, there's 170 miles past that 4 mile view distance. There should be from the 12-foot viewpoint, there should be 19,209 feet of curvature. I'm gonna put all this in chat. Of
4 miles.
curvature.
Southern Russia
The
should be at 4 miles. Okay.
yeah, but the mountain itself is only like 20,000 feet high, so you should barely, if possible, be able to see the very tippy top of the mountain. Yet you can see the entire thing.
All right, Globers, let's see the demonstration of 170 miles of displaced water or displaced curvature. So yeah, it's over.
Okay, so here is the screenshot of the math, and here's a screenshot of wait, hold on. Yeah, there's a screenshot of Apple Maps of it'll show distance that I am currently from Mount McKinley is 179 feet. That's just literally me taking a screenshot right now. I was over on the beach, which is about 5 miles away, depending on where you go. So I was at 174 miles. I got in chat and I started showing my camera.
Any really quick, just quick. Any people that believe in the globe want to unmute themselves, want to tell us their evidence, or challenge his observation. Speak now.
Yeah, I just
or
want to
forever.
see. I just want to see exactly where you were standing because the thing that you posted, just there's
Oh
Mount
yeah,
McKinley there.
here. I mean,
Right,
I'm
yeah.
not
There's no
standing.
there's
I'm
no
not
pin on
standing.
that
Sorry.
last picture you sent of where you were in reference to the mountain.
Yeah, I just wanted to have the height and the distance in there, so I had to have it was taking up the position of where I was. You can see in here the position where I am, but I'll circle in red the position where I was. I'm not there currently, so I can't accurately take a screenshot to show you, but I was out at a point.
Are there any Globers right now that are listening to this?
Well, those are satellites pictures, right?
Are you a globe earther, the person that just spoke right now? No. How about the woman, the girl? Are you a globe earther?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. No, not at all.
It's
Okay,
always
no
good to
worries.
fact check,
Yeah.
though. You know what I mean? Even if you
What about
are.
the other guy? Wait. What about the other guy? He's silent. The guy who didn't answer me. Is he a globe earther? Okay. All right. It's over. GG. It's black.
Yeah, I think though I think we do need some more info here before we make
Here,
any kind of
I'm sending.
determination.
This is hard
You know,
to. I
we have
guess.
we have a high bar for how the evidence is presented, right? It's important that we're very thorough about these kind of things.
Next photo, you'll see where I am currently. I'm doxing myself, giving out my location. I don't give a fuck though.
Do you live where you took the photograph?
I'm sending it right now.
Is that your house, is it?
I'm in Alaska, man. What do you want from?
So, well,
Okay, so
you're
there
not
next.
able to show us. Oh, sorry,
So you
Jedi.
can see where I am. I was out on that point. I colored it in red, so you could see where I was, and you can obviously see
Okay.
mountain. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's how much water. I mean, what's the distance over that looks pretty narrow there.
it's here. Let me go to my map, and I'll just do the thinnest part from that point straight across. But
I'm just saying that would be a really some of the numbers you've given sound kind of extraordinary. So we need to just make sure
yeah.
things are lining up correctly.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah. I mean, we have plenty of observations that disprove the globe. So I'm not saying that you don't have one. I'm just saying that before we make any claims, we need to be sure because it will be
So
absolutely used against us. And
what
rightly
I'm gonna
so
do
if we don't
is
have the specifics of that.
I have to do math here, so I have to take the distance I am from where I was and subtract it from the total distance I currently am from across the bay. So
Why is that?
Okay, because I was about 15 miles east of where I am, but 15 miles east is not 15 miles closer to the mountain. It's okay, because where I'm at now is technically 15 miles adjacent to the location I am, so I want it to be
Didn't you say
accurate.
the coordinates where you took the picture though?
Yeah, the coordinates would be 60.72 degrees north by
Okay, so you can
150.
just put the coordinates in from where you took the picture to the peak of Mount McKinley, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah. I
figure out
mean,
the
if someone
distance
else
that
wants to
way.
do that, if someone else wants to put in the coordinates, I'll read off the numbers.
Why don't you just post them in the side chat?
Okay.
Did Walrus fall asleep? Maybe.
Okay. First coordinates are the coordinates where I was. Second coordinates will be the coordinates of Mount McKinley's peak, Denali. 3 degrees more north. It's crazy. There's the coordinates. Where I was and where the mountain peak is. You can see it's almost a straight line. It's on the same west, what would that be, latitude or longitude? It's on the same degrees west almost that I am. I was just pretty much looking directly straight north.
So how wide is that body of water that you're standing on?
I didn't get that yet. Hold on.
Okay. Because you were saying that, you can see it doesn't, I don't know, it just appears differently than it appears on the map. Your photo seems to present itself slightly differently.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, well, it's yeah, not at all. I'm just trying to get the real
So
numbers here.
I'm going to take the direct line of sight from one point to another, and so it's not going to be the thinnest part of the water. It'll be the direct line of sight that you're looking at in the photo.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is you were commenting that you can see the base of the mountains, but if it's not even that far across that water because it
There's no
doesn't.
mountains in between.
Well,
There's absolutely,
it seems to slope up from the edge of the water, right?
Yeah, but that's because it's a massive plain, of a flat plain. There's nothing in between the mountain and the water.
Okay. It doesn't really look like a massively flat plain. Looks
It looks like it goes just straight to the base of the mountain.
And do you understand why I'm asking this and why this is important?
Yeah, I know exactly
Okay.
why.
Alright, cool.
I mean, I know between us it doesn't matter, but for someone else the explanation does matter.
I don't know, it matters to me, you know? I don't
Okay,
know if we have anyone else in the room right now who has any questions or comments while we.
the two locations from where I was standing to the other side of the water only was 24 miles. It's Alaska. It's huge. May not look that big, but I'm really zoomed out. You got to imagine that red dot is and where Mount McKinley is. That's 174 miles away. So that water has a width in the perspective viewpoint of 24.1 miles. Is that what you wanted?
Okay, so the distance across the water from your viewpoint is 24 miles, is that correct?
24.1, if you want to be
Okay,
exact.
so how much drop over distance should there be over that distance?
There should be not that much,
And do a
but
5-foot observer height, right?
5 foot. Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's approximately,
Given yeah,
within a reasonable range of where your eyes would be.
24.1 miles, eyesight level of 5 feet. So there should be the horizon would be 2.74 miles away, and there should be 304 feet of curvature blocking the viewpoint.
Can you say that last number again?
That
I cut out for
304 feet of curvature.
Okay, so that's how much it should be obstructed on the other side.
You're saying that's how much the shoreline should be obstructed?
The things in the distance, from the shoreline, there should be 300 feet approximately of obstruction from the base.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the other side of the water, right. And the difficulty with these kind of observations is because we don't know, like you said, it's very flat there, but we don't know how flat it is, and that's
It's
why we try
pretty
to
much
take most of these long distance observations strictly over water and
it
not account for
completely
things beyond
oh,
the water.
yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I got
Yeah.
better photos if you want just water. I have some photos of boats when I was
Yeah,
out
but
and about.
yeah, do you know what I'm saying though?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So it should only
So
be 300 some feet of obstruction on the other side,
okay,
which
I
we
gotta go
obviously
to
don't see
dinner.
that. Of course we don't see that, but
I sent photos in the side chat. You'll see the compilation photo of the 3 cruise ships that you see in the background. The closest one was 33
oh, they're
miles away.
flying.
That's from a
those are
viewpoint.
miraging, yeah.
It's not miraging. No. That's called smooth water. I explained this earlier. It's smooth water reflection. It's when it's
Okay.
not actually reflection. It's when the waves are so far away you cannot perceive them because of their size. I gotta go to dinner though. I got people waiting on me. I'll be back.
Okay, cool. Thanks for coming in.
It's flying ships, AI overlord.
All right, I'm back from the grave. Is there any sphere believers? Any globe defenders here?
No, sphere is a funny word.
What do you prefer? Do you prefer to call it globe or sphere or Neil deGrasse Tyson said it looked like a pear, but that's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, there's a better word. I forgot it.
The way that the professional
Some
ones
water round or something like that.
water rounder. The professionals call it an oblate spheroid. That's how they describe it.
Oblates?
Yeah. But you know who else is a professional? Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's pear-shaped.
No, he's not a professional. He's like a media guy.
Yeah, he's a quote unquote science educator. Right. And he changes his story all the time anyway. He also said that the tides are caused by the earth spinning inside the water. So, yeah. There's
He's an
there's many.
amateur.
He's an entertainer, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the pear thing was pretty. You know what is funny though? He did say that stuff looks flat at one point.
That was from the Felix Baumgartner jump, which is what, like 63 miles up, I think. So, he's not wrong.
Based.
Okay, so Walrus, in the side chat, you said there must be a pattern. You
Yeah,
asked
but
if Mars was flat and said there must be a pattern. What do you mean there must be a pattern? What pattern must there be?
lady, I'm drinking wine and I'm not a native. I'm not a native English speaker.
Okay,
So
got it. All right, we'll
What kind?
we'll leave you in silence then.
Is the surface of the wine? The surface of the wine, is it curving or flat?
no, it's definitely flat. It's definitely flat.
So I thought.
Depends how far along he is.
What guess what happens to the wine when you start spinning it at 1,000 miles per hour? All right, we need a globe defender. Who wants to do it, guys? Any takers? Let's see. Is Spliff a globe or spliff? Or is car or spliff? Or Tristan? Or Napalm? Is Napalm a flat earther? Napalm? Or Kingsley? I know he has a flat tag on it. Or Johnny Law? Or Callaman? Alright, it's over. There's no globe. GG's, guys. Moment of silence for the globe.
When did you become a flat earther, Zodiac?
So initially I actually heard about I was watching a Owen Benjamin live stream actually, and he said we're not going anywhere, and I had no idea what that meant. And then I realized like it didn't happen overnight, and then I started to look into it and I was like, wait a minute.
Were you watching him when he was crashing out?
Yeah, like that's when I initially heard about the Earth. It didn't even start with flat Earth. It wasn't even about flat Earth. It was about the Earth not moving. It started with the Earth being stationary, like not moving or not spinning, not rotating, you know? And then, yeah, from there, there's a lot. It's a long story, but that was when I first even considered the possibility, basically.
Oh yeah, I had just stumbled into it when he was crashing out too. Like
Yeah.
I was watching a lot of content and I stumbled across Owen. I knew him prior to that, but it's just funny that when I was getting into it is when he was crashing out. So we kind
Oh, you
of
know what was funny? You know what actually was funny? I remember this. He said that he was gonna have a debate with Eric Dubay, but then he started to like make fun of him, calling him Eric Dugay. That's what I remember. Yeah, and then yeah, that was funny.
yeah, I think he
He never,
opened a lot of people's eyes. That guy.
but he never actually. It's kind of disappointing. I don't think he ever actually had a debate with Eric Dubay yet. Yeah. Oh well.
So
Shout out to. Sorry, go ahead.
were you on any other server prior to this one or?
24/7. I was on Geo. Do you know who Geo is?
Yeah, I used to listen to him a lot too, or listen to that server
Geo
a
has
lot.
a server.
and shit.
Do you know who Right the Hand is?
Yep.
I used to
Guys,
listen to him. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm here to spank you guys. You guys are flat earthers.
Okay, try it then.
You're gonna globe smack us? Globe smack?
Yeah, I'm gonna spank you guys because you guys believe in a lie, you know?
Well, you're
Enlighten
in the
us.
religion.
Okay, cool. So if believing the flat earth is a lie that we believe in, right? Well, first of all, we didn't say we believe it. We say we measure it as such, right? So can you explain to me how that's a lie?
Yeah, you don't know what you're measuring.
The surface of the earth over water, large distances, and we can see that there's no measurable curvature anywhere.
Well, perception can be deceiving, so I guess you're right.
Measurements, dude. What do you mean by
Yeah, the
perception with
problem
physics?
is no, it's
You
not
understand
physics.
what
It's not
surveying is, dude?
physics. Don't
Dude,
hold on. You're skipping too much already. All
we're
right.
talking about measurements
So how'd you measure it? Go ahead, tell me.
with surveying tools.
Yeah, which
Theodolites lasers, for example.
Okay, so explain to me how you used a laser to measure the Earth.
Okay, so you understand the difference between a
I'm
tangent
asking
and
you
a
a question.
parallel
Don't
line?
ask me a question.
No, I need you to understand.
All right, that's
It's
what I
obvious
thought. You
that
don't
you
have
do
you don't
understand.
have a response. You have a script. You don't know what you're talking about. Just calm down. Look, the fact is, you guys don't know anything, okay? And I'm here to destroy your view by showing you evidence to why you're wrong.
Okay. Do you know the
Are you
difference
drunk,
between two
African?
parallel? Do you know the difference between two parallel lines and a tangent touching a curve?
Just stop it, Jetty. I've already shown
No,
you.
it's not.
You don't know what you're
Why
talking
can't
about.
people pronounce my name correctly? Are you stupid?
Jetty.
He's obviously never
Oh, it's
watched Star Wars
Jedi.
before. Yeah.
It's
No.
Jedi.
Okay, but he also said stupid instead of stupid. So, like, I
Okay,
mean,
but my
are we
friend,
really getting,
it
you know?
seems like you're
Come on.
running away from a
Tomato,
conversation
tomato,
with
right?
me.
Wait, Jedi, just remind me 2 seconds ago, who asked you a question prior to you asking me a question? Okay, calm down, buddy. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
Look,
I do.
I'm gonna go back. I'm
I
gonna
need
show you why you're
clarification that
wrong.
you understand
Just
the
stop the
difference
meta.
between.
Just stop the
Right,
meta.
dude,
You're not
I'm just
getting
going to mute
anywhere.
you. The conversation's going to stop.
Okay, go ahead, mute me. Go
Just
ahead.
leave, dude. If you're not here in good faith and you're just going to talk
Obviously, I'm
through people and
spanking you, and you don't
patronize
like it.
people,
You
I
don't
will
like it.
take authority and remove you from the channel.
I'm gonna spank you.
No,
No,
he's
you're not
being a
going to do
little.
fuck all.
He's
Just kick
being
him
a
out.
bit cocky, but
He asked me a question when I obviously asked him a question first.
You
What?
know, African, I just want to tell you something. You might not know this, but we've been doing this for quite a while. And we have found a direct inverse relationship to the knowledge of versus how arrogant someone is. So when they come in and they're incredibly arrogant, they tend to know very little about their claims. So I appreciate, I've been talking about this a little bit lately. So I appreciate you coming in to illuminate this for the room because we need
Well,
more case studies to support it. And you are great. So thank you so much for coming in right now.
well, I don't know how credible your analysis is if you believe the Earth
Okay,
is
well,
flat, right?
what's the
Okay, good to
radius
know.
of the
I'm
Earth,
just saying.
African?
Good to know.
What's
Good to know.
what's the radius of the Earth,
Wait,
African?
why are you asking me a question right when
Because
like
I'm
I
just
asked a question,
illuminating
right?
that you don't know anything, and it's
Okay, but
amusing to me.
I'm just saying, as a flat earther, is like kettle calling the pot black, right? I'm just saying, like there's got
It's
to be
sad
some
that
sort
I
of
know more
irony.
about your globe model than you, isn't it?
Okay, so can you answer my question then? How'd
No,
you
I can't.
measure? Okay, so you
You don't know anything
obviously you
about
do
this
not.
topic, so this isn't the room for you.
That's what I
When you
thought.
go
Running
learn something,
away.
you can come
Okay,
back
another
in.
spanked. You got spanked too. You're running
Okay,
away.
yeah,
Good to
boo-hoo.
know.
You can leave and come back when you know
I'm spanked.
something. Yeah. Anyway, that was a good case study, y'all. And where's Jedi? I'm sorry, Jedi. I don't know why they do that. I feel like it has to be intentional, right?
Did he just rage out?
Yeah. Yeah,
What the fuck? I was hoping you guys would
No, he didn't know anything. He didn't know
I
anything.
he just wanted to talk over everyone and
Yeah. Yeah, poor kid, no self-esteem.
yeah, he's got that. Oh, I'm gonna go into a flat Earth server and pick on the flat Earthers because they're
Finally feel
retards.
smart for the first time in my life. So we have like one drunk non-native English speaker and the rest of us looks like. I don't know who Calaman is. I don't recognize him.
Is Neil AFK or what? He usually brings some people on, huh? Oh, Lolo. Who's Lolo?
I don't know who Lolo is either. Or Napalm.
Napalm, he's an older. He was on the. He's been around for a while.
Ah, okay. Don't recognize him. Okay, let's see.
Is Spliff?
But
What about Spliff? Is he a Goldberg?
no, he isn't.
No, he's flat.
Yeah, Napalm is not on the home server, so I don't recognize him. I mean, Tristan's a Glober, but he just doesn't talk anymore. So
How about Kingsley? Is Kingsley?
Kingsley's a flat earther. So the only people I don't know about in here are Calaman, Lolo, Napalm,
Okay.
and yeah, that's it.
Is Dubs a flat earther too?
Yes, she is.
Okay. So that was like 4 people. Come on, guys. Come on, Goldbergs. Be brave. Be brave and unmute yourself. Now's your chance to save us from our incorrect understanding. I believe in you guys.
Good evening. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to say for the record, I also don't consider myself a flat earther for all terms and purposes. I admire very much flat earthers for their courage to be a flat earther, but I don't have it, so I rather for the record to state that I'm a glober because I don't want any smoke, and that's it.
Why do you believe the globe, or why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
You have to understand, my friend. I just say that I believe the globe, For the record,
Or you
Oh,
don't want to
okay.
defend it right now. You're not up for
No,
the
I get
challenge
it.
right now.
Yeah, I hear you. He's in here a lot, actually. But yeah,
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, no worries. But the fact is, whether you're brave or not, the Earth is still flat, right? It doesn't
I
change
don't
the
know.
nature of reality.
I don't know. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yep. Well, thanks for being here and listening.
I just let's say if I believe the flat Earth, which I'm not saying that I do,
Uh-huh.
I would not say it to anyone.
Yeah,
Let's
I
put it that way.
understand. Yeah, that's what I heard you. I understand what you're saying.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Don't
I
worry.
mean,
The truth is
there's a
inevitable.
lot of people like that, right? And a lot of people, a lot of us in our public lives, it's not something we talk about, right? And sometimes not even in our private lives. So I get it. It's when when you leave the heliocentric religion, there's a lot of backlash there.
Yes, and
You
that's
know,
one of the things I admire the most about flat earthers, is just having the balls to very
Not
brave
here,
thing.
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I mean,
Finish your statement. Go ahead. Just
yeah, go
finish
ahead.
what you were saying.
No, that's about it. It's just go all flat earthers. Thank you for being um, to having the balls and the courage and just not caring about the entire world, pretty much. And I wish more people were like that about more issues. I think that's a positive thing. Is be able to speak your mind and not worry about the possible consequences of that.
Well,
Do you
what's
find it a little bit odd that you wish people to be like something you're not willing to be?
Yeah, I admit it's just I still I don't want to say I'm a coward. I don't consider myself a coward, but when we're talking about opinions, I feel like we don't live in a situation societal where you can safely there. I don't think there are safe spaces. There's not a lot of safe spaces to just be honest and let people know what you think. And I actually wonder, like, for example, this is the internet. So if I don't say this on the internet, I wouldn't in real life. Like I would never, ever, not to my best friend, I would say I'm a flat earther. Like they would just label you, crazy, pretty much. Um,
well, that's a good way of finding out who your actual friends are, right? And also, you know, who's worth spending time with.
Hell, I tell everybody I am. I don't give a shit about what anybody thinks.
That's
Based.
exactly what I was going to say. You need better
Well,
circles, my friend.
yeah, I mean, I'm not going to judge people solely on that because I understand that people have um, they have different careers and they have different family situations and such, and people have been doxxed or forced out of their jobs and things, and so it's not for me to judge their individual choices. But in general, it's no measure of health to be, you know, well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. So we all have to pick our battles, right? And that will vary for each person.
Yeah. The good news is that the truth is inevitable, guys. It doesn't matter what happens. It's undefeated. The truth will be forever undefeated. It's only a matter of time.
Prophet Zodiac.
But profit? Nah, this is prophet's reality. Reality is undefeated, and it's inevitable. I mean, just think about it, right? I would before this, I was a Glober for what, like 20, 25, almost 30 years of believing something that wasn't true. You know, just takes time.
So my question to you would then be,
Yeah.
since you're talking about your personal path, how how did you go from wondering about this issue to where you actually tell people that you change your mind and tell people to change their own minds?
Honestly, you invest first. You have to investigate the evidence for the globe. Like the best thing to do is to steel man. So what you want to do is you want to steel man the opposition, right? So so first you have to ask the question, what is the best, most compelling evidence that the earth is a globe? That would be one way to do it. And so you investigate them and then you find all the cracks in their arguments. Another way to do it would be you just go outside, you experience what the earth really is in reality, and that's a starting point, right? You're not making any claims, you're just using your senses. And you're noticing that there's no curvature anywhere to be found in real life. You never experience a globe. Like think about it like that. Like so in real life, where do you experience the globe? Have you ever experienced the globe in real life? That's a good starting point.
No, here's the thing. I've personally made multiple observations that do not seem to work with the globe mathematics, but I don't feel like that gives me like I'm not like maybe that's enough to convince myself or not. I don't know, but I don't go
Yeah.
around telling others. You know what I mean?
Have you ever
That's what
seen
I
Earth curvature? Have you ever seen the Earth being curved in real life?
no. I only seen it flat.
Yeah, yeah. See, it just takes time. Eventually, it doesn't happen overnight. It's not. It's very slow. It takes a lot of time. Like, have you ever heard the expression "death by 1,000 cuts"?
Yeah, right.
That's
You.
what. Yeah,
I
that's what
mean,
happens.
when you stop believing something, it's very hard to believe it again. I understand that. You know.
It takes time. Have you ever looked into the black swan or like any of the
Oh yeah.
long
Yeah.
distance observation? Okay.
As I said, I've made the long distance observations myself.
Oh, nice. Which one is the longest one you've done?
So the longest would be 70 kilometers observation of a lighthouse. I am
Oh, nice.
able to make very consistently. So I know a spot where you just look across the coast and you just see the lighthouse at night, right? And so
Yeah.
I'm like, well, is this refraction? Like, what is a hurt flat? Like, what is going on? You know, it's spooky.
Were you standing like on the beach or something?
Yes, it's a beach. Correct. It's a
Okay.
beach, but you can see very far throughout the coast if you look. So you're not looking at the sea. You're looking at. So if you're facing the sea, you look to your left, 90 degrees, a little bit less.
Could you see? You saw the top of the lighthouse, and could you see the bottom of the lighthouse too, or just like the
I
top or
cannot,
the middle?
like I can only see the light. So I now I don't have a powerful enough camera. And I never been to that spot during the day. It's actually kind of far away from my house. I only have been there during the night.
Yeah.
But you can see the lights at the top very consistently, very clear as well.
Did you
And it's not
have
that
you
high.
ever like plugged all of that into like one of the curve calculators stuff?
Yes, I did. So it's 70 kilometers. I did the math.
Cool.
It should be hidden.
Yeah. How much should be hitting? Yeah. Do you know how much?
I'll have to run the math again. I can tell you the numbers if you want.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Post it in the. You have it in the chat. You can post it.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to, but if you
No,
have
I
it,
guess. So I'll do. Let me just Google how high the lighthouse is, so I give you the correct.
Do you remember? Do you remember if the horizon was like behind the lighthouse when you took the picture, or could you see the horizon from where you were? Or was it
No, because it's very dark, and you can only see the light of the lighthouse like flashing sometimes because it spins, you know. So it
gotcha.
flashes.
70 kilometers. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's very long distance. It's so.
Is there any any Globers in here besides Oh wait, Dylan's back. Dylan, you there?
Hey guys, how's it going, you flirps?
Here we go. You ready?
Dildo, what's up?
I haven't heard that one in a long time.
Are you ready, Dylan? Are you ready for the heat?
Y'all can bring it. Are y'all ready to
Get globes. We're gonna
experience?
get globes. Are you gonna globes back us?
I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I think that you guys would be I wonder what kind of reaction you would have when you realize that the earth is a globe. Like when you realize that this whole thing has been just it's not necessarily a complete waste of time, but it's mostly been a distraction from other truths, I would say.
What's more important, do you think? Like what other truths? What's the other truth that is more important?
You guys should be spending time with your families and that kind of thing.
Well, I called my mom. I called my mom.
Zodiac, do you believe in bacteria, viruses, and some?
Good versus evil. If I put it, if
I don't
I
need
had
to
to
believe in
answer,
anything. I don't rely on assumptions.
do you believe in good and
Why
evil?
do I? Why do I need to believe in anything? Give me a reason to believe.
in anything.
What it makes sense.
You should, instead of, here, listen to this, okay? Instead of beliefs, you should make your decisions based on reality, not beliefs. Reality is not a belief. How about that? Let's start with there. Let's start there. Do you agree? Do you agree and affirm that reality is not a belief? Yes or no?
Well,
Reality. Ooh, it's complicated because most people are living in their own worldview. They say like to a worm in horseradish, the world is horseradish. Like everybody is living in their own uh, subjective reality because of their
Actually,
beliefs.
actually, wait. Let's get back to what you said earlier. So, spending time with the family. Okay. So, spending time with the family. What? Okay. So that's
That's
one.
one thing I wish I had done more of before everybody passed away on me. But I would say like when you say what's the most important thing, like I would say good versus evil.
Okay. So you're saying that it's better to focus on spending time with your family and good versus evil versus flat Earth. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think the Earth is clearly a globe, and so I think there's other conspiracies.
Wait, what do you mean clearly?
No, but
Wait,
but he's
go
right.
ahead.
Good versus evil is far more important than the shape of the Earth. It's far more important.
But
Yes,
isn't lying
exactly.
evil? Isn't lying evil?
What?
I
Lying is
think
evil.
lying you could lie for good. I think there's probably scenarios where lying is potentially like to limit suffering.
But isn't okay? You said good and evil. Seeking the truth is good, right?
Yes.
Okay, based. There it is. That's why we're here. So we're doing good right now.
I would say that truth and good are two sides of the same coin. Like the analogy I give is like if someone was suffering from, let's say they're choking, and the mother, like a mother is witnessing her child choking on something and she doesn't know the Heimlich maneuver, she doesn't understand what's happening. She could have all the will and all the desire to do good, and she might even have the power to do like the Heimlich maneuver, but if she doesn't have the knowledge of how to do the Heimlich maneuver and her son, chokes to death, then all the will and the power were nothing compared to just the knowledge that she was lacking.
Yeah. Just sorry to interrupt and change the subject again. Really quick, before we continue with Dylan, I think Dylan's been here many times before. He's not new. Is there any Glober that's brand new who's never been here before who wants to speak about flat Earth before we continue with Dylan? Because he's been here a million times. So, all right,
I
go
don't think
go.
so, buddy.
All right, go, Dylan. You have the floor, Dylan. Go ahead, spew whatever you want to say.
I was just checking in on things. I didn't necessarily want to bring up the same stuff that I usually do. It seems like more often than not we end up like looping around. I bring up celestial navigation, geodetic surveying. You know, those are the things that to me.
Wait, geodetic surveying? Tell us about tell me about the geodetic surveying.
So surveyors go out and perform surveying in order to produce accurate elevation maps, and they use various techniques, but in general they measure the curvature of the Earth and they refer to it as spherical excess or spherical exceedance, and they have to. It's essentially an error in their measurements, in the same way that refraction has to be accounted for. The curvature of the Earth has to be accounted for because they don't produce maps that are on a they don't want to, you don't want to give somebody a globe in order to perform some localized construction or.
Wait, what do they like physically speaking, like in real life, what do they use to measure the curvature physically?
Trigonometry and site tools. I think, like
Wait,
essentially
trigon
like essentially like sextants.
sextant. Okay. Would you be able to post an example in the chat? We can go over it.
There's arcgis.com that has all this surveying data and like documents the basic measurements that they take, as well as the methods that they use to calculate.
Wait, what is it? What?
Arcgis.com, arcgis.com.
Okay, one second. I'll check it out. You can keep talking. I'm just gonna go
But that's,
check it out.
when they say like we've never measured curvature, they regularly measure curvature, but they're not attempting to prove the curvature of the Earth, right? Surveyors are not out there doing their surveys in order to prove the curvature. They're trying to produce flat elevation maps. So they remove the curvature.
Wait, what? Wait, flat elevation map? What do you mean?
No, actually, they don't. They factor in an equation after the fact when they measure the Earth flat. It's an equation that gets added in after for curvature.
Right. They account for curvature. They essentially remove the elevation difference that's caused by the curvature of the Earth so that they can produce flat elevation maps.
Wait, it's almost sounded like he was saying that they do something and then they plug it in after the fact. Are you agreeing with that?
Yes.
Yep, that's exactly what they do.
But that doesn't mean that they're not measuring the curvature. They're measuring the curvature of the Earth, as well as, like if they take a site from point A to point B, and they measure based on the distance to the other location and the angle that they see.
So,
what
like,
the
let me
elevation would be.
let me ask you like this question to let me frame it like this. In 1 mile, how much curvature or how much feet of drop is there? That's a better question. In 1 mile.
8 inches, right?
Okay. And the sextant is measuring the 8 inches, right?
Right. Well, they're measuring an angle, but they're using trigonometry to calculate the elevation based on the angle, as far as I understand it.
Oh, so it doesn't measure the 8 inches directly. It measures the angle, and then you're using math. Okay.
Right. You
Like
want
an
to
angle to
know
what exactly?
if you have some known elevation point. If you start with a known elevation,
Yeah.
and you have another point that's a known distance away, you can use trigonometry to calculate based on the angle to the other point what the
Okay.
elevation change is. Does that make sense?
And so, like, hypothetically, if the Earth was flat, the angle would be different. Is that what you're getting at?
Right. They measure the actual elevation
Okay.
plus some error due to refraction plus some error due to the curvature of the Earth, and they use an equation to basically subtract that elevation caused by the curvature of the Earth, the drop.
So basically, what you're saying is, if you shit in a bucket, it's not a bucket of shit. It's shit in a bucket. Is that right?
Oh my God, we got a troll here.
Well, do we agree that surveyors are producing accurate elevation maps? That is their purpose.
Surveyors produce accurate elevation maps. I honestly haven't even looked into this much, so I'm looking into it right now. To be honest with you. But I mean, they don't they build? They're not construction workers, but I'm assuming they're used for building buildings, so they have to be doing something, right? I mean,
Right? They're
aren't
doing
they?
something right.
Yeah, they have to be, because otherwise the buildings would fall, right? I'm assuming, or the structures that they're building, I don't know, whatever they're surveying, it would it wouldn't
I
work,
think of it.
you know.
My background's more like fluid dynamics. I think of it as like water flows and stuff, but they probably use it for all kinds of purposes.
By the way, you said they factored in the refraction error. Um, do they have like is there an accurate model for refraction that you can give us?
They from what I understand, they use different methods to minimize the refraction. Like they take sites above the ground, like there's a minimum distance above the ground that they have to take their sites from, because refraction is at a maximum when you get closer to the ground. Um,
But
and
like
there's methods where
let's
you can
say,
take a site from point A to point
sorry, go
B
ahead.
and then back from point B to point A, and you can cancel out the refraction using that. But I think they assume a certain refractive index based on like the conditions. Like if they know what the temperature is and they know like some basic atmospheric conditions, then they can estimate what it's an estimate that they use to get as accurate of a elevation that they can.
So they gather all the conditions, and then what can you? So after they gather all the conditions, can you show us where they put all of those numbers into in order to accurately determine how much refraction there is? Like, how did they put all those conditions together to get the amount of refraction? That's what I want to know.
Well, basically they measure a certain elevation,
Yeah.
and then they calculate how much refraction there ought to be, and so that would affect the elevation a certain amount, so they can subtract that error due to refraction, and then they calculate what the curvature of the earth should be, and so they subtract that, and so that
Yeah,
they
but how do
get.
they calculate? Like, show us the math for how they calculate it. Like, post the math. Do you have the math on you, or?
I would just look it up real quick, but
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Is it in that same website that you told me?
yeah, you might have to like search around though. I'm gonna just use
Okay, I'll take a look.
AI or something real quick.
Because that would be really useful information to know, because we could take that formula, or that that math that they used, and we could apply it to other observations to see if they pan out as well. That would be really useful information. You know what I mean? But and one more question. So when they're using the sextant and they're getting an angle, in order to have an angle, you need straight lines. So like, for example, one of the straight lines has to be the line of sight, right? Are they just aiming the thing at the elevation point, or is it aimed at the horizon?
As far as I understand, they measure the angle from the vertical. They don't which is 90 degrees from the horizon.
Wait, 90
The
degrees?
horizon may not be visible to them, so I think that they use something like
Wait, if it's 90 degrees, then the floor is flat. From vertical, you said? 90
yeah,
degrees from vertical has to be.
the tangent to the surface, is going to be 90 degrees from the vertical.
Yeah, but that requires the ground to be a straight line.
No, I'm
It
just saying
requires
tangent to the curve.
tangent to the curve. So you have an angle between a straight line and a curved line. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the
Because
tangent is a straight line.
Go ahead. Okay, so the tangent, so that's one, right? So you need, in order to have an angle, you need two straight lines. So you got the tangent, so that's one line. That's one straight line, right? So what's the other one?
The sight line.
The sight line. Okay.
So like you're looking from one point to another. That's like a line.
Yeah. And the tangent is not the Earth in this instance, right? It does not intersect with the Earth at all, right?
No, the tangent to the surface is it intersects at one point on the curve.
So you're getting but that means it is an angle between a curved line. You can't have an angle between a curved line and a straight line. Wait. Wait. So you're saying like the tangent line is straight, but it only intersects with the curve at one point, so it still counts as it's still okay for the angle because technically it's a straight tangent, but it's using a curved surface because it's only like one point. Is that what you're saying? Because remember, you can't have an angle between a curved line and a straight line.
Sorry, I missed what you said.
So my contention is you cannot have a angle between a curved line and a straight line. You said it was 90 degrees, right? And you're saying that there's a straight tangent line and that intersects with the curved earth, right?
Yeah, this is like established. This is pretty straightforward. Like people take measurement. I think I'm more familiar with celestial navigation where you would use a sextant and measure the height of a star above the horizon. So that's what I think that the surveyors are doing. But when I was looking it up before, it seemed like they were using, instead of measuring, it's just the difference of 90 degrees, right? If you're measuring the angle down from vertical, that's going to be one angle, and then if you measure up from the horizon, that's going to be another angle. But the sum is still 90.
Okay, so the Earth it represents. So let me clarify. The Earth itself does not represent the entire tangent, but it only represents the tangent at one point, right?
Right. Wherever one point is. So my point, I guess, is that we measure curvature. We measure curvature regularly. I say we. I'm not a surveyor, but in geodetic surveying, they measure the curvature of the Earth regularly, and they just cancel it out in order to produce flat maps. So if there was no curvature, then there would be no reason to cancel out the curvature.
Wait, they produce
Dude.
flat maps? Sorry, go ahead. Whoever was talking.
Okay, you've actually got it all backwards, yeah. They start with horizontal and linear angles. They form plane triangles, and then they calculate for the curvature after the initial measurements. Unfortunately, I can't cite it right now because I'm on my phone in my car. And you're also incorrect with your assumptions of celestial navigation because, again, the first thing you do is you make a calculation to adjust your eye height to sea level, again, to form a plane triangle. There are no tangents involved. You're making yourself sound really silly.
No, I think we're saying the same thing. They use planar geometry, they use planar surveying, and then they use calculations to remove the curve.
No, they use planar surveying, creating plane triangles, and they make a calculation to add their curve. So when they get their plane triangles, they compare them to a presupposed model, and when the triangles don't fit, that's where you get your spherical excess and you get your yes. But anyway, you have it all backwards, my friend. I'm sorry. I wish
let
I
me
could
just say,
cite it right now
are you
for you, but I'm in my car and it's not on my phone. But someone else, I'm sure, can cite this information in here. And for your
no,
celestial
I've
navigation,
looked it
you're
up.
adjusting your eye height to sea level again to create a triangle from a flat baseline, not from a curved one or a tangent.
That's just you're saying there is no curve. I'm saying there is a curve. Like that's not really getting us
The
anywhere.
difference is that I can absolutely cite it, and I'm sure that someone else can. That's it. Yeah, I just can't do it right this second. But
So are you
that
trying
is
to
how
tell
you
me that
survey, and that is
they
how we do celestial navigation.
no, but we'll get to that. Are you saying that they add the curvature in order to produce maps that have the curvature of the Earth on them? Because it's pretty clear that they
Geodetic surveying is surveying where they take into account the curvature of the Earth based off of a model. Their initial measurements are all horizontal and linear angles from sea level.
right. And so spherical excess, spherical exceedance is something that they measure and that they're accounting for with calculations. That's
Spherical
what I'm.
excess is a calculation based off a presupposed model.
Okay, so
New tools, no, so the new total stations calculate automatically. You can either choose to have that function on or off, but it doesn't negate the fact that they're forming plane triangles on the surface.
I can drop in the formula that I looked up if someone gives me the opportunity. I think that I don't have
Yeah, Dylan,
right.
you have my permission to go look it up.
I don't have rights to add to the chat.
You can just send it to one of the mods DMs on this channel. They'll maybe look at it, or they're gonna skim over it and say you're wrong if you are a round earther.
Wait, you can't post in the chat? What do you mean?
He doesn't have pick perms or whatever type perms.
Just DM it to me. I'll post it. Just DM it to me.
Yeah, they might look at it. Keyword might.
Yeah.
I give
Yeah,
you my word.
It is
I gave you
something
my
that
word.
you could look it up easily. Like, who should I send it to?
What's Zodiac name?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so I have a question, Dylan. So you're a round earther, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I am too. I've debated these, flat. No, I'm not gonna say the word, but you know what I mean. But they're not very good faith when it comes to debates. So I'm just letting you know that right now.
Yeah, I feel that way too. Were you avoiding the word flurf? I use that affectionately.
No. It's something
Oh,
else.
he was gonna say something worse. Trust me.
I don't want
You're
them to
not
mute
gonna
me.
cut. Hey, you're not gonna come in here and poison the well, bro. You're the one that's bad faith. So don't even start.
I've debated y'all multiple times, and whenever it gets to the point where we're trying to come to a conclusion, or there's something you disagree on, usually I'm muted immediately or getting kicked out the chat.
Because you don't produce any evidence. That's why.
No elsewhere debate clown. You've never produced evidence that of note. Coming in here poisoning the well when I'm in here is an epic fail. The other chap can continue talking. I think it was Dylan.
Yeah, I trying to do my best.
So Dylan,
I experienced
with your
this.
spherical access, why does the spherical access only seem to turn up on the backside of the calculation after it's been run through the formula? Why not beforehand?
Oh, he's Julius Caesar.
If you understood what I was saying, they measure the curvature and
I
then
do
they
understand
remove
what you're saying. They
Okay,
measure
just
angles. They
can you
then run that through a
steelman?
formula to wrap it around a ball.
Can you steelman my point and just tell me back what you think I'm saying?
Why did you not listen to what I said? Why did you have to jump to something else? They measure angles. Yeah? You've got that bit so far. Then they wrap that around a ball after it's been run through a formula. Measure angles first, run it through formula, wrap it round ball.
What do you mean by wrap it around a ball?
Man, you're so aggressive. What's wrong with you?
That would
Like
be
the
their
sumo.
presupposed model. Yeah, I guess WGS 86 model. The triangles don't fit, you get spherical excess.
When you say the triangles don't fit, what do you mean?
They
The
don't fit
triangles,
because what happens is they're already assuming it's going onto a ball. And before it runs through the formula, they don't fit. That's what happens.
Okay, so
They have a
if they were
preconceived model that they
if there
wish to
was no
use.
if there was no curvature, they wouldn't need to use any other calculations, right? They would except for maybe refraction. They
Well,
would measure
how
the
about this?
elevation. Let me
If there
finish.
was curvature, on the flip side, Dylan, if there was curvature and you're measuring drop over distance directly, why do we need to run it through a formula?
Because they're not interested in the drop. The drop is an error. The
So
drop
there's
is
no
not
drop then.
the drop is the measurement of drop that they're getting. They're not interested in. If you're looking from point A to point
They're
B
not
and you
measuring
want to
drop,
know,
they're measuring angles.
but if you want to know the proper
No,
elevation
not
of
but.
point B,
They're not measuring drop, they're measuring angles.
if you want to know the elevation at some point B, right, and they're measuring angles and they're calculating what the elevation is, the curvature of the Earth, where it's the drop, the 8 inches over the mile, right, that isn't essentially
So
an error.
let's just go to the start. Go backwards, let's go to the start. You and me have got a sexy brand new theodolite. We go to position A, we then aim up at the nearest hill, and it's 5 degrees up. I'm just picking a random number. So it's 5 degrees up,
Let's go it a
it's
mile
2
away.
miles away.
2 miles
No,
away.
it's 2 miles away. We've got the theodolite, we've aimed up 5 degrees, it's 2 miles away. Now you tell me how you're going to get curvature out of that.
So the curvature over 2 miles, right, is going to be 8 inches per mile squared. So 4 times 8, 32 inches, right?
So where have you got the curvature? Have you just randomly calculated that there should be curvature there because you said so? There's now curvature. That's bullshit, bro. Come on.
But you understand that's the point I made. You can call it bullshit, but that's what when I look it
Yeah, but
up,
they're not
that's what they're
measuring it.
doing.
That's what I'm saying. All you're
There's
doing
the
is
measurement
assuming, Dylan, all you're doing is assuming curvature and adding that into a formula for the sake of what?
to get an accurate elevation. If
To
they
get an
measured
accurate elevation. And then
point B,
when we
they
apply this
measure
through triangulation, they don't line up, and then you wonder why you've got spherical excess.
Don't yell at me, man. We're just trying to have
I'm
a
not yelling at
respectful
you.
conversation.
This is just my normal volume. Stop crying.
You're always this aggressive. That's true. Every time I've heard you, you've always been this
No,
aggressive.
no, you said volume. Volume and aggression, two different things. Stop conflating one with the other. You've just realised you've fucked up. That's what you've done.
Profanity.
You can't get curvature out of an elevation angle measurement. And you know this, we know this. So stop pretending you can. You sound like a clown.
Okay, so the point I'm making is that they take that 32 inches. If they've measured a particular height from 2 miles away, they basically add the 32 inches back in, right? Because that point that they're measuring is going to be 32 inches lower because of the drop of curvature than it should be, right?
But it's not.
So
You've just measured it.
if they want the true height over sea level
Hey,
down to
Dylan,
the
it's not. You've just measured it. You measured the angle directly. Okay?
right. So then, if there was
Hill,
no curve, then there
Dylan,
was
let's
no.
go through the steps one at a time. I don't want to cook your brain because you're not obviously the type that thinks. You have a brand new theodolite. You've aimed at the nearest hill 2 miles away. You've tilted up 5 degrees. You've hit the trig point at the top of the hill. Everybody's happy. And now you're assuming curvature by adding it into a formula. You are not measuring anything other than an angle of up 5 degrees.
Right. So
That's it.
they calculate a particular height from the 5 degrees, and
Yep.
they're assuming that the Earth is curved, and
Good boy.
they calculate that back out again so that they can get an accurate
So
elevation
it's
of
a
that.
calculation, not a measurement. So you have no measurement of drop over distance or of curvature. It's assumed and it's a calculation. That's all I wanted from you, mate. Have a nice day.
Right. So we agree that's what surveyors do, and surveyors produce accurate elevation maps. That's the technique that they use. You know,
Wait, so you
their
just admitted
goal,
they assume curvature? You just admitted that.
they're assuming the curvature. Yes. In
What?
order to
What the heck is going on? Why did they need to assume anything? They don't. What?
because okay, either there's curvature or there's not. So that 32 inches over that 2 miles is either correct or it's incorrect. Right? It's
So you are
either an
still going to double down on your
accurate.
stupidity. I'm amazed.
You're just getting, your insults are just a white flag in an argument. Honestly, it makes you
You're
seem like
doubling down on your stupidity. If you measure something directly, look, let's make it easy for you. I'm sitting at a desk right now.
Turn
Okay?
down your mic. Turn
what
down
we're talking about is
your
what
mic. You're
geodetic survey.
screaming.
You can say that what they're doing is bullshit. You can say that it's not even the technique I'm using.
No, no one's saying what they're doing is bullshit. They've explained it to you really well. Everyone has. Yeah, also further to this, just to correct you, when they do these geodetic surveys, when we get down to a smaller scale, yes, quite often they are incorrect. And this is why we have surveyors that will come and survey in planar on a smaller scale that corrects this. Now, maps are not 100% accurate, my friend. I'm not quite sure if you realise that or not. And again, when they survey geodetically, they have to correct on a smaller scale because it's just a big picture.
I think we're kind of conflating the term measurement here, just as an aside. Like, if you step on a scale, would you call that a
Oh,
measurement?
no, we understand what measurement is. It's you that's conflating it. You seem to think calculations are measurements.
Let me ask you: if you step on a scale and the scale says this particular weight, is that a measurement of your weight?
It's you that's conflating the problem here. We've measured an angle with the theodolite. Dylan, listen carefully. I know you can do this. I know you can do it, Dylan. We've used the theodolite. We've tilted it up 5 degrees. That angle of 5 degrees is the measurement. You are measuring that off a horizontal baseline. That's it. That's the measurement you took with the theodolite. We know what measurements are. You seem to not know. You seem to think that calculations are measurements.
Well, they do get conflated a lot. Like I said, if you step on a scale, you could call that a calculation because a scale is using other means to calculate what the weight is, right? But typically, when someone says they measured the weight of something, they're talking about putting it on a scale. So in that way, the term gets
Why are
used
you
loosely.
using an analogy when you can talk directly about what you want to talk about? You're using a theodolite. You've tilted it up 5 degrees. Thus is your measurement. Full stop.
The 5 degrees, if you want to use measurement that way, is the only part that's measured. Everything else, the elevation that they calculate is a calculation using trigonometry. The refraction that they back out is a calculation based on
So what you're saying, again, is you don't have any measurements of Earth curvature. It's assumed and calculated.
Maybe you're misunderstanding. If they measure a height, if they're
No, I'm
calculating
not
a height,
misunderstanding. I think you're just deliberately being obtuse. You have just made it quite clear to everyone that Earth curvature is number 1, assumed, and number 2, calculated.
in order to subtract the spherical exceedance, which they have in the planar measurement.
And he's just going to reset.
What?
You're the one that's having difficulty with measurements and calculations, bro.
Sorry, but it sounds like you don't understand what I'm saying. They're measuring the elevation, right? For lack of a better term, because they're
Okay, I'm
calculating.
going to ask you a simple question. Is your curvature claim a calculation? Yes or no?
Yes, it's a calculation.
Excellent. So it's not a measurement. Thank you very much. So it's you that's confused.
I don't think you understand.
You just said
I
you
do
assumed
understand.
curvature.
That's why I asked the question, to get you to clarify.
Why do you think they're calculating? What do you think they're doing with the curvature calculation?
They're living the assumption that you have been for the majority of your life.
Well, if you look up what their methods are, they're taking that calculation for
I don't give a shit
curvature.
what their methods are.
So that's what I'm saying. You're not a surveyor either. So
How do you know?
my point was that geodetic surveying exists.
How do you know?
This is the standard method that we use to calculate accurate
Hey,
elevation.
get back to the you're not a surveyor bit. How do you know? You've got no
and
idea
so
what I've done in
if
my
you're
life,
gonna just
boy.
talk over me, that's not going to get us anywhere. So
Yeah, that's great, because you're deliberately dodging the question. You made a claim that I'm not a surveyor. How do you know this information?
just by looking it up.
By looking it up. You're an idiot. Like, seriously.
I mean, that's how people get a lot of information.
What, about me being or not being a surveyor? That's what the question was. You made the claim, I am not a surveyor, neither are you. So how do you know I'm not a surveyor?
I think this is getting derailed at this point.
It's a simple question.
I'm saying that spherical
You said
excess.
I'm not a surveyor. How did you come to the conclusion of me not being a surveyor?
That's an assumption.
Seems to be a lot of assuming going on from these ballers today. Interesting.
Dylan, don't you
So anyway,
find that
my
suspicious
point
that
is
they
that
assume
the
curvature?
calculation for curvature that they're using is a way to make their elevation calculation more accurate.
Dylan, don't you find it?
That's a great claim. So why is it every now and then you've got to call local survey back in to unfuck the original survey problems that you geodetic clowns mess up? Because it doesn't line
If
up.
it weren't the accurate method, they wouldn't. It wouldn't be in existence. It wouldn't.
They're
be the
using
standard.
what you're claiming.
So when you say that there's never any measurements of
And he just
curvature,
bypasses again.
I don't know.
You do realise,
I'm
Dylan,
trying to stay
Dylan,
on
listen
point
carefully.
here. It looks like you're
Dylan,
trying to derail everything.
Dylan, you do realise on construction sites, the whole geodetic thing doesn't always line up properly. They have to call survey back in to realign problems. You do know that, don't you?
That may be an issue. That may be an issue to get more accurate measurements.
It's an issue for you.
No, because geodetic surveying still exists. It's still a thing. It's still a
I didn't say
standard.
it didn't exist.
And so the reason they use the calculation is to back out of the measurement the curvature of the Earth, because they're not interested in the curvature.
No,
of the
they
Earth.
don't. They use the calculation to wrap it around a ball. Stop lying to yourself. If they didn't need to wrap it around a ball, they wouldn't run it through the formula in the first place.
What are they producing? What do you think that they're what is their ultimate fruit of their labor?
This is your nightmare. You tell me.
They're producing flat elevation maps. When you go to the ArcGIS site,
No, they're not. They're wrapping them around and comparing them to GS84.
It's not some big circle jerk to just prove the Earth is a ball. They don't. It's not at all what's going on. They're producing accurate elevation maps.
They compare their data to WGS84. They already have a pre-assumed boltard. They match it to that. And when it doesn't match, they adjust the data to suit. That's why they have to wrap it around a boltard formula. They measure the angle, twist it through a formula, and then compare it to WGS84.
Well, I've made my point.
If your point is that the Earth measurement or alleged Earth curvature measurement is a calculation and it's assumed, I agree with you. Thank you.
It's not what I said, but go ahead.
But I
It is
remember
what
you
you
saying
said. You
curvature
admitted to
was
it earlier.
assumed. Yeah, you did say it was assumed earlier that the curvature was assumed.
Can I just state it again without being like insulted and talked over? What they measure is an elevation, right? You can say that it's not actually the elevation. They're measuring the angle and they're calculating the elevation, but they start out with a planar surveying method, which results
Okay.
in an elevation, right? But that elevation is not perfectly accurate because there's refraction existing and there's the curvature of the Earth. So they
Wrong.
use the
You're making
calculation
an
of the
assumption
curvature.
again.
You're just talking over me, so I can't make my point.
You're
But
talking bullshit.
when they measure
Where are they getting the curvature from? You've
can you
made
just
your
listen a little?
elevation angle, Dylan. You've made your elevation angle. I get that. And now you're telling us that it doesn't match up because of the curvature. Well, the angle doesn't match anything because it's just an angle. Stand alone. It's all cute. You've got your number of 5 degrees. You then assume you live on a ball, or you're matching it to a model, maybe something like WGS 84. You're not catching on. You're not
So
very quick at this, are
my
you?
point is, they measure this elevation and they use the curvature of the Earth to count
To assume the curvature of the Earth.
to adjust the elevation so that they can subtract that drop, or basically add the drop in, so that they get the accurate elevation at that second point. So they're both measuring it and calculating it. They're using the formula in order
what
to
are they
back
comparing it
post
to?
a procedure in the
Dylan.
chat, dude.
Oh, he does it. Nice one.
Yeah, just post a procedure in the chat.
I
Full of
can't
shit,
post
Dylan.
the procedure in the chat. I was gonna post it to somebody. I'm on
Oh,
my
did you
phone,
DM it
but
to me? Wait, let me check.
let me see if I can message you here. Zodiac, right?
Yeah, DM it to me. Yeah, I don't see her.
Fucking brown recluse part 2.
Honestly, I'm surprised.
It's what it
I'm
is, dude.
surprised,
It's
Dylan.
brown
I'm
recluse
surprised.
bullshit part 2.
Yeah.
Obscurantism nonsense. You have no idea what you're talking about. Y'all are phonies, dude.
I'd like to know what he's comparing these alleged measurements to know that they're right or wrong.
Okay, here I got the DM. Let me post it. 1 second. Just copy this. Here. And it's so small, it's hard to read. But okay.
So nothing from any surveying. Fucking ChatGPT. Unfucking believable.
Okay. Yeah, this is it. I just posted it in the chat for everyone to see.
The key word is it's a correction.
But they don't use this in surveying.
They're already measuring the curvature,
But they don't
they're
use this.
They're
What
correcting with the
ChatGPT
formula
says
for
they
the
don't do.
curvature.
What ChatGPT says they don't do in reality.
I've seen it on other sites that
Show me from some geodetic surveying source that says that's what they do. You can't, because all that shit's made up bullshit.
You could say it's made up bullshit, but I mean,
I know it is, because I read the surveying shit. You guys are being dragged around by the short hairs by fucking goddamn inference fucking engines.
it's essentially like a search tool the way I'm using it right now. So
Okay, where's your citation in your search tool?
I'm looking for it, but essentially, like I said, it's a correction. So they're both measuring it and they're calculating it out again. But that's
And
my
what
point.
are they comparing this correction to
If
in order to
strong
know that it's right and or wrong?
You can say that they're just wrapping it around a ball or something, but
Yeah,
that's not
what I said. Start listening. What are they comparing it to in order to understand they are right or wrong? They need to compare it to something. We've gone out, we've taken our measurement. You've got your 5-degree angle. Now, what are you going to compare it to know that you're either right or that you're wrong? Exactly.
It's a
This is
different
completely a
question.
pedagogical mental exercise that has nothing to do with any actual surveying. Nothing to do with it.
He asked me to look up something, so I'm trying to get an actual surveying site.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. Take your time. Just send me the DM after.
Yeah, retroactively find your evidence after you already believe it. You know, if you read any of the surveys that have been done, like the North American Datum or any of them, in the beginning, they tell the procedure for what they do. You could just read that.
Right. So this is the National Geodetic Survey NOAA manual for geodetic leveling. I think this is going to be a good enough
Okay.
resource.
DM it to me. Yeah, DM it to me.
I like how he says he thinks. That's the
Like I
problem why
said,
you're here,
brown
boy, because
recluse
it don't.
2.0, dude. We already dealt with brown recluse and this fucking random nonsense obscurantism bullshit. You're literally on here to make people more confused. You're here to prevent information from being transferred.
Should we move on? Just really quick before we move. Before we continue with Dylan, is there any other Globers in here? Any new people that believe in the
You
globe?
got that geodetic? I bet you it's a fucking website too.
Oh yeah, he just DM'd. Okay, let me paste it. He did
So this is the NOAA manual NOS NGS 3 geodetic leveling supersedes Coast and Geodetic Survey Special Publication 239 Manual of Geodetic Leveling, published revised in 2020.
Okay, let me.
This manual furnishes instructions and background information suitable for establishing and maintaining vertical control. It presents general specification and detailed instructions for reconnaissance and benchmark setting, geodetic leveling, water and valley crossing, blah, blah, blah. So this should be totally legitimate.
Could be or is be.
Geodetic leveling, chapter 3.
The only question now, does it have anything to do with what you posted?
Well, that's sort of besides the point. The point is,
how is that besides the point? That's the whole point.
What do you think the point is of our conversation right now? I'm saying
you said
geodetic
they do
survey
this.
measures the
This
curvature.
Gemini flash when they do surveying.
I'm just gonna search Earth's curvature, see if it comes up.
So if they're doing this, and then the surveying manual says they're doing something else, then they're not doing what you said.
I'm not saying I can't be wrong or wasn't wrong. My main point is that they measure curvature, and that they
don't.
They correct for it with a
They
calculation.
do not measure curvature, dude.
Well,
if they measured curvature,
with their
Dylan,
angle
if they
measurement.
measured curvature, there'd be no point of needing an oblate ellipsoid. There'd be no point of having the WGS 84 datum.
Okay, so you understand that they don't want the curvature in their elevation maps.
Okay.
Is this kid stupid or what?
Look, dude.
Because this is
For
this
elevation,
what you seem to not
what
be
you find
understanding.
is for elevation, what you find is the orthometric height, which is a combination of the geoid and the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. You don't know anything about any of this, dude.
You obviously don't understand it, and I'm trying to explain it to you.
Remember what I was saying earlier about brown recluses, their stick? You literally just did it, dude. As
Well,
soon as you point out in actual detail that you don't
what do
know,
you
you
think
say,
I'm
I
saying?
don't understand it.
What do you
is
think I'm saying?
What is the what is the WGS 84?
That's a. It sounds like it's a reference ellipsoid. It's a shape of the Earth.
And no, it's not the shape of the Earth.
It's a model of the shape of the Earth, right?
It's a reference ellipsoid, and it's an imaginary mathematical surface that measurements are projected onto. Okay, but it's not done just that way because of deflection of the vertical. They use something called the EGM 2003 Earth gravitational model, which is called the geoid, which would be the equipotential surface of gravity if you measure 9.8 meters per second squared. Basically, imaginary mean sea level, even if the water went under mountains and shit. They use a combination of this to get something called the orthometric height, which is the subtraction of one from the other, or the addition, depending on whether the geoid extends above or below the reference ellipsoid. But the reference ellipsoid is used because they don't measure curvature. Because when they do their measurement, they take an actual surveying instrument. The first thing you do is level the instrument. Okay? And because in geodetic surveying, the plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth because of lumpy gravity, right? And the fact that to map it, to project it, you need the plumb to intersect the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees, but you have tilted plumb lines. That shit don't work. You don't know what you're talking about. You've imagined geodetic surveying to work one way. It's purely your imagination.
What do you think I'm saying?
I don't think you know what you're saying. That's the problem.
You said that they measure Earth's curvature. They do not.
Well, then why would they consider the reference ellipsoid in order to correct for their measurements?
The reference ellipsoid, for the purpose of that, is to preserve the celestial spherical coordinate system.
If they're just creating elevation maps and there is no curvature, then it wouldn't be
Elevation
necessary
relative
at
to
all.
what?
If they're just measuring elevation with planar
Relative to
surveying,
what?
What do you mean relative to what? Like sea
Relative to
level?
what? Sea level.
Elevation relative
That's
to
the
sea level?
geoid. That's the geoid. That's the imaginary equipotential surface of gravity.
So you may disagree with what I'm saying.
You don't have any clue what you're talking about. In arguing about it.
I feel the
You
same
did in
way
the
about
same shit. You, brown recluse, JJ Fish, you come in here and you try to fucking bamboozle people. and I'm fucking sick of it.
It's just my perspective, for sure.
My perspective. Okay, let's use Dylan's personal opinion of how he thinks the world works and not how it actually works. Let's go with that. How do you feel, Dylan? How does Dylan feel the Earth is? Let's ask Dylan. How do you feel the Earth is? Let's just go with that. Let's follow your feelings around.
It's considered a correction if you don't understand that they're measuring they're measuring the curvature and then removing it. Then I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Because they're not doing that.
What do you think they're doing with it?
Assume.
Oh my God, I told you what.
Dylan, why'd you say they assume curvature if they're measuring it? Why'd you earlier you said they were assuming it?
They're doing both, right? They're assuming, just like I said with the refraction, right? You can take an elevation measurement with and if you don't assume refraction, you're going to get an error caused by the refraction.
So they need to assume curvature to measure it? Is that what you're saying?
No, they assume the curvature to cancel the curvature out.
What?
Of them, they call it spherical exceedance or spherical excess.
Spherical excess. No one's ever
measurement, quote unquote, of the curvature.
Okay, you don't understand what spherical excess is.
Calculation of the curvature of the Earth.
You don't understand what spherical excess is. Spherical excess would be if you had 3 lines of sight and made a triangle. That triangle would internal angles would sum to greater than 180 degrees. This is not a measurement. You couldn't even measure this because lines of sight are straight. And 3 straight lines connected by 3 vertexes make a triangle that's 180 degrees. Spherical excess is not measured. It is made up by projecting a fucking regular planar triangle onto a reference ellipsoid. You ask what it's for, that's what it's for. So they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take their measurements and they reduce them to quote unquote mean sea level. But when they do that reduction, it has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at some angle. And because they think they have tilted verticals and deflection of the vertical and lumpy gravity, for that to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, okay, that means that plumb lines have to be curved. It's way more convoluted than what you're imagining it to be.
The plumb lines intersect.
The plumb lines curve
at the center. Plumb lines do
no,
not.
They don't. If it's an oblate ellipsoid, that's not true, dude.
A plumb line just points down. Correct?
Is it perpendicular to the surface of the Earth? Is it a straight line?
It's a straight line.
Not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down. It is
not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down and it's perpendicular to the.
Not in geodetic surveying.
I don't know what you're on about.
Plumb lines in geodetic surveying are curved and they don't go straight down. It's called deflection. It's called deflection of the vertical.
Okay. What are we talking about? Deflection of the vertical. What the hell is that?
It's curved plumb lines because of lumpy gravity.
You say because of what? Because of gravity? What?
Lumpy gravity.
Lumpy gravity. Oh my gosh. Indio,
I don't believe this shit. This is your idea.
No, it's the way that you try to interpret it is so.
It's not an interpretation.
Yeah, it is.
It's not an interpretation.
You're looking. Whatever.
Okay, I'll read from curvature of the plumb line.
Like your pear-shaped Earth.
Deflection of the vertical changes with position along the curved plumb line. Therefore, the deflection of the vertical at the geoid does not necessarily equal that of the Earth's surface, and vice versa. In order to equate these two quantities, the curvature of the plumb line between the geoid and the Earth's surface, WGS 84, is required. This quantity cannot be observed directly because of the presence of topography, so must be estimated using a model of Earth's gravity field within the topographical masses.
Yeah, how much of a deviation
is that? What did I interpret out of that?
You interpreted an
What,
extreme level of deviation that makes you think that proves that the Earth is flat when it doesn't.
dude? What did I interpret out of what I just said?
You interpret that the deviation is so extreme that it somehow proves that the Earth is flat.
Who said extreme? Who said anything about the extremity of it?
What is the deviation on what
Goodbye.
is the scale of the deviation? 1/8 of an inch.
You will answer questions or you will leave.
There you go.
That is your only choice.
I don't care, dude.
Bye.
I'll see you in 2 days. Fuck.
No, you won't. Obscurantism. Will not tolerate it anymore. I've had enough. In here to fucking hide the truth.
Yeah. Before, just before we.
Well, hold on.
continue-
One more thing. I just want to
Okay.
like make one last post to just substantiate what I said. This is from Featherstone WE 6 Southeast Asian Survey Congress. The use and abuse of vertical deflections. Proceedings of the 6 South Asian Surveyors Congress. Fremantle, November 1999. I'm gonna post a diagram from there.
Okay, I can read this part here from the NOAA manual. It says the sources of error in leveling can be classified into 3 groups: those affecting the line of sight, those affecting the heights observed, and blunders. The line of sight cannot be exactly level because of the effects of the imperfections in the instrument and variations in the human eye, refraction, curvature, and tidal accelerations. The heights observed are not exact because of imperfections, blah, blah, blah. So curvature is considered an error that has to be accounted for when they measure it.
Look, dude, they're not measuring curvature. It's not even possible with the fucking instrument. They measure angles, but those angles have a starting reference position. Okay? And if that vertical line from which they're measuring a dip, because the curvature would be measured as a dip angle, okay? If you're not plumb, if that plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth in the first place, you're not measuring curvature. It's like you don't understand what they're doing. Like it's like I can't. Do you not understand? They take an instrument and level it. That level is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. Do you understand what that means? It's not straight up and down, dude.
Level is tangent to the surface of the earth, right?
Level is not tangent to the surface of the earth. Horizontal level in geodetic surveying is 90 degrees from the plumb line at the point of the instrument. You guys just make up your own shit. And try to say you're using surveying. You're not.
This is just language that I'm using. Maybe you don't understand what a tangent is. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but
it's my lack of understanding. Yeah, that's what it is.
I just read from you from the manual that curvature is considered an error, is considered something that needs to be corrected.
Welcome to Flat Earth then. I consider it an error.
If it's an error, then it's something that they're measuring. And it needs to be corrected for.
What, they're correcting it out?
That's what they use the calculation for.
Okay, what units of measure are they measuring curvature in? That they're getting this erroneous reading.
Whatever height measurement that they're making.
What do you mean whatever? So feet, inches?
Yes.
So they're measuring a height.
Yes.
Okay. And they're like say the field are like 6 feet. And they level the instrument. And when they look through the telescope, their crosshair is looking at 5 feet 11 inches. Is that curvature? Or is that refraction? Or is that the tilted fucking plumb line?
That's the refraction and curvature are both part of the measurement that they make, and that's why they have to correct for those.
How do you know it's not the tilted
That's
plumb line?
not part of that. That's not the accurate height
How
that
do
they're
you know
trying
it's
to.
not the tilted plumb line?
Well, the plumb lines at point A and point B are going to have a slight angle difference because they're at different positions. But I don't know what you mean by a curved
The
plumb
plumb
line.
line is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. The first thing you do when you set up a theodolite is level it. 90 degrees is the horizontal line from that plumb, even if that plumb is fucking tilted. You just don't get it, dude. You've imagined something and you're so stuck in your imagination, you can't even conceive of the way it actually works. It's crazy, dude. It's like you're in a fucking weird cult, dude.
Ditto.
Okay, you see that diagram I posted? The curvature of a plumb line diagram?
Let me take a look.
That's the first time you looked at it. Unbelievable.
The 1208.
Yeah, that. See that diagram?
I see the diagram.
See all the little squares? So you got dashed lines, and then you got the plumb line, and you got all these little squares. Those
Yeah.
indicate 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Now, if I draw a horizontal line off of those plumb lines are not parallel. They're all over the place. So I'm going to draw it out. But you're not getting, dude.
This doesn't seem to be relevant to the point
Oh,
that
yeah. Now it's not relevant.
It doesn't seem to be relevant. Tell me how
It
it's
is relevant.
Well, I gave you the document. The curvature is considered an error. They use the reference geometry of the Earth in order to cancel out
Not the geometry of the Earth. It's an imaginary fucking mathematical surface.
That's how you feel
Imaginary.
about it, but that's what they're doing.
Who cares? It's not the Earth. They can do all the mental exercises they want. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's what you want supposedly evidence of people measuring the curvature of the Earth, but when
you haven't given any yet. All you've given evidence of is you have no idea what you're talking about. You see all these red lines in the diagram I just posted? All of these are horizontal lines. All of these red lines are horizontal lines, dude.
You keep repeating yourself. What is your point?
So, if I take a theodolite and I measure the vertical, say I'm at the top there, I'm at that top line, and my theodolite's 6 feet off the ground, and I sight in, and like you said, if I sight in at 5 feet 11, that's the curvature of the Earth. No, that's not the curvature of the Earth, because this horizontal line is pointed fucking up. You don't have a vertical that's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth from which to draw the conclusion that dips are curvature or refraction or any other thing.
So you're saying that surveyors can't
They're
measure
saying it.
elevation?
They're saying it.
That it's impossible to measure accurate heights. This is the technique that people are using to produce elevation maps.
Oh my God.
Are they not
So you're
producing
gonna
accurate
straw
elevation
man.
maps?
You're gonna straw man what I said.
Well, you're talking about your
Who said
diagram
anything
here.
about measuring accurate heights? When did I say
That's what
anything
surveyors
about
are doing.
accurate heights? When did I
That is what
say anything about accurate heights?
that's what we're talking about. That's why I'm saying you're derailing
No,
the conversation
no,
into
it's
something
not what
else.
we're talking about, liar.
What do surveyors do?
We're talking about measuring the curve of the earth. Remember? You tried to
Right.
straw man me saying that measuring a dip off that horizontal is not the curvature of the earth. You have a tilted plumb line because your horizontal line is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. And you tried to say, I'm saying they can't measure accurate heights. You are a fucking weasel. Fuck, dude. How many is it going to be today? Lying fucking snakes. Now, despite your best effort, Dylan, people that are listening, they did learn something. I did educate them on how this shit works. I did not let you fucking confuse them with your bullshit, with your fucking fantasy of how geodetic surveying works and how they measure curvature and how they correct for curvature. They don't do any of that shit in reality. Oh, Eskimo. Aren't you the one that posted that 3 picture thing earlier? Something dipped over the horizon? Eskimo Greg?
Yeah, I have nothing to say to you, man.
Yeah, that was
You're
from a video
obviously
game. That was from a video game.
you're
That was from a
retarded.
video game, Eskimo Greg. Why did you post? Yeah, you better leave. Posted something from a fucking Steam video
You
game
just got
and
bad
said that it
energy,
was the
bro.
curve of
Just
the
take
earth.
it easy. Take it easy for a little bit.
I don't need your help, dude. I'm sick of liars, dude. It's just like a parade of liars, one after the other.
Just balance. Just
Who
take it
cares,
easy for a
dude?
little bit.
So, no. Stop defending liars.
Oh, they left. Man, there's like there's like 3 trolls, one after the other, right there. You know what's crazy? I heard Dylan say they have to assume it and measure it at the same time. He said we assume Earth curvature and we measure it. Like, what the heck?
They fucking admit in surveying they don't measure Earth curve. They admit it. Only retard anti-flat earthers on the internet say they measure Earth curve.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I've seen surveying where they said the only thing we actually measure in surveying is the gravitational potential. And that is really all they measure because that's what their instrument measures. They leveled the instrument. That is the spatial reference. What the Earth, look, the Earth could be gone, right? Or fucking transparent or unseen. And you could take the instrument, right? And set it up. And you could level it. The instrument itself is oriented not relative to the Earth, but it's oriented relative to the gravity vector. Okay? That gravitational vector is what you're measuring. You're not measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, in geodetic surveying, all they do is map the topography relative to the gravitational vector within a celestial sphere coordinate system, namely latitude and longitude. It's 3 mappings. Well, it's 2 mappings and kind of like a filter with the WGS, with the with the gravitational model being the filter. The point is, doesn't work. You guys imagine it works a certain way because it's like, if I want to measure a fucking ball in real life, this is what I would do. But the Earth's a ball, so this is what they're doing in real life. They're not doing it that way. They're not doing anything. Whatever you imagine they're doing, they're not doing.
I actually had another question. When Dylan was saying like they needed a 90 degrees for the sextant, I was thinking they used the Earth, because in order to get 90 degrees, they need two straight lines, right? But the Earth in their worldview is curved. So is it true, Indio, that the tangent or whatever they're using for the 90 degrees, that bottom line, is that a straight line? Because it's on a curved Earth. So how can it be straight?
What do you mean? The only time they're finding 90 degrees is if they use a bubble sextant.
Oh, okay. So are they using the Earth in that case? In that 90-degree
They're
thing?
using there's a level inside the sextant. It's called a
Okay.
bubble sextant.
Okay. They're not using the surface of the Earth as one of the lines as 90 degrees. Is what I meant.
No.
Okay.
No, no, no,
That
no, no, no,
yeah,
no, no.
that sounds better actually.
And then you run into the same issue as you do with the because that's what the theodolite uses. A bubble level. I mean, some use prisms now, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It just finds the fucking gravity vector, and and the surveying part just tells you the relationship of the topography to the gravity vector in the celestial sphere. And they take that and they map that to a reference ellipsoid. But they don't map it like a projection. They map it point-wise using curved plumb lines. So it's a mapping function. It's really kind of like a filter. That's the way I think of it. It's almost like a where they take imagine like you're ray tracing and you were projecting your ray tracing through a filter that curved the ray trace lines to have certain relationships. That's what they're doing. They're running it through this like filter before they project it onto this reference ellipsoid.
Got it.
You gotta think there's like layers. There's the sky, and then there's the reference ellipsoid, but then there's also the measurements, right? So that's like there's the sky, there's the actual measurements, there's the reference ellipsoid, and then there's the geoid, right? With the geoid is finding, hey, what's the relationship of gravity to the surface of the Earth? It can't straight just use the sky. It doesn't. I mean, I know it's hard for these guys to believe, but it doesn't match up, and that's why they're doing all this. The reason it's this
I have a
complicated
question.
is because it's hard to get a ball from flat measurements.
I have a question for the flat, uh, flat Earth believers.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So and this is just me genuinely curious. So, assuming the Earth is flat, like does everybody like in this model like live on one side of Earth, or are there
It's not a
people like
disc.
living on like?
Not a disc.
It's not a disc.
Oh, okay. So what is?
There's no outside the Earth, dude. There's no
Okay,
underneath.
okay. So
There's no
everybody.
edge. There's no outside. There's no underneath. There's none of those things.
Okay, so could you explain the model then? Because I don't
Model of what?
of like a flat Earth.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
a
know what that
plane.
means, dude.
So like
The
if it's
shape
not
is
a
the
disc.
overall shape. The overall shape is unknown. The size is unknown. But flat is not a shape. So we're not claiming a shape. We're just claiming that it's not curving, and the size is unknown. And we're not floating in space or anything crazy like that. Especially without we're not in a vacuum without a container.
Okay, so we're all, regardless of the size, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to get an understanding. We're all like on a uh plane.
It's
Yeah,
topographical
within
plane.
Yes.
It's mostly water, right? So
Right. So there is a lot of water. So we're all on a plane, and so when we look up, we're all looking at the same sky.
Depending on where you are, if you're close to somebody, you're looking at the same sky.
Well, I mean, if it's like,
Look, bro, like if you were in Walmart and you looked up, Would you be looking at the same ceiling as somebody on the other side of Walmart?
Well, it depends where I'm looking.
Well, you're not gonna. If Walmart's big enough, you're not gonna see what's over their head.
I mean, let's just say, I mean, that's a great example. Let's say if the Walmart had 500 feet ceilings that it was just empty, and if anybody looked up at any point, you would wager, unless there were like other things in the way, that you could see like the four corners. Let's assume it's a square Walmart. You would likely be able to see all
No,
regardless of where you're standing within Walmart, you'd be able to see all four corners, right?
no,
Why?
because of perspective.
I mean, again,
You ever draw
there's
before?
if
You know what
there's
the
no
horizon is and the vanishing point and all those things.
if there's no obstruction, you would be able to.
Perspective, I said. You know what perspective is?
Yeah, I understand
You know how you look
what
at a
perspective means.
down a long hallway and they converge to a point?
Right, but we're talking about like a ceiling.
Yeah, the ceiling appears to come down, the floor appears to come up, and the walls appear to close in.
I don't know if maybe you
No.
understand what I'm talking about.
Does the floor on a long hall, does the ceiling on a long hallway appear to come down towards the floor?
No, we're talking about like a big warehouse. I mean, it doesn't appear to. I mean, I've been in like giant warehouse buildings, and it
Okay,
doesn't
but
appear
yes,
that they would
even in
come
a
down like that.
warehouse, the ceiling of the warehouse will appear to come down.
I've never seen that.
It'll converge to a vanishing point. It's perspective. It's how just when you have a 3D world projected onto a 2D surface, that's how it works. That's how images are formed.
You ever
Right,
seen a
but
deck of clouds in the distance and how a deck of clouds
right,
looks
but
like
I'm talking about. I
coming
mean that.
down?
Yeah, in extreme distances, sure. But I'm talking like specifically about like the scenario in which you're like in a Costco. Like imagine you're in a Costco, right? And there's nothing inside of the building. At any point, wherever you're standing, you'd be able to see all four corners of it. At any point,
No, like he just
Maybe.
told you, because of
if there's
perspective. I mean, it depends on how big
Depends on
it
the
is.
size of the Costco, dude.
okay, let's say a reasonable Costco within the visible milestone of what humans can see.
Okay, how far do you think humans can see just because of the air, not
Well,
curvature?
let's. I mean, let's just make it. I mean, we don't have to get ridiculous with it because I don't know the scientific definition of how far humans can see. Again,
We already look. We've
let's
talked to
say
thousands of
500 feet
people.
in the
I
air.
already know where you're going with
Let's
this.
say 500. No, okay, but I mean, you asked me the question, so
Why can't I see the end of the Earth? Why can't I see the Mount
no,
Everest from
that's not what
China?
I was gonna get to. That's not what I was gonna get to, at all. So
How far do you think you should be able to see, dude?
that I would like to discuss what I was talking about, but.
Okay. Good.
I mean, if you want to, we can. I don't know. I don't
Yeah, like
know.
listen, most Costco's are they're not 100 fucking square, a million square meters.
I
You
know, but it
probably
was a
see
thought
them.
experiment. It
You
was a
probably
thought
see the
experiment.
corners of a normal Costco.
It was a thought experiment. I'm just simply asking you to rationalize and think about a Costco that is, let's say, 1,600 square feet, okay?
That's
And
tiny.
it is
Jesus Christ.
completely empty inside of it. At any point in which you stand in this Costco, if you look up, you would be able to see each of the corners, assuming there is no blockage within, like, there's nothing blinding you, like, there's no light obscuring your vision, and there is no, like, tall aisles. Let's assume that it is completely empty. You'd be able to see all four corners regardless of where you're standing in the Costco. Yes?
Okay, I already told you. It depends on how large the Costco is.
I just gave you I told you
1,600
1,500 square
feet,
feet.
dude. That's like 20 by 20 or something, dude.
So
It's
yes?
tiny.
So yes?
Yeah, in a 1,600-foot Costco. Yeah,
Okay.
that's like the
Okay.
size of your house.
Okay. So distance and scale matters.
Yes,
Okay. All right, cool. We have a baseline. I like that. So,
but you have distant, but what it matters. But as far as Costco goes, things like Costco, you have things called distance cues. You have an idea of the size of objects, and because the floor isn't some uniform thing, so you typically made it with tiles. You can see from the orientation of the tiles and how they're getting smaller, how far away things are. So there's other cues we use to judge distance. None of that works for the sky because all the stars look the same distance. So
No.
all the distance cues that you would use to look at a 4, you can't use for the sky.
You can, because why do we see different stars in different hemispheres? Why
I
does the northern hemisphere see
You
different
don't
stars
have a
than the
hemisphere.
southern hemisphere?
You don't
Okay,
have a
well,
hemisphere.
I understand. I understand that you don't believe that we do, but
I know we
literal,
don't.
you could literally go to. I mean, have you ever been to Australia and taken a picture of the night sky and then compared that
Didn't we just
to?
do this yesterday?
I've never spoken to you in my life.
Okay, I just did this with somebody else yesterday.
I mean, that's just the biggest, like, that's just like
Oh.
the biggest example of how you can nakedly see with your own eyes that I mean, if it's not a globe, like your, and I'm not going to say your model because you haven't given me a model, which is fair. There are different variations of what different flat earthers believe, and that's completely fair. But within the sphere, right, within the globe model, it is explained every single time how that could work. And
Okay.
the
You
flat Earth
just
model
yeah,
does not have an answer for it.
okay. You're full of shit. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You
You think
don't know
that?
what you're talking about. You
Okay.
don't have a sphere from which there to be
Science.
a hemisphere.
Okay.
Just don't say magic buzzwords, dude.
That's
That
okay.
shit don't work in here.
Uh,
We deal with
okay.
evidence. Okay. So really simple. Okay.
Okay.
For the
Okay.
same reason, how far is Australia away from, say, Canada?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't know that.
Like 15,000 miles or something.
Yeah, I'm assuming you would have to look that up too, right?
Okay. Well, I know UK to Australia is something like 10,000 miles. Okay. So I'm assuming Canada's 5,000 miles further because it's across the Atlantic. So
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
15,000 miles, let's say. Okay. The sky is going to appear to come down and converge into the horizon. In the ground, it is going to appear to ramp up and converge into the horizon. Now, you're not going to see all the stars. The only stars you're going to see over your head are the stars over your head. Stars that are 1,000 miles away, they're not going to look like they're over your head. Why would they look like they're over your head?
If the
They're
Earth
going to
was
appear to
somewhat flat,
converge.
you would.
You're,
If the
they're,
Earth was somewhat
that
flat,
is
you'd be able to.
nonsense. It's nonsense. So if I walk around on a flat Earth, the stars that are over my head in Australia follow me around.
They wouldn't follow you around, but they would look. You would be able to see the same stars. You would be able to see them. They might look skewed. They might look different. But what I'm saying
Why
is
would I see the same stars?
that's what I'm asking you. You
No,
wouldn't.
I'm asking you. You're making the prediction that on a flat Earth you would see the same stars. Why is that?
You'd be able to. Well, because ultimately you're looking up.
Okay. And
you're and you're presenting the idea or making the notion.
are all the stars in the sky at zenith?
Are they what? Sorry.
At zenith. Zenith is directly over your head.
Well, I believe in a globe Earth, so
Okay.
no.
Zenith exists on a globe Earth too.
Well,
Are all the
sure,
stars
but the Earth is
directly
rotating,
over
so
your head?
some stars are, but at
Okay.
different
But
times
I
during the
can
day they
walk
are.
out from underneath that star, right?
What do I mean, you can like walk away and still see the same star.
Yeah, but I can walk out from underneath it so that the star is no longer directly over my head.
Well, I think that's more so the rotation of the Earth that's doing that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like you moving would absolutely add to
Oh,
it. For
yes, the
sure.
star wouldn't be able. That's not exclusive to a fucking globe, dude.
You mean to like a
Yeah,
flat
to move
Earth?
around and to have different stars over my head because I moved around?
Right, but
That's
like,
not
I mean,
exclusive to a globe.
maybe I could like explain it a little bit more on a smaller scale. Like, if I look up at my
No, you came
ceiling
with a
and
gotcha
if
and it's
I
fucking dumb, dude.
that's not an I gotcha, bro. I literally was just asking questions. You're just being so like really like I get it. You're very
Okay, steel man what I said. Steel man my argument.
I'm not trying to steal you.
Steel
I'm
man
just
my
asking
argument.
questions. I'm just asking questions
Steel
and
man my
presenting.
argument. I want to make sure
Dude,
you're listening.
Is anybody actually enjoying
I want to
this?
make sure you're listening. Steel man my argument.
And what argument? You've made no argument.
Yes, I have.
What was
Steel
your
man my
argument?
argument.
Your argument was that we can move under stars.
That
That's
if a
literally the only thing
star
you
is
said.
over my head, that if stars are in one place over one spot, and I said this way back when we were talking about Walmart, that the lights over my head on one side of Walmart are not the same lights that are going to be over my head if I'm on the other side of Walmart.
They're not the same
And if
lights,
I
but you can
walk
still
across,
see the same
and
lights.
if I
That's what I
can
said.
walk across, depends on the size of the Walmart, because eventually, because of perspective, they are going to merge into the vanishing point, and they're going to
Okay.
be undifferentiable
Okay.
from the horizon itself.
All right. I got a great answer for you. So throughout times of the day, if you walked through that Walmart and literally took pictures in I don't know, let's say a 10 square foot square, and
So
you
you're
you
not going to
literally
address
took a
anything I
picture.
just said.
You took a
You're going to just
picture of
pretend I didn't say it.
I'm literally answering you.
You're answering how the stars don't follow me around over my head. That's what you're answering right
to
now.
be fair, you didn't answer what I said. I initially asked
You have a false
do
premise, and I'm
it's not a
demonstrating that your premise is
it's
false.
I literally asked you a question that you never answered from the beginning, and I've just been
What was this?
entertaining
What
this.
was the question?
Why do we see different stars in the northern and southern hemisphere that you
I did
can't
answer
see
that.
otherwise?
Perspective,
No,
and you don't
you didn't.
have
You didn't.
hemispheres.
You didn't answer that. You didn't answer
I
that.
said perspective. The sky comes down,
Perspective.
the ground ramps up, and they
Okay.
vanish into the horizon, which is the vanishing point. It's
Okay.
called the
And
vanishing point.
Mhm.
Take an art class, dude.
Okay, that's great. That's great. But
It's just basic
there
image
are literally
formation.
no astronomers that would agree with you.
Who cares?
Oh.
That's how
Okay.
weak your argument is. Now it's
Oh.
an appeal to what. Now it's an appeal to
An
credentials.
appeal to authority. Yes. Yeah, that's a great fallacy. I also don't go to doctors when I need a medical
Okay,
treatment. I go to
now
somebody that works at
and
Pizza
then
Hut.
that's a false equivalence.
That I don't think so.
I do.
I think it's close, but not quite. Because if you're
It's
going
a
to
false
discount every
equivalence.
single
So if you're going to just
is there
go,
any astronomer that
and
you
now
like
the all or
find
nothing
any credence
fallacy.
into?
So any more logical fallacies you want to stack on?
It's
Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
Would you like to answer my question?
Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
No, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay. Go try somewhere else with your bullshit, bro. One after the other, fucking. Dude, it's like literally
Clockwork.
a fucking parade of fucking speds.
Yeah. All right, next.
And what the most aggravating fucking thing is, like I said before, they are not trying to figure out what the truth is. They are just trying to hide it.
Yeah.
In the case of this guy, he's just trying to quote unquote win the debate.
Another sky, lights in the sky type argument.
Dude, I answered it right out the bat. I walked to the other side of Walmart. There's different lights over there. It's real simple. Walmart's real small. That ain't true. But we're comparing it to the Earth. You're asking me, why does it happen on Earth? Earth isn't the size of Walmart.
It's there, and they're always looking. Yeah, this one. You know what's crazy? I actually prefer Dylan's argument to this argument because at least Dylan is looking at the Earth, or at least kind of looking at the Earth. You know what I mean? This one, he's just looking up at the sky. So
I don't like Dylan's motives. That's my problem with him.
yeah. All right, next Clover. Let's go. You're on a kill streak, India. This is like
I know, dude. I got so many corpses right now. I'm not trying to be this way either, dude, but it's like they keep pushing my fucking buttons, dude.
They try
Like I just
everything.
want someone to come in and like have a normal conversation, have honest responses, listen to what's said, think about what's said. If you don't know something, say it. If you do know something, say that. No, that's all I want. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm just asking. I just want a normal,
Good faith
human conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, good faith conversation. That guy, you know what I like about it though is they're trying every single thing they can think of. They're literally trying everything that they can think of to destroy it. It is very entertaining. Not gonna lie.
Dude, that was fucking triple logical fallacy at the end. That gambit, dude. I'll just try fucking 3 logical fallacies, one after the other. Maybe that'll work.
Oh yeah, he said, which astronomer believes this, or how many, or I don't know. There's a bunch of things he said.
Well, I mean, any astronomer that knows about image formation would know that there's a vanishing point.
Yeah. By the way, when oh, go ahead. Sorry, whoever was talking. Go.
I was just gonna say, like, these like hardcore globe zealots, like, you know, like they literally act like we made up the concept of perspective. And though I've even heard someone say what flare perspective, like, you know, like perspective isn't a thing, it's something flat earthers make up.
Yeah, I think they're the one argument where they say like why are the stars in the southern hemisphere versus the other hemisphere? And every time they bring up the hemisphere argument, I'm always thinking, okay, are you turning around when you make this observation? Like, are you looking in the same direction the whole time? Or are you just looking up at the sky, like vertically, Or are they just looking out at an angle? That's what I want to know. Next time I'll just ask the next guy. But it doesn't even matter because the sky doesn't determine the ground, so it's just a waste of time. Alright, let's see if we have any other globe defenders. It's like Spartan in 300. The last glober alive. Oh, sent me a DM. He said, "Why did I get muted?" Okay. We're not going into it right now. Let's see, is there any Glovers in here? What about Greenweaver Alex? Is Greenweaver Alex a Glover, sir? Or is Lolo a Glover? Lolo. Moment of silence for the Glover. Hello, Nick James and Talent X. Are you guys Globerters?
I'm Glober.
You believe the Earth is a globe?
I know the Earth is a globe. Knowledge.
Okay. Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't believe it. I know that the Earth is a globe. It's knowledge.
Oh. Okay, how do you know?
Because there's facts and evidence.
Okay, name one fact.
It's measured, and there's a picture of it.
Can you post the measurements? Let's
I
see.
could.
Let's see.
You want to see the?
Let's see the measurement. Yeah, post the measurement in the chat. Let's see it.
Okay. Oh, I don't have permission, but I can send it to you.
DM it to me. Yeah.
Called the Great Trigonometrical Survey. The direct physical measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, let me see.
You're welcome to post it in the chat.
Got it. Okay.
It's very
All right,
famous.
let me read this 1 sec.
There's a lot of coping and seething that goes on behind due to the Great Trigonometrical Survey.
Let me post a picture.
So I have read the survey.
Yeah, I'm just
It's
gonna
just you
post a
guys
picture.
misunderstand what corrections are, what calculations are, what measurements are, especially clipcord. But they're not even in the voice chat. It's so weird how many people you have it.
Did they? Hang on 1 second. Oh, they use
Let's see the voice.
theodolites, right? They use a theodolite.
Yep.
Okay, wait. Let me see here.
Towers and survey towers,
Literally went over all this.
custom
Oh,
instruments.
wait. Is this the same? Okay. Sorry. Theodolite. For the theodolite, are you using? You need 90 degrees, right? Like a 90-degree angle.
Well, they got over 180 degrees. It was a 300, it's about
Sorry. My bad.
4,000 mile
My bad.
mile radius,
Yeah,
give or
let
take,
me
a little bit less.
Okay, so when they're using the theodolite, they're measuring an angle, so they need
Correct.
two straight lines. So can you describe what the two straight lines are?
Well, you can see they're triangles. It's thousands of straight lines. Do you see the picture, the blue lines on the
Blue
map?
lines.
If you look at the blue
Let me
lines on
see.
the map of
Okay,
India,
let me check. Oh yeah. Let me post that. Yeah.
right?
Okay.
They use triangulation.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me see.
Yeah, see, I have a little diagram how triangulation reveals the curve.
Straight lines. Okay.
When the angle is greater than 180, angle sum.
Is there a physical? Hold on. Let me see the Wikipedia again. I'm trying to look for like a real life physical theodolite demonstration where
Hi, YouTube.
they did it.
Does that work? That is how they did triangulation.
What do they aim the theodolite at?
A mirror. A point of reference.
So they're aiming the theodolite at a mirror?
Yeah. There's two at the other side.
Okay,
Of the point, on the other side of the line.
I don't see a mirror in here.
They're shining a mirror. That's separate. They just take a mirror. It's just like a 8x10 size mirror. They shine the sunlight at the.
Wait, in your
theodolite.
Wikipedia, I don't see any mention of a mirror. Where's the citation for the mirror? Or is that just like a default theodolite thing?
Yeah, that's the default.
So there's a mirror like inside the theodolite? Is that what you're saying?
No. The theodolite's aimed at the other side, the other point, which has a mirror.
Oh, okay. So they're aiming it somewhere in the distance, and then there's a mirror at
Right.
like
when you see the how triangulations reveal curvature. So they go from like point tower to tower. So you have to go theodolite on one side and the mirror on the other, and then you get the measurement.
Is there like a physical demonstration where they're aiming it at a is there like a one instance that shows a real life demonstration where someone has a theodolite, they're pointing it at a mirror in the distance? I just want to see a
I
demonstration.
I don't think that's how theodolites work. You know the guy how like there's like usually one guy on one end. There's always like two people, one on one side and with the theodolite. The other side's got the little stick, little mirror on it.
Okay, wait, let me see if I can find one.
And that's like really elementary use of surveys. You do not know how surveys work? There's two people involved, two teams.
Look, wait here. How to find the distance? Yeah, I don't remember any mirrors. I mean,
That's
okay,
what
here
I'm
you
telling.
see this? You see this? Here, wait, look. You see this in the chat? Is this accurate?
What?
I just posted a
Sure.
First,
That's similar. Sure, that's a similar triangulating. That's a triangulation of a height.
Here.
That's triangulating height from the horizon or something. I don't know what that is.
Wait, so are they measuring Earth curvature using a mirror? Or how
No,
does
the
it?
theodolite.
The theodolite is aimed at a mirror,
right?
And they're measuring. Okay, let me be more specific. How many inches of drop was there in one of the measurements that they took?
What? 8 inches of drop.
Over what distance?
Over thousands of miles. Or over per mile or something? I don't know. The average was 8 inches.
Like, just give me one instance of their measurement, and then tell me how much drop was there.
I mean, just the measurements themselves were just angular measurements measuring over 180 degrees.
Okay, can you give me that in inches and feet of drop over distance?
No.
No? What do you mean?
No. Why? Why do I need to do that?
That was notorious for bullshit.
Okay.
Well, again, that's a bullshit question. That's what I'm asking.
Well, I mean,
if you can't explain why you're asking a question, then
because
you
what you
obviously
said
have no
isn't
fucking
true.
idea what you're talking about.
What you said isn't true.
Bro, what in the world is this thing showing here that Joe put in the chat?
I'll leave you guys to it. Indy is too bad faith for me, so I
Yeah.
prefer
So
to
tell me,
Indy can just go and run his mouth.
you have
step
3
away.
lines of sight with 3 Yeah, you better run away.
Instantly.
He's another one, dude. He's another one.
Yeah. India, is it true? Do they use mirror? You can use a mirror, right, in a theodolite measurement? That's true, right?
They used to. So Lewis and Clark. The only time I
never heard
mirror
of it before.
Maybe a retroreflector.
Oh, you mean off the moon? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they make for the automated theodolites, the ones that do automated measurements. They use retroreflectors to do some of the measurements.
Okay, and they aim the theodolite. They physically put a mirror out in the distance somewhere on the Earth.
Well, it's like the retroreflector that's at the end of a pole. They stick it's like a tripod, right? They just stick it on the ground, and they know the height of the retroreflector. And it'll make lots of measurements, right? It'll do something like, I don't know, 100,000 measurements in, a few hours.
Cool.
They do this in like building surveying. I've watched them do it outside my house and shit. And they put up like a 20-story building, and they would come out like pretty much every day. And there was retroreflectors on the building, like on the corners of the building, because they want to know if it's sinking or you know what I mean. And they would come out, and they had a geodetic control point. They take their little automated fucking theodolite, push their buttons, set it up, and then it would just make bunch of automated measurements, and the dude would just sit there and pick his ass until it was done.
Okay, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on the Great Trigonometrical Survey? This
Oh,
is
the
link
India
that
one?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the thing's a mess. They don't even have a uniform methodology.
Damn.
Yeah, like depending on which group of surveyors, they kind of each did their own thing.
I was trying to like ask
And
for
they
a
assumed
specific.
that the Earth was a perfect sphere. So
Oh.
the datum they use is the bezel spheroid.
I was gonna ask him for like a specific instance, like just one point, like one physical demonstration of one of the measurements that was taken during this. But it's just a Wikipedia thing.
So what they don't understand is that, or haven't heard, even though I've told these guys a bunch of times, they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay, so they take measurements. So you have 2 points. Now, is your theodolite tilted away from the other theodolite? Is your theodolite at the same level as that theodolite? Because that matters, right? You have one theodolite set at freaking 1,000 feet, and the other one's at sea level. Now, your calculation of that triangle will be different than if it was at the same level. So what they do is called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take all the measurements before they're entered into anything, and they reduce them so that all the measurements are at on the same datum. So they reduce it to sea level. So now you have a bunch of triangles. Well, what happens when you do this, when you change the elevation of the triangle, the angles relative, if the Earth is a ball, right? Now you have tilted verticals. The verticals are not in the same plane. The plumb lines, they're not in the same plane, right?
Okay, Globy.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth, whoever that.
So
Are you a good person?
So when they reduce the horizontal direction, they have to rotate the azimuth. So instead of like say pointing at 85 from true north, they have to adjust. It gets adjusted by calculation to say 86. This extra bit, is the spherical excess, right? The greater than 180-degree triangle is the result of this calculation from measuring a planar triangle and projecting it onto a curved surface. Understand? You have a triangle, and if I take the triangle and put it on a ball, project that planar triangle onto a ball, now that triangle becomes distorted, right? Because it's a curved surface. And the directions, right, relative to north, south, east, west, are slightly altered from that distortion. So the reduction of the horizontal direction changes that direction. So let's say I have a planar triangle. One line is going north south. One line is going, let's say, freaking 85. And from the end of the 85 line, that's going, say, 230 or something. Now that makes a triangle, but when I project that onto a spherical surface, I can't maintain that planar relationship if it's projected on a spherical surface. So those directions, that 85 and 237 and north-south, right? They're all going to slightly have to be adjusted to have it on a spherical surface. Now, that's why I said they're not measuring greater than 180-degree triangles. It's the result of them reducing the horizontal direction and changing the azimuth. Because if you just think about it for a second, I have three, because they're not measuring the sphere. They're not on the sphere. They're off the sphere. The theodolite is above the sphere, the lens, right? I have 3 points. They're all not on the sphere. They're above the sphere. Now, if I make lines of sight that connect those into a triangle, that's a planar triangle. They don't become a spherical triangle until they get projected onto a sphere. The sphere wasn't measured. It was
Wait, did you
assumed.
just say fear spherical triangle? Is that what you said?
Yeah, a so-called spherical triangle, yes. I mean,
Okay,
it's called a Rouleau triangle, technically.
got it.
So, I mean, someone posted a diagram of it a little while ago when I was talking about it. Well, let me scroll up, see if it's still there. Yeah. Yaga Bruno posted it. This. Here, I'll post it again. This.
Oh, there you gotcha.
Yeah, so this planar triangle, this would be the point where the theodolites are, off the surface of the sphere, above it. But when you take this triangle and you push it down to the surface, those the directions of these of the sides is going to slightly change because of the curved surface. That's the azimuth direction. So that's like the compass, north, south, east, west. Those are your azimuths. So it's going to change. It's going to slightly change when they do the reduction of the horizontal direction. They take this planar triangle, project it on a spherical surface, and what they're trying to do is just change the azimuth. And they say this azimuth and so this azimuth change. So you've changed the angle between the lines by doing a calculation and changing the azimuth direction. And if you measure that angle, it'll end up being greater than 180 degrees if the triangle is big enough. But that's not what they're measuring. They're measuring the blue triangle, not the red triangle. The blue triangle is the measurement. The red triangle is the calculation based upon assuming the Earth is a globe.
Bro, it's the same thing that Dylan was doing, I think.
No, he said that they measure greater spherical excess. They don't measure it. They're just parroting stupid people like McToon when they say this. McToon is like the first person that really pushed this forward, and they've been freaking carrying that water of that dude just being wrong for quite a while.
Is it Toon still? Is he still around? Like, is he still going?
I mean, he's taken a beating a couple times. I think he's like in stealth mode right now.
He's healing.
DJ fucked him up. Have you ever heard the DJing him?
I did not see DJ.
DJ went into a server and debated McToon. It's one of the worst destructions I've ever heard. It's really good. I'll post in the chat.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I just been watching too many QE videos.
Oh
That's all
God.
I've been- yeah, I've been just watching QE.
McToon was literally like begging DJ to leave. It was on a different server. I think the server's name was QOps or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's
How
where
do
we
you
had the
manage?
Tourette's episode and called him an asshole 80 times in a row.
Yeah.
How do you manage to sit through a QE episode? It's fucking. Can't even imagine
hours of it.
Yeah. Yeah, a long time ago when he was on the other FAD server, it was actually really not the videos, but like a random Glover would join, and then it was just so funny. It was like, "Are you a fan of the spinning ball space monkey religion? Okay, what is the scientific evidence of the globe?" And then they couldn't even comprehend that that there is. It's like every question was a death sentence essentially because they didn't realize that there's no science for a shape, and then oh man. But anyways. Really quick, is there any Globers in here? Dylan was before we not by the way, before we go back to Dylan, I don't want let me just see if there's any other ones in here because I know he's here, but I want to see if there's any
Hey,
other Globers.
Indio. What's up, babe? Huh? Oh, what's up, dude? Hey, man. Long time. Yeah, man. My fucking Discord's all screwed up, man.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I heard you say that in the stream.
So, I'm getting a new computer here this weekend, so I'll be back soon.
What's going on, dude?
Sweet, bro. What's up, Timbo? Timbo Matrix and yeah. You guys all sound the same to me. Damn it.
What's going on, man?
I heard you jump in, man. You took a break, huh? That's good, man.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Yeah.
Again.
I'll be back soon. I've just been doing my own little thing, man. Doing some live streams and shit. But hey, India, that kid, man, with 182 IQ today, man, got so wrecked. That kid was pissing me off, man.
Oh my god.
I was screaming at my phone, man. I was driving, but I was like, oh my goodness.
It's kind of like that all day, man. Zodiar's been here all day watching me just like take scalps, dude. It's just like I have a pile of
Scalping.
bodies that's so high right now.
That's awesome, man. I do a lot of listening, guys. You guys been killing it. It's been fun to listen to, man. I wish I could jump on more often.
By the way, what was he saying to get you to scream at your phone? What was he saying?
Fucking, he's just would not answer the most simplest questions. And he just kept, calling us, calling us stupid, and he's smarter. And he was just getting racked. And I'm like, you fucking Mongo. Come on.
Was it another
And he's 20.
guy?
He goes, oh, you guys are old, and I'm smarter than you old guys. That was pissing me off right there, man. He doesn't understand what experience is, man. He might be 22 or 7, whatever he said he was. But
was he one of those lights in the sky people, or was he like a theodolite?
He was doing lots of lights in the sky, the moon thing. You guys were talking about the moon, but he wanted to take it up there, but India wouldn't let him, man. Tried to keep it down here on Earth. And
did he have any ground thing, like any non-lights in the sky stuff, like any ground things?
No, he just had his religion, and
okay, just lights in the sky.
He was NASA. I've been to NASA. He goes, I've been to NASA.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was like, what? Yeah, I've been there too, man. Ding dong.
I said, where's the proof of the globe? And is it in the coffee cups or the frickin' t-shirt?
Wait, he said he'd been to NASA?
Yeah, he went to NASA. Yeah, over there.
Like, what do you mean, Ben? Like, what did he say?
Like Cape,
Ben?
I don't know. He went to whatever, Cape Canaveral or whatever. I don't know. One of those.
Like an office?
Like no, where they got like the rockets, the tour.
The rockets. So he might as well just say he was an astronaut at the
right. Anyway. Poor kid. I felt bad for him, man.
It's been a parade of like rhetorical gimmicks, like one after the other after the other.
one will come in. They try to pretend that like, oh, I'm just a reasonable person asking questions. Then their mask falls off, and their rhetorical gimmicks come out, and then
Right.
and then it results to, well, you're just a flat earther anyway, so nobody takes you seriously, and then there's the coping, and it's like a stupid cycle, dude. And it's like they all think they're so original, and it's like,
Right.
man, 10 of you just did the same thing in a row, and you thought like your stuff that you came in with was clever, and you're just an NPC, man. Like
Wow.
all
Hey,
of them, man.
that old physicist was on there yesterday. Did you, I don't know if it was
I
AI
think
or
I
he
missed
was.
them.
It was AI was talking with him. Well, he was kind of cool, man. He kept saying when he was done talking, he'd say over. It was very polite. He was a nice guy, man.
Damn, Matt,
But,
I missed it, man.
yeah.
I've been looking
Hopefully he'll
for a
come.
normal person, man. Hard.
Hopefully he'll come back. But
I haven't been trying to be confrontational either. I'm really not trying
no,
to
that's
do
not
that.
your.
They just draw it out for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys put up with a lot, man. I do appreciate you guys, and I don't know if I could ever buy you guys dinner or something, but man, you guys have just been putting up with it lately, man. It's been pretty fun to listen to anyway. I'm learning, still learning, man.
Honestly, the theodolite conversation, if you're not familiar with theodolites, it's actually kind of interesting to listen to. But then, but then, like the next day, it gets old really fast because then you realize it's all nonsense. But like the first time you hear it, it's like, oh wow, this is interesting, and
Right.
then like you realize it's all nonsense.
And then the Sticks and Shadow guy was in there today, I think.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah.
that also, like, for a person
That
who's not familiar with it, that also might sound interesting. But then, like 10 seconds later, you realize it's nonsense again.
total. That was that guy. It was the cop. You were talking to the cop this morning, right?
The cop.
Yeah. Maybe not you, but India. Were you talking to the cop this morning? Maybe that's a different channel. I don't know. I was flipping around. It could have been.
What were they
Anyway.
talking about? Was it like?
Oh, he's like, he does studies on people and studies on. He's a gang enforcement officer, and they have to profile people. And he came in to profile us,
Like a
flat
detective.
earthers.
That would be nice.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. He's pretty smart. He knew a lot of stuff, but he was like, you can do this in your backyard. You get 2 sticks, or maybe,
Oh,
you
he
might
was
need a big.
defending
It was
Aristosthenes. Oh
like,
no,
I was like, oh,
no,
dude, and
no.
he's like, yeah,
The
most of you
stick in
flat
the
earthers
shadow.
are low IQ, and I was like, oh man, poor guy.
Could he actually recite Aristosthenes pretty accurately, or was he just like winging it?
No, it was just rough around the edges. He'd be like, the 2 shadows, you measure the length, and then he didn't know how to actually do it. So yeah, just part of his religion.
Did he ever? Did you guys mention that light source was like the location of the light source that determines the shadow angle is unknown? Did you ever mention that
No,
to
I
him?
don't think I don't know if they got that far. I don't know. I wasn't on the call, but I was just listening while I was packing up
Yeah,
my car for the day or whatever.
that would be kind of interesting. Like a professional, like imagine there's like a professional forensic or homicide detective, and they
Yeah.
try to look at the evidence of the globe and see if it matches the.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
That'd be
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think he would be willing to do it. I don't know. He seemed a little arrogant. I don't know. We could just knock him down a couple pegs, but maybe he'll
They
come
have a
around.
stressful job, man. I would not want to be a cop. That's so
Oh
stressful
goodness,
as hell.
it's got to be tough, man.
That's
Yeah.
not that's a real match. That's like a alpha alpha male type of job right there.
Oh yeah, man. Lots of testosterone.
Confronting criminals, like
Yep.
that's some crazy shit.
A friend of
That's
mine's an FBI agent. He's
oh
he's on
no.
a he's on a task force. He's on a task force for bad guys, gangsters mostly, and criminals. But he doesn't do like white collar criminal. It's like the guys, with guns and shit. And they
So,
took down like 38 guys in one day, like a month ago. I was like,
like
how?
arrested or
I'm
like
like, yeah, they took they got all of them, 38 of them. I go, that was a busy day, huh? He's like, yeah, fucking A, man. Because I was in the van. I was like, well, that's a good place to be. Yeah.
that's some
Anyway.
warrior shit right there, man.
Yeah. Yeah, suiting up and going getting bad guys, It's kind of like going
Okay,
to
to be
war.
fair though, I feel like doing that would probably make the average guy feel a lot more important and fulfilled than just sitting at a desk, you know?
Oh, absolutely, right?
But at the same time it's like terrifying, you know. But on the flip side, you feel like you really like are actually doing something and not just sitting behind a computer, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, you get to see, you're getting the bad guys off the street, man. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
them out there, but there's a bunch of freaking whacks out there right now, man. I've seen so many like people acting so weird lately, man. I don't know what the heck's going on. I guess
That's what the globe does to the
fucking
mind.
just whack, man. People like hitting their heads against a wall, and it's crazy, man. People driving, trying to get away from the cops. It's like, you got to be kidding me, man. Yeah.
You know, it's harder to outrun the cops if you have to accidentally trip on a spinning object that's going 1,000 miles per hour.
Right. There you go.
It's easier to catch someone on a flat Earth because there's no, you don't have to trip on Earth curvature, or you don't have to fall because it's spinning.
Man, what a world,
I
man.
think DB
Great time.
Cooper, he landed
Oh.
in China because of the Coriolis effect, the rotation of the Earth. Oh, he's falling out of the plane. The Earth spun, and he just landed in
Hey,
China, and they never found him.
wait,
Isn't that?
wait! I got a question. Your cop friend,
Mm-hmm.
you should ask your cop friend, when you do target practice for the police with your firearm, do you
Yeah.
take into account the
No.
Coriolis spin?
No. He's
Never,
not gonna.
dude.
He's not gonna take that in.
That's what you should ask him. Next time he
That
comes in
was
here as cop. Yeah.
That was
yeah.
another gambit today.
That was another gambit today, man.
The artillery gambit.
Yeah. You explained some artillery, how they would pinpoint how, raise or lower the barrel, basically, right?
Yeah.
They'd have spotters out there going, oh, no, man, you missed that to the left of,
Yeah, they have
about
forward
100
observers,
yards.
man. They don't
Forward
just
observers, right?
fire blindly into a city.
Mm-hmm.
They have people that can see where the fucking shells land.
Right.
And they go, okay, that one was too far. That one was
Right.
too short, right?
Too left,
It's
too
called
right.
bracketing. There's a name for it. It's called bracketing. So they
Right.
bracket the target, and then they walk artillery into it, either forward or back. Because there's an uncertainty to every round.
Yeah, when you said that they did this in World War II, I was like, I remember saying to myself, I'm like, dude, I didn't know that. I didn't know that's how they did it. I wasn't sure. I mean, that makes total sense. It's totally logical. How else you gonna target?
Well, let me guys ask you this question. When Tom Brady makes a throw to one of the other football players who's running to the end zone,
Right.
Does he take into account the Earth curvature before he throws the ball,
No.
or the Earth spin?
It depends
Apparently,
on whether the player's a flat earther or not.
apparently
take
Neil
into account?
deGrasse Tyson used that analogy for a field goal, extra point or field goal or kick or something. I don't know.
That's funny.
And he was like, the reason he missed that field goal is because of the earth spin. I did some quick calculations, and I was like,
No, that was the reason he
what?
got it in. It bounced off the upright and in because of the Earth's rotation under the
Oh,
ball.
it was in.
And that's
I
how they
thought
won the Super Bowl.
that's right. That the Super Bowl that he was at. He was at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. When you throw a Hail Mary in a football game, you have to take account in the Coriolis spin whenever you throw a Hail Mary.
I love it. That's hilarious. That's why my golf game's all fucked up, man. I mean, I have not.
Yeah,
Next
the
time
golf.
Next time I go
Tiger
golfing,
Woods. Yeah, Tiger
I
Woods
gotta,
takes the
I
Coriolis.
gotta, I gotta bring a compass. Make sure okay, if the Earth's spinning this way or that way, I gotta,
Yeah.
I gotta adjust. Yeah, I gotta bring a compass with me.
Yeah, he tried to
Golfing.
say that guy. He was like, it goes one way if you're in the southern hemisphere, and the other way if you're in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, he was pulling something up on Google when he was doing that too. I could tell.
Well, I mean, he ended up posting something in the chat, which is just like the typical. It isn't even like the official artillery manual, which is like FM 107 or something.
Right.
It's Field Manual 107. Now, all these artillery manuals don't all say some shit about Coriolis effect, but then when you actually look at it, they don't actually calculate it at all. It's just like, because they're
Yeah.
not writing it right. They've contracted somebody out. Hey, write a manual for firing artillery, and they're like, okay, I'm a scientist. We got to put in Coriolis effect.
Right. We'll pay you $20,000. Write the manual. Oh, okay. We'll put in Coriolis and wind and direction and humidity. Yeah, I'll bring in anything they whatever. And at the end of the day, man, you shoot the shit, it gets there. That's good, man.
Well, there's an uncertainty, just like with a bullet, right? You have a pattern, right? You have a cluster.
Right.
Even if you had the gun fixed, right? Say you had a pod, and that was in you had it you had a
cement.
Yeah, you could cement it exactly. You could cement it into place,
right?
And have identical bullets that you all made, loaded into the gun, and fire
Right.
each round. They're not going to go through the same fucking hole. Okay.
No, they're not.
There's going to be a spread. There's going to be a random spread.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a globe earther, Yakko 1X. Yakko 1X, are you there?
Yakko.
Yakko,
check.
come on.
Yakko, check 1 2. Open your mic. Open your mic.
He's in the chat. He's talking smack in the chat.
Chat skanker.
He's also new to the server, so.
All right, we'll give him some slack.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, let's continue with what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up, Indio, is that you cement the goddamn gun into, there's no way it can move. It's totally aimed. You set up your target and you fire 10 bullets in there. You're lucky to get 2 that go through the same hole. You would be lucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that cluster, right? It's gonna have a size, right? So let's say it's freaking 3 inches. Right? It's like a 3-inch radius circle.
Okay.
You can't say for certain where the bullet's gonna go. You know it's gonna go somewhere in that circle, but you don't know exactly where.
Right.
Okay, that's the precision of the instrument, or the uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean,
so So, but hold on. The corrections that they're doing are like 1/10 of the size of that circle. There's no point in doing the correction. It doesn't improve anything.
Yeah.
So
Isn't
you
that
moved
funny?
it around
That
in
is
the
funny.
circle 1/10 of the circle size.
Right. Which is negligible, huh? So it might as well be
Yeah.
zero.
Well, it doesn't improve it. It doesn't improve it. You still have the large uncertainty, right?
Yep. Yeah,
But
every
think about
bullet.
you don't know where it's going to land within a foot, and your correction will adjust it a 1/4 inch. Fucking, you don't know where it's going to land within a foot. What the hell's your 1/4 inch going to do?
Right. Nothing. Not gonna do anything.
Because that uncertainty isn't like, oh, now you know where it's going to go within 1 3/4 inches. No, it's still, you don't know within a foot. All you're doing is adjusting it within the uncertainty. That's it.
The fact that these Mongos still bring up Coriolis, man, just defies my brain. I'm like, dude, we were crushing that stuff back in 2015. I was talking to artillery guys, airline pilots. There's no Coriolis, bro. It's just not there. None of these
Yeah.
guys use it. Not one of them.
You know, it does drive me up the wall a little bit that
Yep.
we've been researching this, right? This topic for going on a
Yep.
decade now.
Yep.
And they think somehow they're going to go on Google or ChatGPT and
Right.
somehow find information that we missed after 10 years. And they're going to find it. And that somehow they're going to show us like something we didn't know, and that they're going to prove us wrong in their 15-minute search. Like, it's crazy what they think sometimes.
Yeah, man. Well, I don't know if
I
I've
searched for
heard that
15 minutes. Dude, I searched for 15 days. What are you talking about?
fucking search for 10 years, man.
I'm just talking about one particular subject. Like Coriolis, I probably looked at time in hours, at least fucking 20 hours just on that. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, absolutely, exactly. But yeah, there's no nobody accounts for that. It doesn't happen in reality, in the physical real world. No. Man. We'll keep going, guys. I appreciate you guys so much listening and learning. I'll be back. I'll participate more this summer.
Thanks, dude. I'm glad we're entertaining
And
you. It's our goal, dude. For
oh,
real.
dude, it's so good, man. Every day I wake up smiling, going, "All right, what Mongo is going to bring up? Coriolis today, or the moon, or something." I'm like, okay, yeah. Yeah, you guys went into the moon today quite a bit. You were talking
I
about
looked at the sun and proved that the earth is not flat.
Right.
Well, how'd you do that? Well, I looked at the sun again. Like, shut. Like, ugh.
You should go stare at the sun some more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go for it.
Right at noon, lie on your back, stare right at it.
Yeah, that's not gonna. Well, yeah, it's not gonna be good. What? What was your explanation about the getting a 90-degree angle to a star if you used a board and a flat Glober's head? And you put the Glober's head on the board, and you
Hit a flat back of head.
flat. Dude, I was laughing so hard, man. I'm like, oh shit, it was great. And he's 90 degrees to Polaris or Sigma Taunus, whatever. Yeah, it was hilarious, man. That was pretty good. Ah, shit, Timbo. We miss you, bro. I've been gone probably longer than you have.
I went, then I came back, and then I went again. Now I came back.
All right.
I've
Well,
been busy, so but yeah, now I've got a bit of spare time at the moment. So
yeah,
after work and stuff. So
Yeah, I mean, I got Discord on my phone. It works, but my computer, man, is so out of date that it won't update to the new Discord. And it just pissed me off, man. I can get on there and like see what's going on and who's on there, but I cannot. I have no voice, no ability to do come in the voice, the VC at all.
What do you got, like an Atari or something?
I got a 11-year-old Macintosh, and you know,
And it's
11
just
years
past
old.
an update, right? Like,
It's past the update stage, right? Exactly.
yeah. I hate
But
it when
like
that
I said,
happens.
I'm getting a new computer this weekend, and I'll get it set up. I'll start coming back in more regularly.
Fucking
I've
planned
always just
obsolescence,
used my
man.
phone. Oh, sorry.
But I just
Go ahead.
like using my phone ain't bad, but it's just not the same. I you know what I mean? And I like to
Yeah,
sit
I've
out.
never known any difference, so
No, it
don't know
works
what
the same and
PC's
everything,
like.
but I can see what's going on in the chat. I can see, I can do other things while I'm,
Oh, yeah, because all the people come up on the side of the screen, and then you can
Yeah, I
have the
can
chat
see
up
who's
at the same
there.
time. You can see who's highlighted and who's typing in the text chat, right?
Exactly. It's just
Yeah.
it's a better experience. On the phone, it's kind of fuck. I don't know who's talking, who's lit up. I don't know. I got to look at my phone, and it's sunny out. I can't really see what the hell's going on. So
It's good for work though, if because you work by yourself, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
You can whack your headphones on and fucking have Discord on in the background and work as well.
Yeah.
It's
what I'm doing
does
right
anyone
now.
sorry, really quick.
Go ahead.
Is Army, is he a Glober?
I'm a geocentrist, but I don't think the Earth is flat. No.
You don't think do you believe the Earth is a globe?
I mean, I don't accept the mainstream physics model of it, but I have like a geocentric view.
Hi, my name's Dude, and I'm a
Yeah, it's a sphere.
I'm a recovering.
Globaholic.
I'm a recovering globaholic.
I think the whole flat Earth thing is like a psyop to lead people away
Oh,
from
really? In what
geocentrism.
way? In what way is water a psyop?
Well, it gets like people who question mainstream physics to seem retarded.
Okay, so
Say the
water
Earth is
being
flat.
flat when stationary is like a psyop, right?
Well, you can see the Earth's shadow on the moon as a round ball or whatever, but
I didn't ask about that.
Whoa!
Wait, how do you know it's the shadow? How do you know it's the shadow?
Well, that's what happens in an eclipse. What do you think it is?
What? That's not verification. Just saying it's a shadow, that doesn't prove anything.
Well, what do you think it is?
I think it's
I know, but I'm interested in why. I'm interested in why water is a
Wait, hold on. I want to know
psyop.
what this shadow that crosses the moon is.
Because we were talking
I'm
about
open to
water
ideas.
first, right? And then you went to some stupid curved shadow on the moon, right?
It
You
could
didn't
be
want to answer my question.
it could be polarization of your visuals. You could be seeing
Before
a
you jump to
light.
the next thing, explain
You
that
could be
phenomenon. What is that?
you could be seeing a light that looks black to your eyes, and it could be a light, but
A
it
light
looks
that
black.
looks black to my eye.
So you're asking what else could it be,
Is
right?
that
And
really
giving you
what?
what else could it be, right? It's polarization.
Blackness is the absence of light. There's not a light that
Not
makes shit look
necessarily. To
dark.
your visuals, polarization can be seen as black, even if it's a light.
Yeah, this is why I'm not a flat earther. It's retarded.
Oh boy. Did he leave?
I think he believes in contrast.
He never heard of black light,
Dude,
which is
so
polarization, basically.
if you go to the movie and you watch the movie and they have a really dark black scene, is that black light or not?
Yeah, that's the absence of light.
Right?
No, you could
Light at the
see
same time.
you could have a dimmer light in front of a brighter light, and the dimmer light to your eyes, to your optics, is gonna look black.
Right.
It's
Contrast.
still a
He's in the
light.
chat. He's in the chat. I don't know why he left the VC.
Because he didn't want
It's
to
'cause you-
talk about water being a psyop.
It's because you guys are retarded, and that's why.
You know what's crazy is as soon as I asked him, that doesn't, just saying it's a shadow doesn't prove it's a shadow. You know the
Right.
first thing he said? You know what the first thing he said? He said, "Well,
What
what
do
do
you
you
mean?
think it is?" No,
Yeah.
his response to me,
I-
as soon as I asked him that, his response to me was, "Well, what do you think it is?" He has it. That's like he has no defense at all.
Zero.
Yeah, there's no justification for it.
Yeah.
Like
His
if he,
justification is you giving him an answer.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
like it's crazy. Like you would think he would be like, "Oh yeah, this is how we know that it is a shadow."
Right.
Like because they say it so confidently that you would think they would be like, "Oh yeah, we did this test, we
Well, that
measured this, and we know for a fact that this is where the Earth is, and that's how we get the shadow." Like
right.
they don't have that.
No, they don't have that. They just have.
Well, what else would it be?
What else would
Yeah,
it be? Oh my god.
exactly. They just have what else could it be? That's not an
We deserve
excuse.
we deserve better LARPs than this.
Yeah, we do. Bet your ass
Yeah,
we
get
do.
creative. Creative, guys. Come on.
Yeah, at least with the India guy, he said there's 1,000 measurements on the floor. I like that one better than lights in the sky. What do you guys think?
Oh yeah.
I think they had a meeting at the start of this week, and they said, "Let's just go in, everyone, and talk about lights in the sky."
Dude, don't they do that like once a month? It seems like.
Every day.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Then they're talking that next week it'll be maps again. It goes
back
around
to
the
the map.
circle.
You don't have a
Show me a
map.
map of the flat Earth.
Oh yeah, someone asked me that too, and I was like,
I
size is
got.
unknown.
So yeah, it's unknown. I get that, but I think we're getting close to a map, but it's
Do you guys? I have a
it's
question
gonna
for
be
you
a map.
guys. Honest question. When they ask us for a model or map, do you guys think we should give them the azimuthal equidistant one? Because I don't. Because there's not really a size, so that would strawman the whole thing, and there's no model anyway. So it just
You
seems.
draw man in yourself
Well,
if you gave that to him.
Yeah, I'd be strawman.
I'm gonna go with the dual pole flat Earth, and I don't know if you guys are hip on that one yet, but a friend of ours in the community, his name is E1. He's been working on this for about 7 years, and he can pretty much map anywhere on land. If he has angles to like 3 or 4 stars, he can tell exactly where he is within like 100 yards. Yeah, on the flat Earth, a dual pole flat Earth, by the way.
Well, this is the thing, right? So, like, someone says, like, what kind of map are they looking for? Like, what, a map of the whole place of existence? What are they looking for? 'Cause
Right,
there's
that's
not, they don't have,
impossible.
yeah, they don't have that on a globe. And if they show you a map of that on a globe, then how do they know that that's accurate, right? You got no way of determining anything to be accurate on a map. Yeah, you can have a local map and you can use it to get places, but
Right.
that map doesn't represent reality, right?
Yeah, but there's
It
one
just shows you
caveat, Timbo.
something.
That's on land. Go ahead and try to go sail into the Atlantic with a map and see how far you get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
tough.
you'll see a wave after like 10 miles. Take a right at that wave, and like
You know what they say to that though? I heard it whenever I bring up the fact that the size of the Earth is unknown, the first thing they say is, "Well, if I get in an airplane, I mean,
Go to Japan.
can't an airplane just map the entire world? Like, it's like, okay, can you travel everywhere on an airplane and map every ocean and every continent? Have you done that? no.
Oh, of course not. That would be ridiculous.
Because an airplane does not measure the surface of the ground. It just goes over the ground, you know? Cooked.
Oh yeah,
It's so funny
flies,
that word
dude.
airplane, by the way.
You know what? It's been interesting, man. I've been listening last few months. Not too many people bring up airline flights. I haven't heard a lot of that argument where, if you take off from, I don't know, Toronto, Canada, and you try to fly to the equator, you're going to have a problem, man. You're going to have to adjust all kinds of shit. This is New Perspectives argument. He's been
Oh,
using
with
it for
the
years.
difference in speed, right?
Difference in speed, and then if the
Yeah.
Earth is turning, and then you got all kinds of shit you're gonna have to deal with, man.
Yeah,
But they
you
don't have
take
to
off
deal.
somewhere that's going 250 miles per hour
Right.
rotation, and then you get to
Mhm.
1,000 at the center,
Right.
at the
There's
middle. Yeah.
the explanation for that. The best explanation we've ever heard was the wind. It's in the wind. you know, to this day, man, that's still one of my favorite arguments, man, to bring up to anybody who's, a lot of people have flown on planes, and of course they fly flat and,
Well, it just
stationary.
gradually fixes itself, right?
Just gradually fixes itself, but they account the wind as the magical force, because there's no actual mechanism that actually accounts for it. Zero. There's none. But they'll make up shit, and they'll make up all kinds of shit. And it's fun to listen to them try to make it up, because there is no explanation for it other than the place we're flying over is flat and stationary. Fucking ding dongs. That's the explanation for it.
Or the atmosphere is stuck to the spinning Earth. Okay, so on a globe, there's no wind.
Right. Yeah. That's a horrible position. But yeah, it's been a while, man, since I've even discussed that particular argument and brought it up to anybody, but none of you guys have either. So I'm just, calling you out. Yeah, it's a great argument, man, because the explanations you'll get are just so far fetched. You might as well be in a Hollywood movie because it's ridiculous. There's no explanation how they can fly from Toronto to Santiago and not, having to deal with curvature and the spin drift. And yeah, it's a problem. It's a big problem for them, not for us. Anyway,
For us,
just
it's
something.
easy. You just fly over a flat surface, right?
Well, that's
point in a direction. If you're off target for a little bit, you fucking correct your direction and you point to the place where you're supposed to be going.
Yeah,
Not that difficult, right?
You do. I did. I'm a sailor. I did the same thing on a sailboat, man. You just kind of correct. Like, oh shoot, I'm not going 180.
I'm off a little bit.
I gotta go. Gotta get back to 180. I'm going south, Mongos. Here we go. Hey man, you're heading into wind.
You just go in a straight. You just go in a straight line, man. You can't.
Just go in
You
a
can't go in a
straight
fucking
line.
straight line.
Yeah, I'm just following my compass, man. Hey, you're heading into winter here soon, bro. I'm sorry.
Heading.
Or no, wait, fall.
Fucking
Fall? No, wait.
Already winter.
So it's winter. Wait. It's June fucking 3rd, 4th, whatever you're at.
Yeah, just so first of June's winter, or May, April, May.
I'm just saying, guys, I get it, dude. I get it.
Do you? Wait.
June. It just turned winter.
Hold on.
I get it.
You're 21 days ahead of us here turning to
Yeah.
summer.
Yep.
21 fucking days. That's 3 weeks, bro. You guys are 3
so
weeks.
Our
How do you?
seasons change.
Yeah, but come on,
just
dude.
by the
We're
months.
fucking. Come on, man.
How do you explain that on a fucking globe? Fuck's sake. Come
All right, this
on.
guy's keen.
That's
This
why.
guy's
That's
keen
why
to
I,
jump in. Oh,
Yeah, go
go
ahead.
ahead, AJ. Sorry, mate.
I was going to say that's why I believe in the simulation. Yeah, you guys are back in time.
No. Ugh, Mongo. That's hilarious.
You're back in time and 2 weeks.
Ian, how
time.
much
Fucking hell.
time is back there?
That doesn't make sense.
What the
Hit
hell
you with a
kind of
black
question?
bear.
What are you
What?
talking about?
Is this a rap group or no?
Are you a globe earther?
Are you
Are you all right, man?
I thought this was a rap group.
I don't think he's all right.
You guys said Flat Earth.
A rap?
Yeah, this is Flat
Yeah,
Earth. Are you
it's
a
a
Flat
rap
Earther?
group.
Yeah, dude.
The
I
Flat
fuck
Earth
with
rap
Flat
group.
Earth.
Are you
Oh,
actually a
bingo.
Flat Earther, or are you just
We got
trolling?
ding dong. Ding
No,
dong.
I fuck with Flat Earth.
Ding dong.
What does that? What does that mean?
Put up my flat worth. Ass worth. To the
Oh, boy.
Tabika.
So you're just an attention
Tabika.
whore.
Make her ass worth.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
oh
an attention
boy.
whore.
Doesn't even.
Just
We
fat
we
worth.
figured it out.
Hit with
How
that
old are
brown
you,
worth.
man?
What's your
Someone
favorite
needs
thing
attention.
about Flat Earth? Tell us.
Is it the skies? Or is it the buy?
What the
Shit.
Hey, dude, you can have a
Dude.
I
serious
got a fucking
conversation, or you,
bug in my eye.
have a, hey, have a serious conversation, or fuck off. All right.
Yeah,
Right.
don't quit your day job, dude.
Dude,
Alright.
please do
Alright, bro.
not quit your fucking.
Well, you're gonna die of starvation if you do, because no one's paying you to rap.
They say one's
Nobody.
flat, one's round. I got two.
Freaking
One
ding
pound.
dong,
And in the
bro.
BC, we found a clown. Yeah, great.
Dude's trying to rap. Sounds like a bitch. I'll take his bitch
Your rap is.
and fuck her.
Rap. Oh my goodness.
Shit.
Then you'll have an
I ain't
it.
gonna hit. Ain't gonna hit. Ain't hitting
Oh boy.
him. Hitting her. Burr.
Oh man. What
Shut
the
up, bro.
fuck? Oh, help save me in the. Come on, Andy.
Kelly on the bitch was bitch. I would have
Save
never
my
thought of
ass.
that.
He went from a rapper to a domestic abuser.
Isn't it the same thing?
Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
true.
oh, hey,
Hey.
yo,
You he's inviting you to a P Diddy party.
oh, hey. You better bring
He's
some
bringing the
baby oil.
Vaseline.
Hey, get some baby oil, eh? I don't know. I don't know if I buy that
Wait.
whole story.
Wait, I got a question for him. So, Dad, Stick, whatever your name is, why do you fuck with Flat Earth?
He's muted, dude.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
he got
he's done,
muted.
man. Yeah, he got.
You want me to unmute him? We'll give it another try.
No, I do
No,
not.
no,
I
no,
do
no,
not. No.
no.
Please don't. Please, please.
Is there any other Glober in here? Besides not Dylan for a second. We already went through him like 3 hours straight. So
You guys
besides
did
Dylan, is there
3
anyone?
hours with Dylan? Ugh.
Or something like that.
Damn. That's a serious commitment, man. I commend you. Damn.
Because there's no other. I mean, there was no one else. So
I get it, man. But, but 3 hours,
another
man. That's a
globe?
long time. What was his arguments, man? Was he any good? Was he just some?
he was better. Okay. One thing I will give him credit for is that he did not look at the sky.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got to give him credit for that. He's the first person today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
he
used
looked at
the
a piece of paper and
theodolite.
stuff.
Okay. He used the
Okay.
theodolite.
All right.
And what was really funny to me is he actually said he assumed curvature, and he also said he measured it, but at the same time he said he assumed it, or
Okay.
it had to be assumed, or whatever, and that was hilarious. But
Yeah, it had to be assumed because they measure it in reality, and then the calculation they do is to turn it back into a flat topographical map from a ball.
yeah,
That's right.
I'm surprised he even said that they assumed Earth curvature. Like, if I was defending the globe, I would have never said that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a dead giveaway. I call
I'm
that.
surprised he even like said they assumed Earth curvature, and he said, "Yeah, they do assume Earth curvature."
Yeah.
You know, that's crazy.
The very first
That's
mashup,
like what? Yeah.
the very first mashup song I ever saw on YouTube was a song called "Dead Giveaway," and it was some dude that rescued some girl out of a house, and they took his interview from the news and they made a song out of it. I thought that was pretty crazy. But a dead giveaway, man, was the
All right.
name of it. It's
Let me
hilarious.
just quickly check for Glovers. Is there any Glovers in here?
So,
Is Shaggy a Glover? Or LT?
Shaggy. Is that the dog from yeah.
From Scooby Doo?
Some Scooby Doo, bro. Shaggy. Yeah.
I know, okay, he's not talking.
All right.
Alright, look, it looks like there's no other Glovers
Guys,
here.
do you know your cartoon? Shaggy is the owner of the dog. What the heck are you talking about?
Well, Shaggy owns
Shaggy
the
is the
dog.
dude.
Scooby's the dog.
Scooby's the dog.
Scooby is the dog. Shaggy is the dude. What the heck, guys? What the
Right. I fucked that up, man. I fucked it up. I'll own it. I fucked it up. Trust me. I'll own it when I fuck it up. Yeah.
As
Hey,
many cartoons as you study in here?
I might have early onset dementia, man. You guys make sure I'm on track, all right? Don't let me slip. Appreciate it.
Wait, Shaggy, are you a Gloverther? Oh,
He's not.
Nah, man.
No, you're a flat earther?
Born and bred.
Okay.
What's your favorite flat earth, man? What's the proof?
What's your favorite flag? There's only one.
There's only one.
The one beneath their feet.
Dude, I appreciate you guys letting me come in here occasionally, man. I'll keep it cool, but once I get my computer back, man, I'll be back more often. But it's been a while. But
Favorite flat earth. I like the one that doesn't have any curvature.
I love that one. I love
The
that
real
one
one.
too.
How about the real one? That one's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm pretty partial to the one underneath my feet.
Yeah, underneath your feet.
Not the one in the back, not that one, but the one, the other one.
Wow, man. What a world. What a great time to be alive. Listening to I mean, I know that Newton and Einstein would have loved fucking Discord, man. They would have loved this shit, bro. But we got it and we're using it, and that makes us we can catch up to the mainstream, science stuff so fast now, man. It's amazing.
All right, I got a question.
They couldn't do that shit, 200-300 years ago, but we have the tech to do it, and it's kick ass. Don't forget that, man. This shit is kick ass.
Okay,
especially
I got a
talking to
question.
you.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
If you had a choice between pretending to be a Glober or just talking about random topics or unmuting Dylan and debating him for another 3 hours, which one would you pick?
I think we just stick with the random topics. I don't know.
Okay.
If you want to do
I don't have
All right,
3
let's
hours
take-
in me either.
and I don't have 3 hours, man. I got maybe like 1 more hour, and I got to go to bed.
Wait. We got Spence. Spence, are you a flat earther? We got Spence in here.
Spence, what's your favorite flat Earth? Come on.
I want to hear more about this two-pole model that somebody brought up.
The dual pole model? Oh shit, man. I don't know if I can drop a link in the. I'll try to drop a link in the chat. Give me a second, man. Look it up.
Where's the second pole at?
We got a north and a south, man. It's. I don't know if you're familiar with magnetic fields.
I'm actually
And
really familiar with those.
oh, excellent, man. So you have a north and a south, right? And the flat Earth works very similar to that, exactly. But yeah, let me drop you a link. You check it out. Don't believe me, man. Whatever you do not believe me, bro. But
Well, it turns out that the magnetic North Pole and magnetic South Pole are pretty close to the actual North and South Pole, but they're not the
What do you
same.
mean actual North and South Pole?
The
yeah,
actual North and South Pole are the axis
What does
of
that mean?
rotation. Like it's where the stars are spinning overhead.
the
Hello,
stars.
hello.
Wait.
The
I thought you were talking about the
geographical,
poles on the ground.
no, wait. The geographical on the map is a position on a coordinate system where the latitudes converge, right, and the longitudes they go to that point. That's a
Right, but
geographical. That's
the whole
geographical
point,
location on the grid map, right?
the whole,
And then
yes,
the magnetic north or south are locations that move positions. They're not a point that you can just pinpoint on a specific area. They move positions, and they sometimes can be hundreds of miles. If I remember correctly, they're probably like dozens of like over 100 miles away from the position of the geographical one. And then you're talking about also
and they
celestial north,
flip.
which is the position of the stars. Celestial south, celestial north, whatever. Those are all the different positions, not the same. You
No.
cannot mix one with the other one. They're not the same.
The celestial North Pole is directly overhead of the geographic North Pole. That's the definition of it.
No, not necessarily. That's not the definition of it.
That is the definition of it. Where do you think it came from?
Celestial north is the point where the Polaris is doing a little circle around that north. Polaris is not celestial north either.
It's very close to the celestial North Pole. I mean,
Okay, but
that's we're not disagreeing.
that is the
But
label that is given to that area of the sky, but
the
that
reason
doesn't
it's
mean.
called the geographic North Pole is when the north celestial pole is directly overhead. That's why it's defined that way.
Okay, so yeah, so the geographical on the map, that is not the position of the North Pole, the magnetic one. It's not the same thing. Those are different.
We're not disagreeing about that. That's the point I raised actually a second ago.
I put the that video.
Okay, so the other guys were questioning that
in the chat. Go ahead.
Because that's the biggest issue, like for me personally, is like the celestial mechanics of things. Like that is why
the celestial mechanics are unknown. You cannot make any claims, you cannot make any assertions about the celestial mechanics. Nobody can.
we observe that there's a celestial sphere and it's
An
rotating.
observation of a phenomena is not the mechanics of the phenomena.
That's what I'm referring to. Is that the stars are spinning in the sky? The whole sky is
Yeah,
spinning.
the stars spinning, we observe from the ground the stars spinning, and the phenomena that we observe the stars doing what they do. That doesn't mean that you know the mechanisms that causes that phenomena to be observed. Just because you're looking at them.
North Pole comes from. That's where the North Pole comes from. That's where the South Pole comes from. So I'm looking for this dual.
What do you mean it comes from? Okay,
Jemsy, Jemsy, hold on. I put
you can make another joke, bro.
I put a video in the chat. You can check it out. Don't believe me. Go ahead, James.
You from the ground position, or even in an airplane on the sky, observing the celestial north and celestial south, doesn't give you the causal mechanism of that phenomena. Are you making the claim that you know the causal mechanism of that phenomena?
I'm claiming that it's the spinning of the Earth, but that's besides the point of what the North Pole is.
But that is a baseless assertion.
That's true, man.
What we observe is do you disagree that we observe a celestial sphere that's rotating in the sky?
No, the celestial
green lights in
sphere
the
is a construct by men doing a graphical representation or a misrepresentation of how the sky looks like. That's not doesn't mean that the sky is a sphere. The sky is not a sphere because we depict it as a sphere. That's not what it means.
If you observe everywhere in a three-dimensional world, if you are observing everywhere you can from a single point, you observe a sphere around you. If you look up, look down,
That
look
you
around,
you
doesn't
don't
matter.
observe a sphere. That's wrong. That's not what you
No,
observe.
we do observe a sphere. You can
No, you
take
don't.
It's
You
a
on the
half a
ground.
sphere. It's a
That's a
half
Oh
a
my
cool.
god.
sphere.
That's an interesting concept. He's talking about dimensionality, bro. He said you have like a fucking 360 ass motherfucking degree view.
The best is a half a sphere. You don't observe a sphere. That's a baseless assertion
What?
again. Okay, if you're on the ground and you look in 360 degrees around you, that's not a
Yeah, but you still
sphere.
look down to the ground, bro.
That's not a sphere. Don't you get it?
But it is. But like what you could perceive is at an angle of like.
I
But
mean, you look in
yeah, I get what
180
he's saying.
degrees around
That's hard
you,
to
but
put into
the
words. I've never
surface.
thought about it like that.
Listen. The surface that you standing across is a horizontal frame of reference, and if you draw
It doesn't matter about the point that your eyes meet
half a
something.
sphere above that is not a complete sphere.
No one's disagreeing with that. On a particular
You're
point of
saying you yourself said that you're observing a sphere. Nobody sees a sphere.
Can you hold on for a second? I can explain my point. We map the whole sky as a sphere. We map the whole
Okay.
celestial.
We depict it as a sphere.
Yeah, that's not the same as observing it.
That's not the
Yeah,
same
but
as
we
seeing
do
as a
observe
sphere.
it.
We depict it as a sphere.
You guys are just
The relative
unlearning things.
positions, the relative positions of the stars are the same. For the purposes of this conversation, what the celestial sphere is just a map of the sky. So you can see
The map, just like the map that you use across the terrain.
Because
It's
when you
not,
talk over me, you're not letting me finish, and then you're straw manning my argument. Because
well,
like no one
you're the one that said. So are you gonna concede that we do not
If you're
observe a
just gonna talk
sphere?
over me, that's one thing, but I'm
Well,
gonna
you
end up
have to
getting.
stop moving away.
I don't think
You have to concede. He said that we observe a sphere. We don't observe a sphere.
No, I'm
That's
saying
wrong.
what I guess
You
I
can
misinterpreted. I had nothing to do about the sky or anything. I was saying just like you as a human being observe things in a sphere. Like
Nobody sees a sphere of the sky, bro.
Yes, you
Nobody
do.
sees a
Okay,
sphere
so
of the sky. So
if
he
you
has to
drew a
concede. He
point,
doesn't see that.
if you drew a ray from your eyes to every perceivable possible point from your perspective, it would be a sphere.
Yes.
If you drew it on a piece of paper?
No, like
That's
if you
not-
drew a line from where you like, let's say you're looking at a wall, okay? If you drew a line from there, and then you drew a line from every possible spot you could look, it would be a sphere.
That will be
Obviously,
a dome.
your bones.
That will be
Your
a
bones are
dome.
gonna get in
That's
the
not a
way and
sphere.
stuff. But if that wasn't a
It wouldn't be a
limitation,
full sphere though.
why wouldn't it be?
Because
You can't
if
see
you're
under your feet.
looking, oh, sorry, you mean including having the ability to turn around, right?
Yeah, turn
And
your
up
like
and down.
if you weren't limited by your bones and you could move your
What
foot.
about the
You
floor?
know what I
What
mean?
about the floor below your feet?
If your like
Oh yeah,
brain was
true. What
just
about the floor
floating
below your
there,
feet?
right?
That's true.
It's
If your
still
brain was just
angular
no,
resolution.
yes, it would. I'm saying, forget about the floor, forget about the wall.
No, you
Let's say
cannot
you're just
forget
in
about the
in
floor. That's a variable. You have to take it. You
No,
can't
you're
forget
so
about it.
stupid. You're not getting it. You're not getting
You
what I'm
can't forget about
saying.
the floor.
So
You're
you're
not
floating
getting
in
it.
the air. Okay, you're in a room. There's no walls. There's nothing. You're floating in
There's
the
no
air,
walls. There's
and
no room. There's no
it's
air.
just
There's no
gas.
nothing.
Oh, if you're
Right?
floating, is that what
Okay,
you
and you're a
mean?
brain. You're a brain because that's where your consciousness is, right? And then you have eyeballs because your eyeballs are part of your brain, right? And now you start looking around. That's a sphere. Thank you.
If
and
you're
your
floating in the
brain can
sky,
rotate.
is that what?
Bro, whatever. The floor has no fucking bearing on this, bro.
The
The
floor
The
doesn't.
foot doesn't have
it
any
has no.
bearing on it.
So,
It's a basic.
bro.
It's
So
just basic.
draw a shorter ray before it gets to whatever it's
Okay,
gonna
drawings
impact.
are
It would
not
be a sphere.
reality. Drawings is not reality.
That is reality. That's not a
No, it
drawing,
isn't.
you
A
fucking
Doesn't matter
drawing
troll,
is
what
not
base
nigger.
you're looking
reality.
at.
I'm gonna fuck your butthole, dude. I swear to God.
That's gay.
Your
Yes,
butthole's
man.
getting
reality.
fucked tonight, my nigga.
So gay.
God,
The
I'm gonna
whole
come.
range. The
Okay,
whole
can we
range.
dial it back one person? Let's pick this topic and talk about something.
All right. Who believes in the sphere? Who believes the Earth is a globe?
I do.
Okay, why?
But we were talking about the celestial sphere. That's a good one. You guys don't like to talk about the sky, but it has relevance
Lights
to
in
the
the sky.
ground. It has total relevance to the ground. Like the argument that the sky doesn't affect the ground, it would
The
nullify.
celestial sphere, the movement of the
Lights in the
sky,
sky.
the movement and the locations of the stars debunk the globe. Just to let you know.
That's a funny position to take because that's not
Funny
that's not
position.
sky
Do
just
you know? Do you
rotate.
know that there's landmarks on the ground that are aligned to the luminaries, and the movement of the sky resets all the time to alignments on the ground, right? So if the Earth was moving on all of these vectors that you believed it is, and all these different speeds at the same time, there will be no alignment of the movement of the luminaries. There will be no. There will actually be parallax happening, but it is not
there
happening.
is parallax happening. That's how we can measure
Where?
the distance to certain things.
Where? Where's the
Where?
parallax?
Listen, buddy. The movement of the luminaries shows that they're moving, obviously. That's the first observation that you do. You see the luminaries moving. And you use that, right? You're saying that, you observing that, and you're saying, therefore, the ground is moving. Because you see the luminaries moving. That's a leap of logic that you're doing right then, and from the first step, you're already contradicting the observation, contradicting what everybody can see and observe, and you add in your imagination that you cannot substantiate with any testing, any demonstration. You're trying to supersede everything that is obvious and observable and add something else that is
We
not
observe
observable, testable,
we observe them. There's two
demonstratable.
explanations. They're either that either the sky is rotating around us,
Obviously,
or we are rotating, and we're just observing the sky move the way that it's moving. If you stand in a circle and if you turn in a circle in your room, you see everything moves in 360 degrees around you.
Listen,
And
your argument is that the clock that you looking at on the wall, it's moving, or you see that the clock is moving, but that means that the room is moving.
If every single thing in the sky is moving at the same rotational rate, it
No,
does.
that's incorrect. That is incorrect. Not everything is moving at the same rotational rate. No, not everything is doing that. So that's wrong right there. You're wrong again.
There's relative changes, like
The moon is moving at a different rate. The sun is moving at another rate. The stars are moving at another rate. The celestial north is in the same position always. The celestial south is on the same position always. So not moving at those rates. The six radians are moving at different rates. Okay, so everything is not moving at the same rate. So what are you talking about?
it depends on what order of magnitude that you're talking about.
Oh, so now you're saying that. So first everything was moving at the same rate, but now everything is not moving at the same rate. So which one is it?
We're rotating once per day.
No, there's no we rotating. There's no we. There's no we rotating. The celestial star, the ground is terrestrial.
I mean, if you want to know why I think that the Earth is a globe, we could talk about the observables. But
We can. Okay, now we're gonna talk about the Earth. Okay, you want to talk about the Earth? Now measure the Earth. Measure the Earth. Yeah.
Here comes the
You understand there is the celestial sphere, right?
That's not the Earth. That's not the celestial. Is not terrestrial. Terra, Earth, Terra. That's the Terra, the Earth, right? The celestial is not the Earth. So when you say celestial sphere, not the Earth, you cannot talk about the celestial to come to a conclusion about the terrestrial. Come on, dude.
That's why celestial navigation works. You can figure out where you're at on the Earth based on
Oh,
where
that debunks the globe right there. That you debunking the globe right there.
because of celestial navigation. No, that confirms the globe.
Obviously.
If you knew anything about it, you would know that it confirms that the Earth is a globe.
No, that the celestial sphere that you use on the celestial sphere to do navigation, that's not the Terra. That's not the feet below your feet. Not the same thing.
If it wasn't relevant, then you wouldn't be able to use it for navigation.
You can use it for navigation. You can use it for navigation, but doesn't transform the Earth into a sphere, dude. That those points don't add up.
It sure does, but maybe you don't get it.
You don't get
Lights
it.
in the sky do not necessitate the shape of the floor.
Especially when the lights in the sky are moving in positions and repeating. That's why the navigation works. That cannot happen on this claim that the Earth is a ball moving at multiple vertices, multiple axes and multiple speeds at the same time. If that was the case, there will be no celestial navigations because the star will be all over the place, not in the positions that you can tell your position on the ground based on the position of the stars. Because the stars are giving you a specific position that repeat and repeat and repeat again and again. That will be impossible on the impossibility of the globe.
That's not true. You're just making shit up.
That's completely true.
Celestial navigation uses spherical trigonometry, which is relatively complicated, right? You would use a simpler system. You would use a linear mathematical model.
Actually, it doesn't. It uses trigonometric functions. Nowhere does it say spherical trigonometry. It uses trigonometric functions. There's
Spherical
no sphere tied in it.
functions.
No.
Yes, there is.
Don't add sphere to it because it makes you sound clever. That's a fucking just idiocracy. It uses trigonometric functions.
Yes. Based on
Nowhere does that mean sphere. No, not based on a sphere. Based on sky.
That's not how it works, my friend.
Okay, can you just post?
So let's just get this straight. You've got your sextant. You're on a raft. You're in the middle of the ocean. What are you pointing to get your references?
Different stars.
Excellent. So up in the sky. Thank you very much. Case closed.
And you can find your accurate position based on that model. So it's relevant to the Earth.
Based on a celestial navigation in the sky. Celestials. Not terrestrial. There's a difference. One is up in the sky, referencing stars, moons, suns, and all the other bullshit that floats around. And the other one is the ground, Earth, Terra. There is no Terra in celestial. You are referencing the sky map projected onto the ground. None of that proves what shape the ground is. I'm sorry for your inconvenience.
It actually does, though. That's how we confirm.
It actually, and straight away, I've just told you none of it proves the shape of the ground, and then you turn around and say it actually does. Okay, Special Ed, tell me how pointing to the stars proves the shape of the ground.
Because there's no other explanation for the phenomenon that we see.
That's exactly.
I mean,
what else could it be?
You guys are giving me like 2 seconds in between any
What
response
else
that I
could
can
it
make.
be?
Bro,
that doesn't necessitate anything, man.
Yeah, it's not an answer.
You agree that when you're at the North Pole, you see the stars circling overhead, right?
I see stars at the North Pole.
And when have you done this to confirm this bullshit claim?
This is a basic observation that we're just trying to.
This is a basic observation. Okay, when have you basically observed this to happen? So you can when have you done it? Listen, I've got no Dylan. I've got no problem with you squawking claims, Dylan. I know you can do this, and I know this is going to hurt you. I've got no issues with you squawking stupid claims. None whatsoever. The only thing I request of you is you back them up. So, when have you stood directly under Polaris to validate the claims or verify the claims of this spinning? Not just stories. I want to know when you've done this.
I've never been to the North Pole myself personally, no.
Excellent. So it's just I believe. Please continue.
Is that something that we're disagreeing with? That when you're at the North Pole, you don't see the stars overhead?
You have faith. You just have faith. You've never done it.
I've done
Gotta
celestial
have
navigation
faith,
before.
faith.
I just didn't go to the
Gotta
North
have
Pole.
faith.
Then why do you even mention the fact that you have to be at the North Pole if you never tested it?
So check it out. If I'm
there's
standing
certain
outside, hey,
that we
hey,
can
Dylan,
agree
Dylan, cop
on
this. Dylan,
that we
I don't
should
have to
be
agree on your stupidity. If I stand outside and I face north, the stars appear to rotate from my right to my left, also known as east to west.
These are basic observations, yes. And when you approach the
That's
north,
right. So when I'm standing, and I'm in Australia, Dylan, I'm on the 32nd parallel.
you're not interested in anything that I have to say, I guess. I mean, I thought
Because
you
what
guys
you're
wanted
saying is
a
stupid.
basic conversation.
If I face Dylan, it doesn't matter where you are. If you face north, that's the way it's gonna spin. Because that's the way it does spin. From the east to the west. If you're facing north, from your right shoulder to your left shoulder. When you're looking up in the sky. Doesn't matter where I stand. My house, 32nd parallel. Your house, you're probably positive 30-something parallel. Maybe even 40. Still spins the same way, bro. You haven't proven anything. Keep trying.
We started this conversation. I got on asking about this double pole model. Can someone? I went to go look up the video, but then the conversation got a little bit more involved. Can someone give me a quick?
Dylan, just to be clear, if the next
You wouldn't understand it.
Conversation has to do with lights in the sky, it's going to be nonsense. So the question that you're about to ask me, ask everyone, does it have to do with lights in the sky again?
I was asking for an explanation of the second pole model. Like, if you have a two pole model,
you got to go back
poles in the
Sorry,
sky, or
one
is
sec.
it poles on the ground?
No, you got
somebody
to
else
go back.
somebody else brought up that
Shush.
they have a two
You've
pole
got to
model.
go back.
Somebody
Oh my
posted
God.
the video.
You've got to go back in the chat and look for Flat Earth Dude who posted the video for you. Look about 10 or 15 minutes ago.
I see that. I'll look at the video then, but I can't respond to you guys while I'm looking at the video. I'll just mute myself.
Well, it's
Not a problem.
You're not
We can
gonna,
accept
you're
that.
not going to
Just
respond
take
to
your
anyone
time,
anyway
Corey.
because it's not something that we're claiming.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth model. You wouldn't even be able to model it anyway because the size of the Earth is unknown. So it's cooked.
Do you agree that we've been, like, people circumnavigate Antarctica?
I thought you weren't able to respond and you're watching a video.
That's what I was gonna do, but then
Then he got
that's what I'll do.
sidetracked.
Somebody was still saying something.
So
to me,
your
I
attention span is all of 9.5 seconds. That's not good, bro. Seriously. I don't claim to be any kind of educational expert, but a 9.5 second
It's because his video that he was
attention
about to watch
span
has
is
to
an
do with the
epic
model.
fail.
That's why.
You don't have to be so insulting. Like, it really doesn't have to be that way.
Well, stop
If you
being so
guys are
stupid and I
really-
won't have to be. Like, seriously.
Responding in good faith. If we're really responding in good faith and having an actual.
Do you have a job? Okay, I've got to ask, do you have a job? I don't want to know what it is, just a yes or no.
Yes.
How?
You said how? That's oh my god.
How do I have a job?
I wanted to clarify something, if I could, Dylan. You were saying that you have actually done celestial navigation yourself. But then earlier, when you were describing the process, you were talking about measuring the height of a star. Am I correct in saying that? That's what you were talking about?
Yeah, I mentioned that.
So how do you measure the height of an apparent object?
You measure the angle to the horizon.
Well, you're measuring an angle. You're not actually measuring a height to a star. You can't obtain a height to a star or an apparent object. That doesn't occur in celestial navigation. There's just the angle measurement between the horizon and the star when you sight it. So I don't actually believe you've done celestial navigation claiming that you measure the height of a star.
You're just hopping on, the way that I described it, but no, it's an angle.
Yeah, that's what he said. It was an angle.
So we're not measuring the height of the star then?
No, we're measuring angles.
Then why'd you say yes earlier? You said yes. Were you measuring the height? AJ asked you, were you talking about measuring the height of the star? You said yes. Dylan, you said yes like a second ago, right?
I was speaking kind of loosely, but
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So you
Because
never measured the height of
if
the
I'm
star.
measuring the angle of a star, that's also ambiguous in other ways, But you're measuring the angle relative to the horizon.
Okay, so you never measured the height of the star, correct?
No, in that
Right. True or false?
in that system, the stars are infinitely far away. The radius of the celestial sphere is
Wait, how do
assumed
you
to be
know that?
infinite.
How do you know that it's infinite?
That's just the assumption that you make when you are using that
It's an
system.
assumption. Okay, never mind. Continue. Sorry, AJ. You can continue. It's cooked.
We don't believe that the stars are infinitely far away necessarily, but they're so far away that you can assume it to be infinite.
How do you know
and
they're super
still
far
get
away?
and still get accurate latitude and longitude with that system.
Okay, so just to be
Oh, then
clear,
when you're
you
doing
never
celestial,
measure.
go ahead.
No, you got this. Go ahead.
So
AJ, go.
then how do you find your location using celestial navigation if you've done it prior?
Well, the easiest way to get your latitude is with the North Star, because when you take a sight of the North Star, the way it works out, your latitude is the same as the angle that you perceive the North Star to be. Because it's so close to the celestial North Pole, right?
No good
Polaris.
for me.
That didn't answer
when
my
you-
question. How do you
for
find
example,
your position?
You
found your latitude. How do you find your longitude?
Yeah, to find the longitude, you have to use your time, your local time, and you base that relative to Greenwich Mean Time. So like there's basically charts and formulas that you can use to calculate what your
Why does
longitude
it
is.
sound like he's winging it? Okay, let's just
Because
Dylan.
he
Let's
is.
just do this.
This is
Dylan,
my whole point.
It's relatively complicated in some ways.
Dylan, this is what
So,
we're going to do.
have you?
I'm going to chuck you on a raft. I'm going to give you a sextant and I'm going to give you an almanac. You're on a raft. You're in the middle of the Pacific. You've got no idea where you are. It's nice, calm weather. It's nighttime. You can see the stars. How are you going to work out where you are?
So I can tell my latitude from Polaris, and I can tell my longitude from what time it is. So like, if let's say
You don't have a watch. It's nighttime. That's all you know. It's dark.
If I don't have a watch, then I can't figure out longitude.
Can't you use other stars?
You can't use the stars to figure out longitude because they're rotating. So when it's noon,
No, they're not. Stars don't
you know that
rotate.
the sun is directly overhead. Then, based on what time it is, you should know that the sun is going to be over a particular.
Don't you get elevation angles from other stars? And what you do is when you get your elevation, hey Dylan, check it out, mate. You get an elevation angle from Polaris. You basically draw a circle on a piece of paper from underneath where that is supposed to be. So you know you're somewhere on that circle. You don't know where, but you know you're on that circle. I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet. Shut up. That's what that means.
You guys never let me finish anything.
Hey Dylan, shut up. You're learning stuff. Then you find a second star. You know what it is. You take an elevation angle to that. And then you draw that circle on the map. Now you've got 2 points that intersect on 2 circles. You do a third one. And they will cross again. You are roughly in the middle of that trilateration.
See,
very
circles
simple.
of equal elevation.
That's not how it works.
If that's
You
not
can't-
how it works,
Okay,
you
so-
must, Dylan, if that is not how it works, I pray that you never get stuck at sea on a raft without a watch and a sextant.
Well, Dylan's claim is that he does celestial navigation and that he's done it. So he's just proven himself to be a dishonest person.
You cannot figure out your longitude without a watch, without a chronometer, because the stars are spinning, and if you don't know what time it is, then you don't know where your longitude is. That's a basic principle.
Well, you don't know where the GP of the star is if you don't have a watch. That's what you should have said.
Just to be clear, Dylan, I know I asked you this earlier, but true or false? You never measured the height of the star.
You measure an angle, yeah.
So
above
false.
the horizon.
I mean, true, rather. You never measured it, is the answer.
This is like.
Is it true or false?
No,
One
but
word answer. Just
it's
one word
irrelevant.
answer. True or false? Can
That's
you
not
answer
even
one
the
word?
point that I'm trying to make.
I've heard Dylan claim that you measure the height of the star like 3 times today, and now he's changed his version to just an angle. So I'm not
I've
sure
been
where he
pretty
stands,
clear
but he
that it's an
definitely
angle. I've been very
hasn't done
clear that
celestial navigation.
I've been
Okay,
very
so,
clear about that.
So you've never measured the height of the star, correct? Right?
Correct.
Yes or no? Okay, that's the end of that discussion.
We
can
went
move on.
over that a couple times already. We
can move
clarified
on.
that point. We did clarify that multiple times, but you guys like to just latch on to.
You never said. You never admitted no. You just said it's an angle. You never really admitted that you never did that. You just said it was an angle. That's it.
Yeah, I
You
think
never
he
really,
probably
like,
meant
acknowledged
altitude
it.
instead of height.
I clarified that I was speaking loosely, but like I said, if you just say angle, that's ambiguous too.
that's-
So we're just repeating ourselves now.
Okay.
The
so
methods of
how does
celestial navigation.
celestial?
The
Okay,
methods
go
of
ahead, go
celestial navigation are well established. You can easily look them up. It clearly requires a sphere. That's why we have spherical coordinate system. We have latitude and longitude. Those are specifically angles onto a spherical Earth.
No, projected from a sphere-viewed sky. Nothing to do with the ground. You have to get this sphere Earth out of your head. This is sky-driven. It's a map that's spherical or hemispherical, half sphere, onto the ground. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. It is from your perspective. So it's
If it were irrelevant, we wouldn't be able to use it for navigation on the ground.
Yes, you
So
will,
the idea
because
that
it
it's
doesn't
irrelevant,
matter.
that light in the sky don't
You've
matter.
got this broken idea that it must be a sphere ground. No. The ground could be banana shaped, it could be hot dog shaped, it could be donut shaped. You're still looking the same sky, and it's still centered about your position. So it's
use a
observer centric.
latitude and
Do you know
longitude
observer centric means? No?
I'm
It
not
is
sure how
observer
it's using
centric.
it in this sense. No.
It is based off of you. If you move, that means the coordinates and things change. That's why I gave you the almanac when I put you on your shitty little raft in the middle of Pacific. But I like how you could still see Polaris. I thought that was good. Anyways.
when you say it's observer centric, it's like saying the way you're using it in the argument is just to say it doesn't work everywhere on the Earth, but it works everywhere on the Earth.
That's right, it does work, and nothing to do with the shape of the ground. That's what we're trying to tell you. All of your observations and everything you claim are just observations of the sky.
If it had nothing to
listen,
do-
I'll tell you something now. This is what you're telling me. If I look at my light bulb in my lounge room floor has to be curved. I can stand on a chair, I can stand on a table, I can stand on one leg, I can stand to the left, I can stand to the right. None of me staring at the light bulb involves the shape of the ground. You, for some reason, cannot for the life of you comprehend this. It has nothing at all to do with the shape of the ground. Please stop staring up into the sky. This is akin to a mental disorder.
This is why this is a fundamental flaw in your thinking.
This is a flaw in your thinking. Tell me something. How is you staring at stars proving the shape of the ground?
Because you can navigate with the stars. Because you're able to position.
Okay, navigation from stars has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. You're using the stars to navigate. You've found 3 stars, and you're using the stars. That one's at the north. I know I can go north now. What has that got to do with the ground?
Your specific latitude and longitude.
No. Nothing to do with it. It's just a projection from the positioning of those stars. That is all. You can project that on a hot dog, onto a donut, and you're too stupid to comprehend that. Why can't you see it's a projection? It is a projection from the sky onto a surface. There is nothing in that rule that says the surface must be curved.
It sure does.
No, it doesn't. You tell me, based on the spherical viewed sky. That's what it's based off of. Not the ground, the sky. Where are you getting your reference points? Where are you getting your reference points from?
Your geographic latitude and longitude are on the ground.
Where are you getting your reference points from?
From the sky.
Excellent. So it's based off of the fucking sky. I'm glad you finally got it.
A celestial sphere and a geographic sphere. There's 2 spheres.
It's got nothing to do with the ground. It's to do with the sky. That's where you pick. Okay, let's try again. Where are you getting your reference points from?
If it was irrelevant to the ground, then
where are you getting your reference point? Look, I'll show you. Most people are sick of you because you're fucking stupid, kid. If you're not going to start learning, we're going to let other people talk. You're getting your reference points from the sky. You are projecting them onto the ground. You are assuming a curved surface. So how about we unassume your curved surface? Go and get us measurements of curvature. There isn't any. So the surface is not curved. That is easily established and fixed. So you claiming the sky proves a curved surface is debunked instantly without any measurements of curvature upon the ground.
You're kind of running away from the argument when you.
I'm not running away from anything. I'm presenting dead straight, clean, clear facts. If the ground is curved, we should be able to measure it. Full stop. There's nothing over the top or confusing about that. I'm sure most 6th graders could get it.
The argument that the sky has nothing to do with the ground is...
You are assuming. You've looked in the sky, you've seen stars. Oh my God, it must be a spheretard because celestial navigation works. Nothing in celestial navigation remotely suggests we're on a ball. They are mapping the sky, they are using the sky to get around. That's it. Nowhere does it reference the shape of the ground. It references the single point from where you're standing or positioning or sitting, whatever you want to call it. It references that single point. You look up into the sky, you work out where you are on the ground. From there, you choose where you want to go. That's it. If you wish to go north, you get your trusty rusty compass out and toddle along. Why can't this idiot get that? What is he missing?
I've used it before. I understand how it works. It requires a sphere. Show me some system where you can do celestial navigation and you
So
don't need a
enlighten
sphere.
us where it needs a sphere. Because for some reason, this is where you've lost us. I look at the sky, I get an angular position off a star. I'm going to throw a random number, 75 degrees. So 75 degrees to Polaris, and out of that, you've assumed you're on a sphere. Where did you get a sphere from a 75 degree angle to Polaris? That's your turn, Dylan.
If you understand it
No,
so
no,
well,
don't give me this if you understand it. I've given you an angle, 75 degrees to Polaris. Now, from that, you're going to tell me you're on a sphere. How did you construct a sphere out of a nice angle of 75 degrees to Polaris? Where did you get sphere out of that?
if that's your only observation, then that you're not going to be able to construct the sphere from that. It has to do with the totality of the observations. It has to do with the whole celestial sphere. It has to do with the mechanics
The
of
silence is deafening.
going south and getting the other angles that you would see. I mean, it's very difficult to talk to somebody that's so aggressive and insulting all the time.
Stop crying. You've got a 75 degree angle to Polaris. How do you get a sphere out of that?
Like I said, from just a single observation like that, you're not going to get.
Excellent. Okay, so you need something to add onto it. What else do you need to add onto that to prove you're on a sphere? What's step 2?
Do you agree that there's a celestial?
I'm not agreeing with anything. I want step 2. Step 2 does not involve me agreeing with things. I want your methodology.
Well,
first angle, Polaris, 75 degrees. That's step 1. Let's go to step 2.
As you go south, you're going to approach a celestial pole in the south, right?
No, we're looking at Polaris. 75 degrees up is our angle of elevation to Polaris.
Okay, and if you were to travel north, that angle is going to increase up to 90 degrees north, right? It's going to be directly overhead if you get to the North Pole. Do you disagree with that?
Well, no one's done it to confirm this is true, but just for the sake of the argument, I'll accept your premise so far.
Okay, and if you travel south along that same line of longitude,
we're not traveling south. We're stationary. We've looked up 75 degrees.
You asked me to
describe it. Listen carefully. We are stationary. We looked up. We've got an angle of elevation. Dylan, you're not helping yourself. All you're proving is you've got no fucking idea. That's what you've proven to us. Dylan, you're not creating an argument. You're supposed to be giving me your methodology. You've got a 75 degree angle to Polaris. We're trying to find out where the fuck we are. At the moment, we don't know. We've got our sextant out. We've got a 75 degree angle to Polaris. What are you doing next?
If you want to figure out your longitude, you're going to figure out, if that's what you're asking me, to figure out the position, because this is not
going to prove a sphere. Exactly. Good boy.
You must be afraid of actually having a real conversation.
You are having a real conversation, except you're a real fucking idiot and you are just trying to wing it. We can tell. Because you're stuttering. If you knew what you were doing, you would have went, okay, first off, you get your angle to Polaris. You now have, pick a number, 75 degrees. Second off, you pick another star, you get an angle off that. You draw your circle on your map, you are roughly in the middle of those two. Pick a third bastard. Draw a circle on that. Where the 3 intersect, you are roughly within that area. Based on this time of the year, because you've just looked up the almanac and it confirms that. That's what you would have done. So you know you are roughly here on the map, because here on the map gives you those angles to those particular star sets. From that, you grab your compass and you pick where you want to go. But you haven't said that yet. You just keep going, if I do celestial navigation, we have to be on a sphere. Like a broken-ass record. Nowhere in celestial navigation does it mention the fucking ground. The only thing you do have to do is you have to reference it from a horizontal baseline, which is a bit of a bastard if you're on a fucking sphere-tard.
It's not that hard, actually. It's just a tangent to the curve.
And he's
wherever
just
you're
going
at.
to fucking break down, and it's not that hard. We know it's not that hard. I just told you how to do it. There's someone who already knows how to do it, and then you just fucking, it's not that hard. Because it's not hard, especially when you've just been told what to do.
I don't know if I'm gonna want to continue conversing with you. Is there anybody else that wants to talk?
The reason you don't want to continue is because you've just been sat in your place.
I just think that you're too aggressive and too insulting, and it's like you don't
Stop
want
being a fucking sook. If you're going to put forward your proofs of curvature, put them forward. If you're going to talk shit, then welcome to hell.
The easiest
I take
way.
it you want to talk shit. So you've got no proofs of curvature. You just thought you were going to come in here and throw shit at the wall continuously until, number one, someone jacks up and kicks you out, or number two, you think you've finally claimed a win. It doesn't work like that, mate. All you need to do, and I'll tell you how to finish this game, provide measured drop over distance. Observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. You provide that, you bring it in, you put it on the table, you light up your fattest Cuban, you put your feet up, and you smile like a big fuck-off Cheshire cat. But anyways, if
I
anyone
thought that
else
was
would like to
interesting.
put forward sensible arguments and not just the repeat ad nauseum bullshit that these last lot of clowns, that kid was in here at lunchtime. Please tell me he left and came back. Anybody? Bueller?
Well,
Bueller?
I could say something about celestial navigation. I wouldn't say the same thing that he was saying.
I know. He had no idea. And we know that. Hey, Zodiac, you were in here a couple of hours ago. Let me see, 3 hours ago, nearly 4 hours ago. Was that Dylan Clown in here the whole time, or did he leave and come back?
I think he joined, and then a while ago he was with me, and then he we had to mute him a little bit, and then he came back.
Right, so he was going to come back. I was going to say, if he's been here 3 hours straight, like he was talking to, Indio was talking when I left earlier, and rounded him up nicely, and I thought, you beauty, that was my lunch break ended. And I dropped out and went back to work. And that's what I was just thinking, if this clown's been in here for 3 hours straight, how has he not been yeeted yet? Unless he's just
there was
hanging him out to
like no one
dry.
else to talk to. There's barely anyone else to talk to. That's what happened. There was like 3 Globers that went in, and then they all Indio yeeted all of them.
Fancy that.
Yeah, he went through them like it was like clockwork. Honestly, one guy came in with the India 1,000-point thing. Honestly, the theodolite one was pretty. It's actually pretty interesting because I'm not really too familiar with that. So, but yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked. Is
I
there
like
any
with the
other
one
Globers
earlier.
in here?
The one earlier that
I'm
said
here.
called me out for not knowing how, not being a surveyor. The sick and twisted part is part of my
Yeah.
trade. I bet you can't guess what I had to do.
What happened? You had
No,
to
well,
account for Earth curvature?
no. Why do you do survey using theodolite? It's funny. They just
Actually,
had
I
shitty
want to.
old ones, but
Hey,
yeah,
wait,
they still give you the basics on how to do it.
wait. I got a question, Matthew. So, Matthew,
What's up?
when they use the theodolite in geodetic surveying, do they assume Earth curvature or not?
I don't know. I would presume they do, but I don't know enough about it
Okay,
to
it's
know.
okay. It's okay.
Okay, another question for Matthew. Matthew, on Dylan's argument that you said you wouldn't argue the way he was putting it forward, what was his flaw on the argument, Matthew?
Yeah, so he was trying to talk about like the timing of the finding the latitude or the longitude and describing the process not in a very simple way. So what I would say is this: I would say that when you do celestial navigation, the basic equation is linear rather than trigonometric, and I don't think that proves anything, but it makes more sense on a sphere than on a flat Earth. That's the way I'd put it.
Linear rather than trigonometric.
Yeah, so in order to find your location, what you do is you find the zenith distance to the star. That's the difference between straight up and the angle to the straight line to the star. You multiply that by 60 nautical miles, and that tells you how far you are from the ground position of the star.
Very
And that
similar to
multiply
the
is just
3 coloured triangles with circles on the bases of them. What do we got? Above the protractor in side chart.
My argument with him was that he was claiming that he does celestial navigation, know how to do it, and I was only asking the question to show that dishonest. Yeah, I mean the way he answered, he was trying to research and read while he was going. He wasn't describing anything very well, and he definitely did claim numerous times today, because he was in here for hours, that to do celestial navigation you had to measure the height of the star. It was only the last conversation where he changed that. So I was just trying to point out his dishonesty by asking that question, not so much going right into the crux of the ins and outs of it, of celestial navigation, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, just say making sure he's honest about what's going on.
Yeah, for Globers, we assume stars are infinitely far away, so the height of the star wouldn't be. Maybe he meant the altitude above the horizon in angle or something like that, or the distance to the horizon. I wasn't here, so I don't know what he was saying.
And how do you
No, once
explain
we
how this
had the discussion, he changed that. Yeah.
how does this fit a globe better, Matthew?
When you do that equation, 60 nautical miles times the zenith distance, that's what's called a linear equation. It's just a straight line on a graph. Whereas if you were doing right triangles on a flat Earth, you'd end up with the trigonometry like right angles and trigonometric equations. So your distance from the GP is directly related to the angle of the zenith distance of that star, which is how it would work on a globe.
You say so. I still don't see how gives the globe any. But
Does it necessitate a globe, Matthew, or is it just like an inference? You're inferring it.
It's more of an inference, yeah.
Then why does Dylan think it's proof then? Like Dylan thinks no, it's 100% necessary that the floor is a sphere for this to work. I guess he's just
Yeah, but
not dishonest.
Dylan wasn't describing it the same way that Matthew Learns was. Dylan was a little bit messed up, yeah. And yes, we are doing that. We're calculating our zenith angle, etc. Yes, 60 nautical miles per degree. Yes, it's a linear distance, but I would claim that a linear distance would necessitate the flat surface that we measured the angle from to begin with. But anyway.
Yeah, the thing is that if you're doing a right triangle, like then you to get distances, it seems like you'd have to do trigonometry, but we're not doing trigonometry. I posted at 52 past the hour why I think it fits with a sphere better, because the 235 degrees are the same.
All right. Before we continue with Matthew, because he's been here a long time, before, I mean, not today, but I mean, like, he's like a veteran. Is there any other Globers that want to, like, any new people, any globe believers that want to say something about flat Earth before we continue with Matthew for the next 20 million years?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from some new people too.
All right, it's dead silence. All right, go ahead, Matthew. Here we go. 20-hour debate. What, by the way, Matthew,
I already said the
you
thing.
said there's no proof of the globe, right? You said that earlier, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
because I'm a
it's
math
Juju.
guy.
Okay, it's wait, who is that who just joined? I just heard a sound. Is that a Glober? Did anyone see who just joined?
Yes, it's a Glober.
Is that you, Gemsy?
Yes.
Glober Gemsy.
I like globes. I go to the retail store and I buy them 90% off, especially.
All right, are you ready for a 10-hour debate with Matthew?
No. Matthew's gonna be leaving here
My
soon,
mate
maybe in
just
the
went,
next 30 minutes.
my mate just went out
That's
and bought
true, I'm getting
a
tired.
fake globe that spins on its axis to show me how the Earth is not flat. And we went over plane flights and other things on his globe, and now he's a bit jammed up.
But what plane flights were you mentioning?
Plane flights help convince me that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, we got
Well,
another
it
Globe?
wasn't anything. It
Wait, who is
wasn't
that?
anything. Sorry,
Oh.
that was Andy that was speaking.
Andy
Sorry,
who?
Matthew, it wasn't anything very advanced, Jeremy, mate. He's not really up with any of this sort of stuff. So I was just asking him some silly questions about how does this plane fly around this ball that you have right here and stay level. And then he's just like pulling faces at me. But it wasn't any serious discussions.
So let's just establish how what levels your mate's at. If I was to tie two planks together, do you reckon we could tell him it's a computer?
Yeah, almost. He's just a boxer, yeah, and a boxing coach. His whole thing's boxing, and he's a boxing coach, but he's really hung up on this flat Earth stuff. And every day he rings me, he goes, "I've got you this time. I bought a globe. Look where the planes fly." I'm like, "Yeah, how do they fly on that level?" And he's like, "Fuck!" And then he goes off again.
Oh, so at least
I mean,
he's trying. No, good.
To be fair, AJ, you are really high. What's your AJ? What's your IQ, by the way? Just curious.
I have no idea, dude. No clue.
I got a feeling it's high. I got a
He
feeling
gets
it's
he
high.
gets 20 points just for being an Aussie because he sounds like that.
He has very. He sounds like a. You sound like an expert in this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've. I don't. AJ. I don't think I've ever heard you make any fallacy a single time. I don't think I've ever
Oh,
seen
well,
that.
thanks for that. But there's
Yeah.
definitely people much smarter than me in here, that's for sure. But I have been around this for a long time now, so
Yeah,
I just don't
yeah.
get a
You're
lot of chance to think
whoever's
recently.
calling you on the phone. He that guy is in luck because he got the one of the best, dude, for sure. All right, let's stop glazing each other. All right, so who's that guy who just joined? By the way, is that another Goldberg who just joined earlier? I just heard someone talking. Andy, you said.
Yeah,
Andy was the one.
Andy.
All right, Andy. Why do you believe the Earth is a sphere? Tell us.
For lots and lots and lots of reasons.
All right, give us your best one. Which one convinced you the most? Which one? Yeah.
So when I was in college, I was part of a demosat team that sent a camera up with a weather balloon, and we got the footage back, and that footage convinced me. I don't have it anymore. I wasn't the person that had it on their computer.
You know
But
how high up it was? Like what the altitude of the balloon was?
it was like 20 miles, I think. And no, you couldn't see the curvature at 20 miles. You couldn't see the curvature, especially since it was a fucking GoPro camera. But
Oh,
Oh,
really?
so you're a flat earther.
Wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait, what?
no,
So you
no,
can't see any curvature at 20
no.
miles high?
I mean, not noticeable on a GoPro camera. No.
Well, how did this
Brutal.
So
footage
GoPros
convince
So
are
you?
why
called
are you a
fisheye
global
lenses.
earther then?
So it's not the curvature that's important in the situation. It's the fact that the fucking weather balloon went out of the atmosphere, essentially, to a point at which it was dark during daytime, except for the sunlight. Like it was spinning around, and it would face the sun, but everywhere else it was fucking dark, and you can see stars during daytime.
So how does that discount flat Earth that something went high enough and
I
things got dark?
I didn't say it discounts flat Earth. I said it was one of the things that convinced me. Okay, I didn't
Yeah,
say
so,
it was.
Convinced
all
you?
right, put it worded
Actually,
another
I've got
way.
to ask. He never
but
finished that statement. Convinced you of what?
It was just a single piece of evidence with
That
the
convinced
fucking
you
mountains that on
of
top of the
what?
mountains of evidence that the
Yeah,
Earth is.
that Earth is a globe.
all you said was it convinced me. You never clarified of what. What did it convince you of? That people are nice.
So
That
the question was, what was something that helped convince me that the Earth is a globe? Okay, I wasn't.
so you launched up the balloon with a GoPro camera on it, and because you could see light dark as the thing was spinning around, this
No,
validated the shape
it
of the
was
ground.
it was the whole thing. It wasn't just the light dark. It was the whole all of the footage. Okay, it was.
Yeah,
Well,
so
what?
my question was to clarify, you were saying that this was one of the main things that made you believe the Earth was a ball, yeah?
At this point,
So,
it's not like it was not a glober at this time. I didn't need convincing at the time. I wasn't looking for evidence.
no,
Okay.
that's cool. But my question was,
it is a piece
that
of evidence.
obviously, if that's your main piece of evidence,
I didn't
that
say it
makes
was
you
mine.
believe
I
Earth is
didn't say that. I didn't say that. It is a piece of evidence that helped me, that convinces still to this day. I believe it is a good piece of evidence because of my
okay.
understanding of physics and the atmosphere.
Okay, so can you explain to us then how going really high and then it getting dark would be evidence without witnessing any curvature from that height, would be any type of evidence that you're
Honestly,
on a globe?
I honestly don't remember the foot. The thing is, with the GoPro footage, you know it's a fisheye lens. So
Bro,
even
you
if
don't
you're
even remember the footage.
no, honestly, I don't. It's been fucking 10 years, man. Right?
What the
So
fuck is?
I don't have the footage anymore, but there were parts of it that are convincing to me. It's not that I need to have fucking specific
That's what I'm
details.
asking
Andy,
for.
that's what we're trying to get
No,
out of you.
no,
You're saying there's
I'm
parts that are
arguing against the
convincing.
people that are
We
criticizing
want
my
that.
argument.
That's the information we want. Is the parts that were
Right,
convincing.
I don't have
What
it. I
was
don't
it
have
that
it
convinced
because
you?
okay, so my understanding of the atmosphere and the fact that the atmosphere is a gradient that gets thinner as you go up.
How does that prove it's
So
There's
we
no,
don't
there's
witness
no
that.
reason it would do that on a flat Earth
what?
Why?
Why not?
because you don't have any physics in the flat Earth paradigm to
We've got the
explain.
exact same physics as you.
Okay,
We
okay,
still have air that we
okay,
breathe.
okay. What flat Earther
So
believes
why?
in?
So just
What
hold on.
flat Earther?
Why would
Hey,
we
no, hold on,
not?
hold on. You hold on.
Why would
What
we
flat Earth?
not get a gradient when we've
What?
both got
Show
air?
me. Give me a flat Earther that believes in gravity.
Why do I have to believe in
Give me a
gravity?
flat Earther that
No,
believes in
Andy,
okay,
Andy,
that's
I'm
a
trying to
vague
link. Andy, slow down. I'm
okay.
trying to link this logically. Why do I need to believe in gravity in order to have a gradient in the air?
Okay, you need a cause of the gradient.
Okay,
Excellent.
so very simple. We all witness the effects of what you call gravity. Yeah, you're not accounting for the cause of gravity, just like we're not accounting for the cause of gravity. It's not something that can be proven, but the 9.8 meters per second squared definitely can be. Yeah, so we're both talking about the effect, and no flat earther denies the effect.
Yep. Wait, did you hear that, Andy?
The problem is that the flat earthers deny the physics. They actually deny the actual reality of the physics of gravity.
We drop
Why did
something,
you
it
just
goes
ignore
down.
everything that I
We
stated?
don't deny that.
Something going down is not.
I'm not saying something going down. I'm saying the gradient in the atmosphere. The gradient in the atmosphere isn't something going down. It can be a constant.
Well, you just said we needed gravity for that.
Yes, you do. You absolutely do.
So what you're claiming is that you're claiming that we disagree. We disagree with Andy. This is what you're telling us. It's a very sly straw man. You're telling us that we deny gravity, the causational effects, but you're using you're misconstruing too. On one hand, you're telling us we deny the causational mechanism, and on the other hand, you're saying gravity is just things going down. We agree with you. We've got no problem with that. Things going down, you can have your gravity. I'm good.
Gravity is not just things going down. That is not any explanation of gravity.
Excellent. What's the causational mechanism?
The first grader explanation of gravity.
Zodiac, mute yourself, bro. You're breathing heavy.
Oh, sorry.
What's the causational mechanism?
The causational mechanism of gravity is mass.
Incorrect.
Curving space-time. Mass curving space-time.
Bendy, warpy space-time. So this is just a theory.
And a theory in science means it's something that fully explains something to our highest degree of ability. So
another definition of theory is an idea of gravity, theory of evolution, an idea of. So check it out in the side chat, Andy. Check it out in the side chat. 84 different theories of gravity.
Congratulations.
Excellent. So here's a little bit of trivia for you, so you can catch up with the rest of us. Science, to date, does not know what the causational mechanism of down is.
Does it know the causational mechanism of a trillion-ton mass orbiting another fucking multi-trillion-ton mass? Does it have that?
They don't know what the causational mechanism of down is. So you claim all these other weird and wonderful things. That's just a cool story, bro. They don't know. And they will openly admit that.
Yeah, whenever they're making a calculation for gravity, it has nothing to do with the causation and only the effects that we see. That would be the constant. So if you want to call that effect gravity, I got no problem with that, yeah? Gravity or gravitas, the etymology just means weight or seriousness, yeah? But if you want to start trying to claim that they mathematically work out the causation to find out about the density gradient of the air, well, then you're just completely misunderstanding or being dishonest.
Mic check?
Funny
What's
coming
going
from
on?
a flat earther because flat earthers are pretty much the most dishonest people I've ever fucking talked to.
Oh, thank you for the straw man. How about instead of comparing us to other clowns that you may have crossed, why don't you ask the question directly?
Yeah, and I never claimed you were dishonest. I asked the question. You either don't
you
understand, which
called
is
me.
correct. I said you have an ultimatum. From what you've demonstrated, you either don't understand what you're claiming, or you do, and you're being dishonest to win the argument. I didn't say, "Oh, Andy, you're dishonest like all the other Globers." Yeah.
Good down shutting down the argument, guys. Congratulations on being
So that's you coping out. That's awesome, dude.
No, what do you want me
Really?
to respond
You
with?
can
You guys
do
just
better
don't.
than
You
that.
got no. You guys aren't.
You're
aren't
making
actually
claims of gradients.
You aren't
Listen,
addressing the
Andy,
argument.
stop
You aren't
twerking out.
addressing the
Andy, you're
argument.
having a
You aren't addressing the
meltdown.
argument.
Andy,
You
you're
aren't
having a
addressing the.
meltdown. Andy, you're having a little meltdown. Just breathe for a second, mate. I know there's a room full of flat earthers. I know it's highly offensive and it makes you feel yucky inside, but we're not going to bite you. It means I have to lick the windows of my computer screen first. Ain't happening. So, you came in claiming gradients and all this other shit, trying to use gravity as the causational mechanism. Nowhere does air having a gradient have anything to do with the shape of the ground. So if you wish to continue from there, you are more than welcome.
It'd be great if you would just address the argument instead of just
Present
attacking
one.
the word gravity. Instead of attacking the word
Present the argument.
actually, refute gravity instead of just saying there's a bunch of different theories of gravity. We don't understand what causes it, therefore it's not a thing.
Okay, in order for me to refute something, and Andy, in order for me, you're not going to try to fucking yell your way through this room. No. This is how it's going to work. In order for me to refute something, you can run away and be a big girl's blouse. I ain't going to lose any sleep. But just so everyone else knows, in order for me to refute something, I need you to define what you're talking about. So which gravity are you going to pose? In his case, he's going to claim bendy warpy space-time, and then he's going to turn around and beg Newtonian because that's what he needs. He's a very confused little individual. But anyways, you going to say something, AJ?
I can't even remember, but it doesn't matter whether he claims Einsteinian or Newtonian. At the end of the day, we're looking at the effect, not the causation. So it doesn't really matter as far as I can tell.
I should have let him have a meltdown. He was going to wind up well. I had a feeling about that one. You know how sometimes you're in the mood just to listen to someone just do a grade A breakdown, and yes, everyone grabs their popcorn and we try not to choke on it while we're laughing our asses off at some random. Like, sometimes I actually want to just sit back and listen to them, and other times it's like, bro, your mum's not going to be proud of you. We're just going to hit the red flag and just pull you up before you do make a clown show.
Oh, I get frustrated, man, especially when I'm at work and I'm trying to listen all day and I can hear all the arguments back and forth. And it's not that the flat earthers don't cover it, but then just listening to the garbage that the people are saying, these globers are saying back, I'm just
Yeah.
sitting there like getting angry and frustrated. And I want to say something. I'm like, fuck, this is
Well,
ridiculous.
I dropped in at lunchtime and we had Dylan, and to add insult to injury, there was Master Debater backing Dylan up. And it's just like, oh my God. This is like Dumb and Dumber. And that's what, probably about 10 minutes ago, Master Debater dropped in. Just instant red flag. I'm not letting you even start, boy. You're as dumb as dog
Yeah.
shit. I don't.
Well, I was listening to Dylan for about 2 or 3 hours. I said a couple of things, but then I had a big meeting I had to go to, believe it or not, with engineers. Us dumb flat
Ooh.
earthers having meetings with engineers. But anyway, so I had to get off, and I come back an hour and a half later and he's still in here going. It's like, holy hell.
Apparently, Zodiac said he dropped out. Indio red flagged a couple of them, and they went away, and he came back. So that
Okay.
means he's had at least a 40-minute break.
Yeah, well, when I
2.5
left, he was talking with Indio, and Indio was just smashing him. So
Yeah. Well, that's when I left. He was getting worked proper by Indio. And we just had a Moshmello. Welcome.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk about how much the Earth is flat. You know.
How much it's flat? It's measurably flat. That's how much flat it is.
Hell yeah, I agree.
What got you into it, mate?
Saw people in here. I just want to hang out, see what's going on. You know.
When did you first work out that the globe wasn't a globe?
I haven't yet. I just joined the chat. You know.
Oh, so you still think it's a globe? Why is that, dude? It's 2026. What are you doing to yourself?
Do you think the Saturn is a globe?
Well, it doesn't give a shit what Saturn does. We're talking about
Alright.
what's under our feet, not what's above our heads.
Well, I know, but every other celestial object seems to have a consistent pattern.
Well, that's
Oh,
still got
that's
nothing
what
to
you
do
would
with what's
believe.
under your feet.
I mean, all right. Then explain to me the mechanism by which this occurs. I'm happy to understand. You know.
By what occurs? The ground.
By which according to our understanding, gravity.
You lost me. The mechanism by what occurs.
Okay, so how does gravity create something flat rather than a circle?
What's
Can
gravity?
you demonstrate gravity pulling something into a ball, please?
All right, every other celestial object.
That's begging the question. That's a
That's not begging
fallacy.
the question.
That's a failure in
you fucking
logic.
Yes,
moron.
it is.
This is
That's
a
what we're
general
trying to
observation.
prove.
All
That's
right,
what we're trying.
That's what you're trying
That's
to
what
prove,
we're
bro.
trying to prove.
all right. So what can I use as evidence for this? Because it
I'm
seems
asking
like
you to demonstrate to
sky's the
me
limit.
gravity pulling objects into balls.
okay, the sky is the limit. He says. So why does a
No,
radar mile extend?
No, you missed what I said.
Every
The
foot.
sky.
No,
Hey,
you
Marshmallow,
said the
you
sky
missed.
is the limit, pussy. Shut the fuck
No,
up.
I'm trying to help you. You're not listening. When you said, what can you use? The sky is the limit. That means fucking go for it. Whatever you want.
Okay, so like I said,
You just
the
don't
sky
use
is the
circular
limit.
reasoning.
The sky is quite literally the limit because a radar mile extends based on every foot you
Cool.
increase it, right?
Again, can you please demonstrate gravity forming objects into a ball?
No,
Please show me.
that's not what we're talking about. He said the
Yeah,
sky
oh, yes,
is
it
the
is.
limit.
That's what you
so,
brought up.
so,
How
so
does
I,
gravity?
no.
Marshmallow,
So
you're not helping
I
yourself
brought
still. Silence. Just listen. Listen carefully. I'm trying to help you. The phrase in Australia, the sky is the limit, means you can fucking talk about whatever you want. It doesn't pin you to anything specific. Your claim was gravity making balls. AJ asked you to demonstrate gravity making balls. And you said, what can you use for this? And I said, the sky's the limit. In other words, go for it.
Yes.
But if you use a logical fallacy, I'm going to call it out.
Okay, which logical fallacy did I use?
None. Don't use
We,
logical
we,
fallacies.
we've already been through that. We just explained that.
Yeah, he
So
just said
let's
none,
go.
and you said you explained it. So, which is it?
You
Yeah, I
just
did. When
asked
you
which
turned around and
logical
said,
fallacy can you use. The answer
No,
to that
I
is
said,
none.
did I use? First of all,
Yes, you
if you,
did
if
use one.
I said which fallacy did I use, not which can I
affirming the
use,
consequence,
because I don't think that's a valid way to describe things. You know, I don't think
affirming the
utilizing fallacies is a
consequence.
good idea in general. So,
Did you hear what he said?
enlighten me.
Affirming the consequent.
Okay.
Would you like
So,
me to explain why? We're debating whether or not these objects in the sky are spheres. You tell me that gravity causes spheres, and you say that gravity cannot make a flat Earth. So now I'm asking you, without using affirming the consequence, circular reasoning, giving me the example of the Saturn that you're trying to prove was formed by gravity, please give me a demonstration of gravity forming balls.
gravity pulls things to a central location, which creates these balls, right?
That's the claim.
Can you please show me that? You've given me the claim. We all know the claim. Now I want the evidence. Please demonstrate it for me.
What shape is the sun?
So straight back into logical fallacy
No,
territory.
this isn't a fallacy. This is just an observation. What shape is the sun in every celestial object? This isn't inconsistent. This
So
is a consistent
okay,
thing
so
that
let's just
happens
follow
as a
this. Let's
result
follow this
of
along. No,
yeah.
Marshmallow, if you want questions answered, please
All
stop
right.
gibbering on like as if you're drunk. It doesn't sound good. Excellent.
Okay.
So
Okay.
let's play along. I'm going to say the sun looks like a circle.
I mean, I don't think it looks like a circle. It looks like a sphere. So,
Well, if you
if
think
you're
it looks like a
if you want
sphere,
to do
your
semantics,
subjectivity is more
let's do
than welcome
semantics.
to.
So,
No, this is not semantics. This is your subjectivity. When I look
okay.
at the sun, it's a circle.
So, do you think it's the Earth is tidally locked to the sun?
I don't know what this has to do with you proving
Okay.
spheres being generated by gravity.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it's one thing to be
Why
Australian
can't you
and
follow
another
along
to
with
be
your
dumb and
own
Australian.
argument? Why are you not following along in your own argument?
I thought
You
y'all had
generated
good
this
education
argument.
systems there, so I don't know.
Yeah, our education system might suck balls, but at least when I'm trying to tell people about something in particular, I don't just jump all over the place.
Yeah, okay.
You were trying to tell us how gravity makes balls. Please
Yes.
enlighten us.
Gravity amasses towards certain central points, right? Because there's more
Excellent.
gravity.
That's the claim. Now demonstrate this.
Okay. Do you want me to create gravity myself? How do I demonstrate this personally?
No, you don't have to create
looking at
gravity.
observational.
You don't. Red herring. Non sequitur. You don't have to create gravity. You don't have to create gravity. You have to demonstrate gravity making balls. Things pull together, making great big balls in space preferred. Please demonstrate this.
The sun.
So how have you demonstrated gravity pulling things together?
So how do you think suns become a thing? Or even any other celestial object?
Don't know. It's been around longer than me, and no one was there to witness it being formed. So I'm
so we're
pretty
doing that
curious.
argument.
I'm very curious on how you considered it to have come together via gravity. How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, I've existed for millennia personally. You know.
Here we go, another drunk idiot.
I mean, if I can't use like circumstantial evidence, then
Hey, kid.
Pretty good, actually. That's funny, you know.
Yeah. So you've probably realised already
You're
that
both
come
funny
in,
unintentionally
check
and
it out.
intentionally. So it's fine.
Yeah, that's great. I sound like a cartoon at the best of times. What you've probably realised is you've come in here with all these ideas, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden these ideas can't be put forward in a logical, coherent argument. So that's why you're being a clown, because you've realised
No,
that hey, these guys have
no,
actually
that's
broken
not the
you.
case.
Well,
And that's why
how
you
are
have
you
to
going?
mute me
So
repeatedly.
let's step
because
this
because
out.
you're
Step this
incapable
out.
of arguing your points.
Yep.
You mute.
The reason you get muted is because you're not following along. You made a claim. Gravity making spheres. And your proof of this, when asked for a demonstration, is the sun. How did that form? That's your proof of gravity making spheres. Circular reasoning. Which AJ asked you very politely not to do. So, I'm going to give you the fair and square opportunity. Please try again.
Damn, dude, you muted me again. Crazy how that works.
It's interesting when you're yapping along with shit, so please try again.
All right. So, what kind of like evidence would change your mind?
Evidence of what? Gravity making spheres, like you were
Well,
requesting.
apparently anything. Apparently anything. So I tried to use the radar mile example.
Well, that's not going to prove gravity generating spheres.
Okay, yes, but it would prove that the Earth is spherical, which is what I was going for, right?
No, you're supposed to be using gravity, so are you going to give up on that argument and try something else?
No. Because like
Marshmallow, this is what you've got to do. Number one, you're going to continue trying to prove gravity making spheres, or number two, you're going to give up and try something else. Which line are you going to follow?
The argument you want me to. Okay.
No. I've got no problem which way you want to go, and here is going to. I've got no problem which way you're going to go. I just want you to push that out there so everyone else knows, so we know we're not talking to a fucking idiot. When I'm talking about one subject matter and you're conversing about another, this doesn't sound good on air. So we just want it from you, being that you're the new person here, to tell us which way you want to go. Continue with gravity-proof spheres.
I'll make it really fair for you, dude. We started out with gravity causing spheres. I've asked you for a demonstration. You obviously can't provide that demonstration. Just be honest and concede that point.
Gravity, big fucking
it
point.
doesn't.
Well, I don't
hang
control
on,
gravity,
dude.
cunt.
Let me finish talking to you, dude. Dude, let me finish talking, yeah? Instead of just calling me fucking names, yeah? It's very easy. You either concede that you don't have that demonstration and we move on to the next question. If you concede, it doesn't mean that that's not a fact, yeah? It doesn't mean that gravity doesn't cause spheres, etc. It's not any got you. Just be honest in the discussion so that the discussion can move forward, yeah? Very simple. So you either concede and we move forward, or you don't and we stay where we are.
All right. How do I know your ass doesn't pucker if I haven't seen it?
How do you know what? Sorry.
Send me a video of your ass puckering. Otherwise, I haven't seen it, and I don't know your ass doesn't pucker.
What does my ass puckering have to do with gravity and balls and you either showing or conceding?
I mean, I haven't seen it, so it doesn't exist, clearly.
Did I make a claim about asses puckering? Are you that fucking retarded? You are spiraling that hard already on the
I'm just
first
asking
point
for a
that you brought up.
demonstration of equivalent value, you know. So demonstrate me
Definitely
your
not
ass
equivalent
puckering.
value. You've shown.
Oh, it is. It really is.
You've shown your hand here.
Okay, I'm actually showing
You
your
want-
ass.
No, you would actually. So what concerns me is you would
I'm trying
actually
to show your
like.
ass more than my hand. I can do
what
both,
actually
though.
concerns
You know.
me is what actually concerns me is I have apparently a grown man who wants to send a video of my ass puckering. What a fucking sick fuck you are.
Well, if you did, I would kiss the screen.
Yeah, because you're a fucking sick fuck and you've already spiraled and you're not even worth the fucking breath to talk to.
Well, Marshmallow, I'm suggesting you probably run along and go and tell your mates how you won in the Flat Earth channel.
Yeah,
you
run
won by
along
flaying
and
yourself.
go and kiss your mate's puckered ass instead. Can you believe this shit?
Actually, yes, I can.
Oh man.
Welcome to Thursday. Oh shit! Look, Hard Jelly's going to write something funny now. See, I told you, Jelly. If you stay in here long enough, I fucking told you. Oh man. Hey, have
I
you
hate to paint
spoken
with a
to
broad brush. I hate to
AJ? Have
paint
you
with a
spoken
broad
to
brush.
Sorry, Boogie. AJ, have you spoken to Skinny recently? I haven't heard him for a while.
Yeah, I spoke to him last week. He's not in
Oh,
a good
nice one.
way. I'm gonna go down and visit him in a few weeks' time. Not this week. 3 weeks. I'm gonna go down and visit him. So he's about
Well,
4.5 hours from me.
Yep. Nah, good. Tell him I said g'day then.
Yeah, no worries, man.
An oath.
Yeah, I was gonna say that conversation just caught me off guard there. Had to hear twice just what he asked.
That's even AJ won't say. What would you say? Oh, how broken's that, eh?
Oh, these keyboard warriors. If someone came and asked me that in person, I'd punch him in the mouth. Win, lose, or draw. That's just a fucking weirdo sicko.
That's what I was gonna say, man.
I
I
would
hate to paint
love.
it.
Sorry, Boogie, keep going, man.
I said that's what I was gonna say, man. I hate to paint with a broad brush, but there is definitely a trend, and like, why are they all degens? Like, I don't get it.
You'll probably notice, who was it? Was it 20 or DJ? I think DJ actually pointed out the more degenerate they are, the more anti-FE they are, or vice versa. We don't know which one's the cause or effect, but yeah, you've
Yeah,
probably
I
noticed that
mean,
same trend too.
you can say correlation isn't causation. There's definitely some trends.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. But along the lines of what you said, AJ, if I could pick this whole panel up now, bots included, and have us all in the pub together drinking beers, I think the conversations would go a little bit different.
Yeah.
Real life mute buttons are a lot more fun.
Oh man, I just yeah, that's just fucking weird. Sick. What a
You've got
spiral.
me
Why would you
craving
even
the pub now.
spiral to that anyway? Well, like, yeah, I don't know. Flexing.
Yeah, I got nothing. That's a pretty weird flex. Pucker up, big boy.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Got a
Have to
question
change his
about
name.
that debate. Just analyzing
Yeah.
it. So you said he used circular reasoning. Did he use a non sequitur as well?
Oh, I'm not sure, but he was trying to prove that the celestial bodies were spheres because gravity pulls things into spheres. So then I asked him to demonstrate it, and he tells me, have a look at the celestial bodies.
Yeah.
The non sequitur was when he wanted to see my bunghole.
I guess you could say it's a non sequitur, like doesn't logically follow.
No, it definitely doesn't logically follow what he was trying to prove. Maybe if we were talking about Uranus and the release of gas, that would be. Maybe that would have been closer.
Yeah, at least it would have been an attempt at humor instead of just pure degeneracy.
Yeah.
Has anyone else got any questions they'd like to ask that's not going to involve them having a nervous breakdown when they get the answer that they don't want?
Oh, I've just got DM'd by him. I think it's going around DMing people or something.
I hope he's
Oh,
not
you got a
asking us
DM
all
from
the
him?
same question.
AJ, you need to change your name. AJ, all puckered up, ready for you.
Nah, just saying that he was just making a joke and using an analogy as well.
To reference what? Gravity making spheres?
No, his reference was that he couldn't show me gravity making spheres, just like I'm not going to show him my bum puckering. So that means that my bum mustn't pucker if gravity doesn't form spheres because he can't show it because I won't show it.
Him can't showing something is different to you won't showing something.
Exactly. He's DMing me as well. Oh, man.
Well, yeah,
What do we got?
he just said it's a joke anyways, like it's not being serious or anything, but it's still a weird
You're
joke.
called on me on only responded. Okay. Well, I'm happy for him to be unmuted, but I think we need to pick up where we left off. He either concedes that he doesn't have the evidence that we requested of him and we move on, or he brings forth the evidence. But I got no problems in unmuting him.
Tighten up.
Such a nice one, Flat. Yeah, that's funny. Actually, that's worthy of better than that. Yeah. Wow.
Is anyone here?
Oh, there's lots of people here.
Oh.
Are you still here?
I'm here, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Can
sweet.
you hear you? You're
I
a
can
little
hear
bit
me.
laggy.
So the
Excellent.
Earth.
We can hear you, you can hear you, I can hear me, and everyone else can hear me, and they probably don't want to. So please ask a question. Make some noise other than me.
So the Earth is flat?
Measurably.
Okay. Well, it's not. So
Why not? You got to give us a little bit more than that.
it's not because there was a test done, where like one guy's sitting on like one side of the world and the other guy's sitting on the other, and it should have like lined up perfectly in their cameras, but it didn't.
From one side of the world to the other. Can you please cite that for us?
No, I can't. I'm not gonna look for it right now.
No, you can't cite it because no one ever tried to look through cameras at each other from opposite sides or the furthest distance across the world.
Funny, someone said something about that the other day, AJ. It was across the United States.
Yeah, not the
That's
world.
great.
And they still don't understand how the atmosphere works. They think that we would be able to see an infinite distance. I can't see an infinite distance, therefore globe. Did you rule out all of the other factors?
No, see, that's what I mean, right? You guys are like conspiracy theories.
No, we're not. We're realists. We work on
Conspicuous.
direct evidence
What's a
and measurements.
What's a conspicuous theory?
So let's break this down step at a time. You're claiming that there was two people with cameras, both pointing them at each other, a good distance apart. So what I want you to do now, Frank, is I want you to jump onto your favourite weather app for your location, or if you don't want to dox yourself, someone else's location, and have a look at the visibility for that area on your favourite weather app. And they normally give you a distance. Sometimes it might be 2 miles, might be 50 yards if it's fog, might be 20 miles, 5 miles, 40 miles. It's always a different number on how far you can see for that particular day with the given weather conditions. Now,
You're just
let's
a
assume.
conspicuous theorist.
I know, and I'm good at it. Let's assume you've got absolutely flawless weather conditions. The best you're going to get is about 300 miles on a perfect day. So, if you've claimed that your cameramen are sitting any further apart than 300 miles, it's instantly going to shoot itself down.
Even if they're sitting 300 miles apart, there should still be a droppage.
I agree with you, there should be drop, but there's not. That's the problem.
But there is.
Well, how about I put a drop chart up for you so you can see how much drop there should be, and even you might go nuh-uh to that.
How much drop should there be?
I'm about to find out. What's he say, 300 miles? At 300 miles, there should be, in miles...
You got two cameras looking at each other for 300 miles.
Well, he wanted to say one side of the Earth to the other, but the clown the other day said the United States, and perfect visibility will give you about 300. It's just under 300. It's about 270, I think. So anyways, let's just say 300. Nice round number. 300 miles will give you an 11.38 mile drop. Do you think you want to go a bit shorter just to make it more measurable? There's guys that do laser tests over like 10, 20, 30 miles. 10 miles, a 66-foot drop. What's that? Like a 6-story building or something? 7-story building? 9 foot a story? Something like that. He's having a
AJ,
look at the drop chart.
I was listening on YouTube, and I think you were getting spoken over because your mic's really low, dude.
No, I've been on my phone all day in the car. I've been using my hands-free in the car.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't work too well. Need headphones.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm in and out all the time because I'm going to different job sites and different places and different meetings, and then I deafen myself and throw my phone in my pocket when I'm doing that or getting out of the car, and then I jump back in the car and undeafen, and yeah. But I know my mic's fucking garbage in the car, yes. Thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, Matrix.
No, you're right. I was just going to see if our little friend Frank has got any more questions. Now that he understands how much drop there should be.
Does he, though?
Well, maybe his next questions might enlighten us.
I'm going to assume not.
Yeah,
Timbo.
I was gonna... What do you mean?
Why are you guys so mean, man?
Just
Years
joking
of practice.
around, man.
We're Aussies.
Get a
We take the
thicker,
piss out of anything, even each other.
get a thicker skin. Yeah. Have a laugh. Laugh at yourself. It's the best medicine. Did you understand, though? Did you understand that drop over distance?
But it's wrong.
Okay, what's wrong about it?
Well,
What's
if
the
it's
correct
wrong,
one?
that's exactly what I was just about to ask. If it's wrong, can you please provide the correct one so we can go and readjust all our shit?
Oh.
What equation do you want to use? What are you going to use?
Appears
Come on,
my
buddy.
assumption was correct.
Come on, buddy. You said it's wrong. Can you give us the correct one since you know that one is wrong?
Correctly assumed, AJ.
He's keyboarding his way into the answer.
No,
Oh,
that
me?
was someone else. That was Ghost
Are you talking
Rider
me?
smashing the keyboard. No, you just put yourself on mute. We've got Frank down the bottom there.
Yeah.
He's trying to work shit out. That's good.
I saw LGB something also keyboarding.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Frank.
Yeah, Frank was keyboarding his answer.
I was not keyboarding the answer. I'm on. I'm not in a computer.
All right, so you were given some sort of information. You said that information is wrong. Can you provide the correct one?
Or
He
you can just
left.
run away. Anyways, welcome, Jimsy.
I've been here.
Another one bites the dust.
Bump, bump, bump. Another one bites the
Dimitri
dust.
was gonna bring it up, but I jumped in front of him. The same question just made him leave. Such a simple question.
How dare you? Oh man, this is funny. And welcome to whoever just dropped in. Don't know who it was, but I heard the doorbell ring. That's what
No, that was me ringing the bell for the round over.
No, that was a different sound. When people drop in and out, the doorbell. That sound. That one.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have WGM Oddie, Shaggy.
Welcome.
I don't know if Shaggy was here
God
before.
bless, gentlemen. Hope all are well. What are y'all talking
Yeah.
about?
We're actually
bless
asking
you.
for
At the moment.
overs.
Yeah, at
Well,
the
the
moment,
Aussies are
we're
taking the
waiting.
piss out of each other, but
We're waiting for someone to come and give us some evidence that we live on a spinning water ball hurtling through space.
before AJ puckers up to something.
So if I can share, right? No, it wouldn't matter to me as far as like knowing if it's a sphere or like a plate or of any form the word flat earth as you all described to be, because this type of knowing isn't really worth knowing at all. I choose
shut
to
up.
always like know on God, but if I can share, I do own a telescope and I do like space. So what I observe is like everything is like a circle and a planet, or what
Yeah,
moves
no, your
in a
your
way.
first claim.
It's a circle,
Before you
not in a
go
way
into the
that.
circles, yeah, you say it doesn't matter, but when people are doing things practically, like airplane engineers, it matters for them to construct the aircraft correctly, right? Because they know their families are gonna go into the aircraft and travel from point A to point B to point C, right? So that matters, right?
Ensure safety in this aspect, of course.
Yeah, it does matter. So you know that to build the aircraft, they have to take the Earth into account as a flat, motionless plane.
I mean, I didn't know that, and why would this be so? Why would they have to take into this account?
Because they have to build something practically that works in reality. An aircraft that follows certain axioms to be able to operate in the physical and natural world. So they have to take reality into account. So that's how they can build it. They cannot be imagining things in their heads and just willy-nilly creating something that has no relation to reality. So they have to take reality into account.
Right. I mean, the aircraft has to take off at a certain speed and all this. I can understand what you're saying, but what are you leading in this to?
You said that it doesn't matter. That is no consequence. That it doesn't matter. But when people are doing stuff that matters, like building an aircraft that their families are gonna travel in, right? It does matter. So your first statement, it doesn't matter. It doesn't add up to the realist level when things are being done
No,
in
so
reality.
you probably misunderstood me. What does matter and is
No, he
real
didn't.
and is reality is God. As far as a flat Earth or a sphere Earth, this type of like you know, is this really worth talking about? I don't
Well,
know.
yes, it is. It's reality that God created. So, are you a Christian when you talk about God?
Instead of the flat Earth, the firmament, he did create the firmament. Yes.
Right. So real quick, let me
Okay,
reply,
so
guys. Let me reply, guys, real quick. So in reality, God, right, the Creator, gave you your senses, right? Within your senses, He gave you something called your vestibular system, which is part of your sensory system, and He gave you an innate water level, which refers you to the horizontal of the world. You are your vestibular system is a water level, basically. So even God gave you your senses to operate in reality. Does it matter that God gave you this orientation of reality so you can operate in reality? Does it matter?
I mean, I would say so.
So
To your
there you
point
go.
of, as far as like importance of the view of the world being as such, like how would you correlate the two?
well, for you and your worldview, as a Christian, you're denying your Bible that's supposed to be inspired by God. So for you, that's quite significant.
Well, in no way, shape, or form I do that. I mean, I believe he created everything: the universe, the galaxy, the stars, this world. I give him absolute credit.
Universe?
You
That.
may give him credit,
So listen,
but
this galaxy thing that you're talking about? That's a man-made doctrine. That's not God's. Man made that stuff up in
Well, yeah,
story making.
regardless of the language, everything I see, he did it.
and the
Include
description is a flat, stationary Earth that's on foundations that cannot be moved, that has the sun, moon, and stars within a firmament. Within, sorry, I got a phone call, dude. Hang on.
he's saying that God created the outer space, galaxy, all that stuff. The outer space stuff. That's a man-made story. It has never
Yeah,
been
as
discovered. It was
far as
created. Like fiction. Like Star Wars, Star Trek, that kind of stuff.
right,
Man-made
but I'm giving the
fantasy.
authority to God, as I believe he was
Yeah,
the
but
one
man
that
didn't
did it.
create the universe. God did, right? So man created
Right.
stories. Man creating stories doesn't mean that they created that God created man's stories.
Right,
as
but
true.
you know, if you were to tell me that everything in the position and the way it works is flawless, again, that's what God does. So that's what I believe in.
So you don't
So
believe in the Bible then? What you're doing is picking and choosing what you want to believe in to suit your twisted narrative. Because if you truly were Christian, you would take the Bible for every bit that it is. You wouldn't just go, oh, look, Genesis doesn't suit me because I trust the scientists. That's what you're doing, bro. One component is I trust scientists. The next component is I believe in God because I'm a God fearing Christian. So what are you? A heliocentrist? A devil worshipper? Or a Christian?
Brother, I believe in God. His name is Jesus, and there's one God. But I was asked, like, what is the view behind, your points on this community?
The ground is measured flat. That's our view behind it.
Yeah, and God created it. There you go.
Agreed, brother. God did create it.
Yeah. Do you agree that the Earth measures flat?
Again, I don't know too much or information of that type of discussion.
Do you know what we mean when we like? If I said to you, the Earth measures flat, would you ask, what do you mean, or how does it measure flat, or
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know, like, what do you mean by that?
yeah? So if you shoot a laser across a body of water, then over that distance there should be a drop from your point of view to the other point that you're looking for. So that, for example, 10 miles would be 66 feet drop. So if you shoot a laser, a leveled out laser over a lake 10 miles, the laser on the other side of the lake should be 66 feet in the air. This doesn't happen. Therefore, the Earth measures to be flat.
I mean, again, it's interesting, like, concept, and I see a lot of
It's not a concept,
people
it's a
are
measurement,
intrigued.
not a concept.
So, what would be on, like, the edges, or like in the rim? You would say,
No, it
like, what
doesn't
is that?
doesn't necessitate an edge. I'm just talking about how the surface measures.
But I'm just like, what would be there, or in a core? Like, what? How would you view that?
the core is only a man-made doctrine used later in books, coloring, fiction. It's a fictional setting that God didn't create. Man made it. You were programmed to believe that. You don't find that in God's creation. You don't find that in physical and natural world. It's nowhere to be found.
Well, when
God
I
gave you
observe a
God gave you
planet,
your senses so you can come to the conclusion that fantasy is fantasy and reality is reality.
but when I see with my own eyes, like another world as Mars, it's circular looking, and it does have different rotation, where it's not
That's a
like.
false logic. You think that the celestial you jump in your conclusion that the observation that you do observe of the celestial has to do with the terrestrial. Those are two different categories. God
No, you're
created
right about that.
the heavens above, and the waters below, and the earth came out of the waters, right? The celestial is the celestial realm, and the terra is terra. It's two different things. You're thinking that because stuff in the sky, therefore Earth has to be like those things in the sky. But that's not the way it works.
Right, that's why I'm asking. How would you envision, like, the outer, like, in this case, the rim or the edge, outer edge of the world, and then what is in the center? That's what I asked.
Well, that might be an unknown because I never been there. To envision it, I will either need to be there and experience it, or maybe get to God's revelation, and maybe God will tell me His whole creation, give me a vision of it, but I haven't gotten that vision. Have you?
No, I mean again,
You're
I
asking.
told
Listen,
you
listen,
I don't
listen,
know if
listen. You're
it's
asking
a
from a.
circle
You're
or a
asking for an
disc.
outside perspective. You're asking like God's eye view. How does it look? How does the earth look from God's eye? That's what you're asking for. Do you think any man has that? God's eye view?
No, in fact, God says what He creates under the sun, no man shall find. Even if
There
you're the
you go.
wisest and claim to know, you won't find it.
But exactly, but he also gave you your eyes that will let you experience the physical and natural, to observe the physical and natural world, and we have our senses that let us experience it as well. And within that, we experience the globe that they taught us in the school is an impossibility. It's impossible to be so. It doesn't work. What
Right,
we
but
observe is the
what I
opposite.
share with you is like what I have observed with my eyes because I do like space. It's cool, but the other bodies of like planets, they are like in that way shaped. Now I
Yo,
can't see
those
this
things
one. You're
are
right
not
about
the
that.
earth. The earth is not those things. The
Right.
earth will
So
be like
I
the
could
floor of the
only
universe. So listen, the earth will be most like the floor of the universe. The floor of this, the place that we are in. So it's not like the earth is a part of the sky. The luminary is moving cycles, almost like a clock, right? We even if you look at the sun, it's very peculiar that I have a gift. The sun moves like clockwork. The luminaries move like hands of the clock. And well, it was designed to do so, to be that way, by the creator. Even man makes watches and clocks based on that design.
right, but I did see a video. If you look at a sun from like equator, it would rise and set from east to west. But if you were to go to the top of this world or to the bottom of it, it will have a different path, which is again observable. So like this can be
Determine the shape of
explained.
the ground. See, if you go to if we go to buy shoes or buy a table for our house, we don't ask the guy to look at the lights in the ceiling to determine the size of our feet, or we don't tell the guys to measure the lights in the ceiling to determine your height. We measure you directly to determine your height, right? You're thinking that you're gonna be able to determine what the Earth is by looking at the luminaries. That's flawed logic.
Yeah, well, I do know what's above is like works perfectly and flawlessly. And
Yeah, what
again,
works
that
above,
is
yeah, it
the
works
creator that
flawlessly.
did that.
It does. I agree with you. It works flawlessly. Yeah, it works for intended purpose, but that's not what's below. It works. It moves. It gives us the signs. We observe it. It moves in the cycles that it moves. Tells the timing that it gives. But that's not the Earth. The Earth works the way it works, and the Earth doesn't work like the luminaries, and the luminaries don't work like the Earth. They're different. That's why they're different realms.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree with you that this again, this planet that God creates is special and then
It's not a
unique.
planet. Listen, bro, the Earth is not a planet. Planet means wandering star. Star. The Earth is not a star that is not wandering. So you're making another category error. You're missing the point.
But
The
what I meant
Earth
by
is
that
the
is the
Earth, and it's
firmament,
not
right?
a
What
planet.
God creates.
Yeah, the way God created the Earth is, we travel across it, build upon it. We can do gardening in it. We do all of these things. We live in it. You don't do any of those things in the stars. The stars are not. The stars are moving. The Earth is not moving. Right? You can have lunch on the Earth. You cannot have lunch on the stars. You can grow a garden on the Earth. You can breathe air on the earth. You cannot do that on the stars.
Right. I
You can
agree.
experience. Listen, you can experience the earth. You can test the earth. You can measure the earth. You cannot do that with the stars. Different things, bro. Not the same.
So again, what would be the point to express out loud that this view is correct and the meaning behind it? Like, what's the point?
You can test the earth. You can check for what it is, acknowledge it, right? You can acknowledge the earth for what it is and not misrepresent it like the globe does, right? The globe gives you a curving earth. You measure the earth, it's not curving. So whatever they're giving you as the men's doctrine, as the earth is a ball in a vacuum of space, which is an impossibility, it doesn't work in reality. So this misrepresentation, you've been given that as true, and now God gave you your mind, your senses, and you be able to check these things. So you check the things, and you come to find out that the deception is not true. The earth is what it is, and it's not that thing in a TV.
And it is important to know that why though.
Because when we're gonna build a house, right? When we're gonna establish a level, right? You gotta take reality. You wanna build a home, right? You wanna have fruit, have the harvest, right? You wanna follow the cycles of the earth and how it operates, how it works, right? So you take all of these things into reality. The engineers wanna build airplanes, right? So they have to, like I told you before, they have to build the airplane according to reality, how it works, the physics of this place. Like I said, you wanna build a home, you have to establish a water level. So when you stand up from your bed, right? You stand up and your vestibular system, you're horizontal, flat level to the home, and it's not tilted, right? That's important. Would you like to be for your house to be tilted every time you wake up? You wouldn't like that, right? And your table to be tilted when you put in the food on the table. It wouldn't be good. You want it level, horizontal, flat. That's important when you're gonna build a home. That matters. It matters because your house is like that, right? If it didn't matter, it wouldn't be. When you're gonna get in an airplane, you want it to, take you there safely, you and your family. It does matter. You wanna have fruits or harvest, right? God's give you a specific time of the year based on the movement of the luminaries, and you follow the clock of the sky, the timing, the correct timing, to be able to do all that, to be able to have food for the next 6 months that is gonna be winter. That matters, right? You don't want to starve and your family to starve. You have to take reality into account.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I enjoy coming here and speaking to you guys that are a part of that community. I think the best and most important thing is to recognize and know who did it all, and that is God, and give praise and recognition to him, right? As he is truth and all true. Therefore, if what you all share is truth, it would be so. So that's great.
And when you acknowledge this reality that the Creator put in place, you can find out that He gave us a place of abundance. But the
Here's
globe,
what
listen, the globe gives you a fear scarcity system. That's the issue that we're
So
having.
here's what I would acknowledge, right? As I do own a decent telescope, is like an image that you would see from a news channel or even the corporation, right? That is an establishment as like NASA. Man, that is a lie. So like when you see that and it's real, then you can say, well, if this is a lie, then a bunch of other things are also lies. So again, that's also true. I would say that.
Yeah. And also, exactly. So you stick to the things that you hold true, the Creator above, the Most High, and His design, below, and then below that, the place that he put us in, right? And how we're gonna operate using the senses that he gave us, the design in place that he put in place, so we can thrive in this place, right? And his teachings and all the things that actually matter,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. If what you're saying, God created us and gave us like instructions. Yes, He did.
Yeah, and based on those instructions, we can thrive here and have a system of abundance. But then the globe is a system of war, war against your neighbors, scarcity, right? Fear. God didn't create it. God created a system of abundance, family, abundance.
Yeah, I certainly do believe, as well as like on the contrary, is the father of lies. Which again, there's absolutely no truth in this being, which again is clearly the devil. And again, this we do see as far as like businesses and establishment and corporations that deny Jesus and do all sorts of lying. So like that's true
So, can
and
I
real.
ask you one question based on what you just said? Yeah. So, we are told today that the sun is at the center of the universe, or at the center of our solar system. Yeah, we're rotating around the sun. Everything's rotating around the sun. Correct?
That model, I would say, like, yeah, that's the one that I in fact would be more familiar with.
Okay. So then, in the Bible, doesn't it say that the Earth is at the center and that the sun, moon, and stars rotate within the firmament around the sun, around the Earth? Sorry,
I would
in
like to
Genesis.
read what you're saying in that way. Um, I don't know if it
Okay.
says it in that manner, but
Yeah,
like, could you
100%. No
share it?
worries. I can. You can read it very simply in Genesis. So it was the fourth day that the. Well, actually, there's. We can go even further, yeah, because we're told that the sun was created first. However, we know in the Bible it says the fourth day, but it says the sun, moon, and stars were placed in the firmament for days, for times, for season. So you're just talking about Satan and infiltration and all of that stuff. Well, the heliocentric model, placing the sun at the center, is sun worship, the worship of the sun god Helios. So you're worshipping false gods in the heliocentric model without even realizing it.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Who is that just spoke? I want to know who I'm speaking to.
AJ.
AJ, what you just shared out loud, I mean, that does make sense. And perhaps, like, again, I'd be fair to say that as I heard that, it does make sense to what you say. But again, I don't worship the sun, right? And then blindfully, I don't think so either, because I love God and God is Jesus. And he is like God, not like a solar sun that we're talking about, but I can see the way it's like laid out for people to follow. Um Continue.
Well, if you follow that real quick, AJ, if you follow that, they also put you the astronauts. I remember recently they gave you this moon mission and they told you the astronauts went really, really high and away from the Earth. So remember, God is the most high, and they're giving you this misrepresentation of reality, and this misrepresentation and the astronauts are the highest ones, the most high ones. You have to look up to them, right? They are the coolest of the coolest, higher than the most high. You see the problem there? People are looking up to them instead of looking up to God.
No, yes, as far as the NASA business and their image is based, yeah, I mean, I personally, it's easy to tell that if we're in 2026 and you were capable of telling all that long ago you did it based on that technology, man, we should have like HD, everything like beyond doubt. And so, yeah, I believe again that that is a lie, and there's something behind all of that, but it's not true.
Obviously, it's not true. But that's the trick. That is a mind. They convincing people of this absurdity so they can convince them of committing atrocities. That's a big problem.
Yeah, indeed it is. I'd agree.
You mentioned that you have a telescope. I posted a gift for you. It's like a time lapse of the sun being observed. And like I told you, right? You agree the creator created everything. I agree with you. And look at this. You see the sun observed with a filter in a time lapse. It's moving like clockwork. You know, like the clocks that we have in the house or whatever. The analog clocks. Do you
So
see
is
the
this
gift?
like a view made how, right? We would first have to like wonder that.
Well, that's using a solar filter so that you're getting rid of all that flare.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've never observed the sun or had the scopes to do it, so I wouldn't know.
I was trying to connect the dots for you. The luminaries are not this cartoon that they show you in the TV, like the solar system, this outside perspective that they show you the Earth is the third rock from the sun or whatever, right? A ball in the vacuum of space. That's all fantasy, all cartoon fantasy, man-made stuff. What the creator made is what we actually observe from our first perspective that
Right.
we look at from with our God-given senses, our eyes. And when we look at the sun with certain optics, you can observe that the sky moves like clockwork. The sun moves like clockwork, and that requires a watchmaker, a designer, right?
I
In
mean, yeah,
contrast,
we I definitely agree that God made it to where it's perfect, it's flawless.
So
Like
then,
nothing is crashing into Mars isn't crashing into Earth, right? The way it works is just perfect.
so
I
I
think you
don't know.
missed the point.
We don't normally argue in regards to scripture in here for flat Earth. We usually stick to what can be proven, I suppose you could say, in a way that we get different people in this room. We get atheists, we get Christians, we get Muslims, we get all different types of people. So the Bible may not hold weight for some like it does for you. And it seems to hold a lot of weight for you. So if you could see that the Bible is telling you something in complete opposition to the heliocentric model, what would you believe? The heliocentric model you've been taught or your Bible?
Correct. And indeed, that's why I'm in this chat because I find it interesting that the
It
firmament
was
is
an A or
referred.
B question. It wasn't correct to
Well,
both.
I believe in
A or
God.
B.
Bro.
So you'd believe your Bible then?
Correct, as that is the word of God.
Okay. We don't normally do it, but I'm happy to give you a comparison, yeah, that you can clearly understand. But as long as everyone else in here is happy for that to occur, Jamesy, Timbo.
Correct.
All right. So I've already mentioned one, yeah. So we are told that the sun came before the earth in the heliocentric model. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, he created absolutely before this world. Yeah,
Okay. So Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Genesis 1:14. And God said, let there be light on the
Let there be
fourth
light.
day. Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, for seasons, and for days and for years, as Jemsy just explained. So in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The sun and the moon were created on the fourth day. So if you're going to believe your Bible, the sun was not created before the earth as per the heliocentric model claim. Agreed?
I mean, I'm following you, brother. Continue.
Agreed.
Well, do you agree that the Bible says in Genesis 1:14 that on the fourth day God created lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons for days and years?
And just to be clear, these lights are what? The stars or the sun?
Sun and the moon.
Sun and the moon, because we
Oh,
have a look.
compared
It
to
says,
this way? Yeah, there's no problem.
let
Continue.
them be for signs, for season, for days, for years, and let them the greater light rule over the day, and the lesser light rule over the night.
Yeah, agreed. Sun and moon. Clear.
Yep. So they were created according to the Bible on the fourth day after the earth was created. So a direct
I go back.
indirect
I was mistaken. Not a problem.
indirect
I
opposition,
recognize that. That is
yep,
true.
to the heliocentric model. So in the heliocentric model, we're told the sun's 93 million miles away and the moon is about 300 or 238, 855 miles away. Yeah. And Polaris is about 433 light years. When the Bible says in 1:14 to 18, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven, again, to divide the day from the night. So within our realm, yeah, within the firmament that's dividing the waters from the waters, not 433 light years away or 93 million miles, within our system, within our enclosed system with a firmament.
You agree with that?
This one here is a little bit complicated, but like I'm listening. Continue.
Well, Genesis 1:14 to 18, let there be lights in the firmament. Now we know that the firmament is something solid. It divided water from water. The firmament's also on foundations. And above that firmament is where God's throne is, which is called heaven. So, according to the Bible, they're within, yeah, our enclosed system that's been enclosed by this firmament, holding back water on foundations, not 93 million miles or 433 light years.
Yeah, I agree. It is here that matters.
Okay. So then we're told that the moon is a rock that reflects sun. Agree?
The moon is what to reflect sun? Say that one more
We're
time.
told in the heliocentric model that the moon is just a big rock, but that rock reflects the sun, and that's why the moon lights up. Not that it's its own light, but that it's reflecting light from the sun. That's what we were taught.
Um, yeah, I would say that this light, like once the moon is in front of the sun, it turns red, and it's called an eclipse. So the
I don't
sun
think
does
you see
have
the. I
influence
don't
on
think
that.
you see the problem in what you're saying.
You're misunderstanding, yeah? When we went to school, we were told that the moon is not a light like the sun. We're told that the moon is just a rock. And we're
Yeah,
told that
yeah,
the sun's
true,
light reflects off the moon, and that's why it appears to be lit up, correct?
sure.
Say in the
So
Bible.
in Genesis 1:16 to 18, and God made two great lights, not one and one to reflect, two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He also made the stars. So again, we have a direct contradiction here between the heliocentric model that's proposed and what we're told in Scripture. Do you agree there?
Yeah, I would have to because we see that the Earth is like the plains of His work, And again, this is he that creates, and above he creates as well. We see it in this order of
Okay, so
going about.
is the moon lit by the sun, or is it its own light?
Oh no, it's its own light.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're told that the Earth is rotating around the sun and the sun's at the center. The Bible says, and there's 18 verses in total, it is the sun and moon and the stars that move, and the earth that is at the center. So we see this from creation, right? We
That's
also
lovely.
see,
Out of the 18, share one. Let me see one.
yep, Joshua 10:12-14. Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said, in the sight of Israel, sun, thou stand still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Right? So there's one. Doesn't say that the earth stopped rotating. According to the heliocentric model, if it did, we'd all just fucking, I don't know, would be horrendous.
When God stopped the sun and the moon from moving, right? In the scripture. But
correct.
The heliocentric idea is telling you that the earth is moving, but in the scripture is telling you that the sun and the moon are moving, and he stopped those, not the earth from moving, because the earth is motionless.
Correct. And in Kings 28
As
to
far as
11, the
that
sun
perspective, I
actually
mean,
moves.
that
Hang on.
I see what you're saying.
Kings 28 to 11, the sun actually moves backwards.
Oh, this is interesting.
And Ezekiel said to Isaiah, what shall be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I shall go up into the house of the Lord on the third day? And Isaiah said, signs shall thou have of the Lord, that the Lord will do one thing that he has spoken. Shall the shadow go forward 10 degrees or go back 10 degrees? And Hezekiah answered, it is a light thing for a shadow to go down 10 degrees, nay, but let the shadow return backward 10 degrees. And Isaiah the prophet cried unto the Lord, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees backwards, which had gone down in the dial of Ahaz. Sorry.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's lovely to hear that the Word of God mentions these things about the world He creates. That's a fact.
That's
Yeah, so
when
if
I
you're
told you
gonna,
that we are acknowledging the reality, and obviously based on God's design and His work, we are acknowledging all of that. We have to, like I told you, we have to use our senses and our God-given senses to experience all of this, and so we can talk about it like we're talking right now, and based on the Word of God, like He's reading now, this is what we acknowledge. But the globe is contrary to all of this. Is the opposite, or contradictions, one after the next one.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree if we rest assured on what God says about this world, we can believe. And if we rest assured on what like men is saying, and like this is just not to believe at all.
welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Do you know the speeds we are told that the Earth moves at? Do you have any idea of any of those numbers?
Man, I heard of them, but they were so big it just never like, what's really the point here?
Well,
And
we're
more
told
interesting than that.
the Earth spins on its axis 24 hours in a day. Yeah, so about 1,000 miles per hour. It's orbiting the sun at the same time at the speed of 67,000 miles per hour. And then it's chasing
66.6.
66.6, I'm sorry. And then We're traveling through the Milky Way galaxy, chasing the sun at 448,000 miles per hour. The speed's not even fathomable, yeah? Whereas the Bible says that, I'll give you a few examples. Psalms 104:5, who laid the foundations of the earth that it should not be removed forever? So if you build something on a foundation, you build a foundation to prevent that object from moving, whether it be a house, a building, yeah, it secures it to the earth. The earth's on pillars. So there's 13 verses that talk about the foundation of the earth, not just Psalms. Then we got the pillars of the earth in Job 9:6, which shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble. So there's 4 verses that talk about pillars. And then earth is fixed and immovable, Zechariah 1:11. And they answered the angel of the Lord that stood upon the myrtle trees and said, we have walked to and fro through the earth, and behold, all the earth sitteth still and is at rest. And there's another 4 verses that talk about it being fixed and immovable. So again, the Bible's in direct opposition to the heliocentric model. The earth does not move. It's fixed and immovable.
Yeah, I would say when you look in the United States and the space company as NASA, it really is filled with holes and lies, to the extent where one would question, right? That's for sure. And to hear what their future plans are of like imagination, it's really like astounding. Because I know it's not real. Like, there's no way a human ever will escape what's inevitable, right? Which again, problems of this world that God creates, you're not going to another world and doing anything there as far as like building a new civilization or any of that sort of talk. So when we do hear that, in fact, these are like the stuff these people are saying, it is a joke, and it's nothing but like fairy tales.
Yeah, and I can keep going with this, man. I'm happy. I'm probably going
No,
to
no,
stop here,
that was great
but
points, brother.
I can keep moving. Yeah, just have a look in the chat right now. Job 38:14. I think that says it all for you. But I could go for another half an hour on this. So, if you believe your Bible over what you're told by man, welcome to flat Earth, my friend.
I mean, definitely can't contradict God's word. That's for sure.
I've debated with pastors and Catholic priests on this, and the only thing they can tell me is that back then these people weren't that smart. Yes, we agree the Bible describes a flat earth. Yeah, but they weren't that smart and they didn't have the science that we had today. But in the next breath, they're going to tell you that this book is God's inspired word. So what they're claiming is that it's either not in God's inspired word or God does not understand his own creation by stating that these people weren't smart enough.
You know what I found really amazing, and it's in front of everyone's eyes when we go to look at this organization that tells us what is above. They're all based on pagan ships. Like the names they use are all pagan, and this again is facts and true. So again, like definitely question. And again, I believe the truth is always the truth, for God is true. So therefore, he will always prevail. But it's important in order for the truth to prevail, it must first be told. Yes, indeed.
These- you you just got described basically the Paleo Hebrew concept of cosmology. You know, how the Bible describes things. Now, thinking in a Thinking in a world like that, in a realm like that, could you think of a realm like that existing without a creator?
Right? There's no possible way.
Okay, all right, I agree. Now, thinking about what we're taught from school, when you're taught, well, one day there was nothing, and then nothing exploded and created everything, and you're just a happy random accident, and you have no purpose, no meaning, no direction, just a cosmic accident. Now, thinking of living in a realm, in a reality like that, can you could you think of that kind of reality existing without a creator?
It'd be very sad again, right? Um, Not sure why people choose that.
But you've chosen that. The 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 problem is like I've shown, is that what you've been believing is a complete contradiction to Scripture, and a lot of people do this. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, we have two models here. We have the flat Earth that God describes in the Bible, that's fixed, immovable, sun, moon, and stars rotating around the Earth, Earth at its center, Earth created first. Or you have the heliocentric model, which has nothing to do with God. Heliocentric models pushes the Big Bang theory. Everything exploded and created what we have, yeah? And that everything's finite and limited resources, yeah? And that this asteroid could come at any time and wipe us all out like the dinosaurs. And there's aliens coming, and there's all of these things to create fear, yeah? As well as having you worship false gods without realizing. So you
Yo,
can't
that's
mix the
deep
two.
there, bro.
You can't.
That's true.
It's like mixing doctrine. You can't mix the two. Globe, Big Bang, Bible, flat and stationary. But unfortunately, the churches have been infiltrated as well. If I was the devil, I know where I would infiltrate. Yeah. And now they're mixing the two, that this Big Bang and heliocentric model with the sun at the center is somehow God's creation. You're mixing doctrine.
Yeah, I mean, these views, I believe, is like see through. They have no substance or like validity at all. Because who's saying that? It isn't God. So it's like, how could that be taken even seriously?
Do you have any other questions? Maybe not on the Bible topic. We've covered that greatly, but would you like to actually talk about reality, which is where Gemsy was taking you?
I mean, that was reality. What we spoke about, bro. But I mean, what would you like to talk about?
I'm asking if you'd like to go any further, as in
No, I mean when
why,
you backed up
direct measurements.
what you backed up on my questions regarding this world, you led me to the God's word, right? So that's just what counts. That was great.
The good news is that measurable reality is the same as God's word.
That is the good news, bro. Truth, facts.
Hello? Hello? Or am I just not? Do I have permission to speak? Hello? Flat Earth 24/7, right? I'm just to throw it out there. I'm a good faith guy. Just trying to have a conversation, not trolling. Does that help anyone engage? Hello? Okay.
What's going on? That didn't last long.
Who's awake?
Hey. Hello? How do we, um, you know, engage here? Cool. As total fucking retards, of course, as Flat Earth would do.
doing the conversions. That's a company in the United States. And yeah, you just get standard, well, they're not standard, but yeah, ND, and then whatever number it is. So for me, it's ND 780, also known as an ND 78. The other ones I purchased were ND 1000s, and they are not that good. So, but they're a different brand altogether. So, but anyways, yeah, that's what Rainbow's come out like. I was very interested in that. I was just thought that'd be something that's really cool, and it was very unexpected. I didn't know if I'd get anything at all. Identifies as Rainbow, Timbo. Yeah, I just thought that'd be something interesting, and it, yeah. What is very interesting though, and this has surprised me, in the very first one, that rainbow was super clean, and you could see it really well. In the second one, you could barely see it. You could only see it sticking up above the tree, probably about halfway up into the sky. But once I took the picture, you can see the arc extending all the way up to the top of the frame. I couldn't actually see that much when I took the later on one. So that's pretty freaky. So maybe when we see them faded and you can only just sort of see bits of it, maybe there is actually more there than our eyes can pick up. But anyways,
Hello guys, how are you?
not too bad. Yourself?
Yo, what are you talking about?
Well, normally the discussion is about the shape of the ground,
About
or lack thereof in some people's case. Oh,
Hey guys, how are you? Can I share something with you guys real quick? This is very interesting. So I'm gonna post it inside chat. This is an Audi commercial. I want you guys to check this out. This is an Audi commercial about flat Earth. Literally, you know Audi, like the car brand.
yep.
So this was aired yesterday during the Roland Garros in a Canadian TV channel. And it's literally, it looks like it's made by flat earthers. Like, it's crazy. Check this out. It's got 90 views. It's yeah, I think it's brand new. It even mentions gravity. Have you seen this before?
Yeah, that'll probably get removed.
That's pretty cool. I'll save that one. All right, I'll add a downloadable link in the chat so people can download it. If you just click the link and then hit download, it'll be there in a second.
Yeah, I'll just get my download helper out and got it. Yes, that can go in my collection of awesome things.
But do you think it's made thinking about flat Earth, or is just like an accident? Like they didn't mean to Like it looks like it's on purpose, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not by accident.
I'm sure. Yeah, that's
It's true.
crazy.
Maybe we should write him a letter. That'd be awesome, hey? That we get the letter back. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, sponsored by Audi.
You never know.
I
You
wish.
could get some
I
big
wish.
CEO or something. Some big CEO that was looking into the topic and they're like, screw it, I'm gonna make a flat earth ad. I mean, you get a lot of high profile people that, look into the topic, and so you never know. Maybe some big person that was, in charge of the advertising campaigns, like, yo, let's do this. Screw it.
It probably is an attack on another company. Like it's always Ford versus Holden or Audi versus Mercedes. There's always your rivals. So it's probably the CEO of Audi sitting there going, "I'll give them bloody global."
We haven't done an event for quite a long time, so let's fire up an event. It's got to be a good one. All right, we got space versus CGI. Can you tell the difference? All right, start event. Yeah, and I want to try to show people that they can't tell the difference between CGI and space footage, alleged space. And here's the first test. The first test for them.
You should name these tests. So the first test: do you like balls? Oh, sorry, which ball is it?
Dude, you know that they're just gonna get them freaking. Yeah, they'll come in here all freaking.
I know.
You're just exciting them,
Oh,
bro.
we have a. Oh, I was gonna say we have a customer. Look out! Someone said balls, and they come straight in.
You can summon them. You can summon them. Yeah, you can just summon them that way. Panjin, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the channel.
Okay, sorry. I'm a beginning English learner. Yes,
Aha, which country are you from?
I'm from Japan.
Ah, very, very nice. Awesome. Great country. I like Japan.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we have a test for you. Can you see the side chat? The text chat?
What's to me?
Yeah, I'll tag you. I'll tag you in the text chat. Panjin. Okay. All right. Now someone's gonna summon Jin. Hopefully not. I'm joking.
Watch what you wish for.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Which one is from NASA?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Which
I'm
one
gentleman.
is from NASA?
NASA.
Yeah, which one? See the balls?
That's a funny
Which
question.
one? It is, because one of them is from NASA, and all of the rest are CGI, fake. Ichi ni sanchi go raku shichi hachi kuju. Which one? Which number? I finally set up my TikTok to go live yesterday. I tried to go live a bunch of times from here, and I just kept getting freaking violations, man. Every 5 minutes it'd pop up. You have committed a violation from streaming outside shit. I don't know, man. It was freaking annoying. And then I had to go read some guidelines and then agree to it. And they're giving me. I've got this like social credit score on TikTok now. It went down to, it's like your credit score on TikTok is now 98. I'm like, what? I didn't do anything. I even went on. Just AI reckons. I looked it up on ChatGPT and it told me that TikTok's AI is really dumb. And it was just flagging me because my picture, because I was on video and my video was too small, and it said that it detected that it looks like you were just like doing a stream or something like that where you're not making original content. And then it's like, okay, don't watch any videos while you're doing the TikTok stream. And And then I did that, and then it came up with the same thing again, and then it put my social credit score down to 96. It's like a Black Mirror episode, and I was like getting annoyed. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And and then I did another stream with Neil, and then it gave me 2 social credit points back. It's like, you're back up to 98 because you didn't commit any violations in that stream. So yeah, it's kind
Wow.
of crazy. But it's because I'm in Poland. When I go live, it hasn't worked out yet that I don't want to be pushed to just Polish people. So it's just all of these Polish people joining the chat. None of them. I mean,
Oh,
people
yeah.
do speak English here, but I mean, generally not that many and not that well.
Yeah, not to the levels
So
you require. Yeah.
yeah, so I'm just sitting there talking to myself or to Polish people that are just joining and leaving, and yeah, it was pretty bad.
Mhm.
Might try it again. I think YouTube's the way to go when it comes to streaming, because you can kind of do what you want. You can watch stuff and it doesn't have all
You've
these
just
crazy
gotta
rules.
just gotta deal with the tag if you're anything FE related. You just get the FE is archaic, blah 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 tag that you get.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I mean, the algorithm in TikTok, you can get hundreds of people watching the stream, whereas on YouTube, it doesn't just push it. It doesn't push it to people the way that TikTok does. So you have to build up your own audience, I guess, something like that, and then and then you kind of like talking to flat earthers essentially. Whereas what we want is tons of globers basically to talk to, so we can pick the best ones to talk to and have good combos. But TikTok seems to be the best place for that. But I guess I got to get past this this AI that's judging my every move. "2013 looks more realistic," says Night Furry. Yeah, that's not the Night Fury, the one that they say is real there, is actually the 1972 one. All the rest is CGI, admitted to be CGI. And I think the 1972 one is a painting, personally. I can't prove it. But my wife is a professional artist, and she says it looks like a painting, and she said it would be really easy to do that as well.
It wasn't one of them a bloody great big paper mache sculpture, basically, all painted up, and then the photograph was of that.
Not sure.
I thought they made like a great big model of one of them. Like, I can't remember which year it was. One of them was like this, like 9 foot across model, and it was all painted up to look like the Globetard. And they actually took a photo of it. So technically, it is a photo.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of them doing that. I've seen them painting
The
Jupiter.
moon. There's a moon one. Probably because it worked so well the first time, they just kept doing it.
You heard about Project Laura? LORA?
No.
It's yeah, if you look it up, basically that's the one where they were saying that they can't tell the difference between the simulator and the real thing.
Oh yeah.
And they basically, yeah, they just made up all of these models of the moon and the moon surface and all that kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a whole section in my server called is it Laura? Is that right? Maybe it's not called that. Lola. Project Lola.
Lola. Hello. No, sorry.
Yeah, I'll put this video in the side chat and I'll even play it. So this is an interview with some lady that was working on the Project Lola. See if it plays through my mic.
No, not playing through your mic.
Yeah, I just got to adjust something.
You worked on Apollos 8 and 10. What was that like? Can you describe your feelings during those two missions, what it was like?
Well, the missions were so nominal that you almost couldn't believe that it was happening. We had been simulating these things for so long, and everything goes wrong in the simulations. You have devious little men that plan simulations. They plan to do everything wrong so that they can mess everybody up. So when we got to the real mission, it seemed like a piece of cake, really.
What sort of things in the simulations would they have go wrong? What sort of problems would they present to you?
The engine fails. Their gyroscopes and reference equipment will fail. You'll lose communication. They'll underburn. They'll overburn. They'll have abort situations come up.
Do you think that there's any danger when actual astronauts are involved and it's not a simulation, that your mental attitude won't take into consideration the fact that it's a manned mission, that it will be too much like an exercise?
I think you always remember that there are men on board. And even during simulations, it's not just an exercise. The simulations seem as real as the mission. We have men in simulations. They're in the simulator. They're not flying up to the moon. But we feel like they're real.
You feel like they're real, but do you think that the entire space program, as you view it, your work, has a sense of unreality to it?
I think the atmosphere you work in is a little bit unreal as far as the actual facilities are concerned. You're totally isolated. You're surrounded by machines. There are no windows in the buildings where you work. The lighting is always the same. You lose all track of time. You think in terms of ground elapsed time, and that becomes the only reality.
Was that playing nice and cleanly?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Can't tell the difference between the simulation and the real thing. Welcome, Rainbow. Welcome, Matrix.
Say what? Say what?
Yeah, man. Matrix is here.
Why is everyone so silent?
We were waiting for you to talk.
Waiting for me.
Yeah. He's here, boys. All right. What you got for us? Mahamud? Is that how I
Yeah,
say
yeah,
your name? Muhammad,
yeah,
I guess.
yeah. You're correct.
All right. It's an
I
interesting way of spelling Muhammad. I've not seen that one.
yeah, it's a Muslim name.
Right.
I
All
found the
right.
title
Well,
so interesting, so I just joined to.
yeah. Awesome. Well, the topic of the event is space versus CGI. Can you tell the difference? So, do you think that you could tell the difference between space footage and CGI footage?
Maybe, but it's too hard now that AI generates so close to like real.
Right. So, here's an image that I put in the side chat here. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see which one is from NASA.
Yep. So one of those pictures is from the Artemis 2 mission recently, where they said they went back to the moon. And all of the rest of them are just CGI, fake images. Can you tell which one is the NASA image? And you don't have to guess. You could just say that you can't tell the difference because I can't tell the difference. But if you think that you can tell the difference, then go ahead and pick one.
I had seen that image when they uploaded it, but now that I am looking in these images, I am so confused.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bloody bastard.
All right.
Maybe the second or third one from the bottom.
On the bottom, second on the right hand side.
On the bottom right, yeah.
I think you might be correct. I think that might be the one, actually.
You don't know either.
I forget which one it is. I can check quickly. I did know, but I've forgotten which one. It's either that one or the one next to it on the left. But I can check. I can check really quickly. All
Yeah.
right, so let's make it even a little bit more confusing now. So let's narrow it down to two. Okay, so all right, so this one or this one?
It's more confusing now. But I think the one you give at the last.
The last one?
Yeah.
Let me. I guess I'll have to do a reverse image search to tell.
Yeah, they get harder.
Zenitsu.
All right, so it's actually the other one. So the one you picked is fake CGI, and the one on the left is the correct one.
Ah, that's my bad.
Oh, that's okay. But look, the main point is that when NASA gives us these images, there's a lot of faith and a lot of trust that goes into it, because if they wanted to trick us, they could easily trick us.
Yeah, that's really true. I can't trust fully NASA either.
Right. And then the only people that have been high enough above low Earth orbit and actually gone into outer space have only been NASA astronauts.
Yeah.
And only 28 people since the 1960s. And most of them are dead now. Most of it happened back in the 60s and the 70s. And then just recently we had the Artemis mission, which 2 of those people were actors, literally.
Yeah, it's so confusing.
Yeah, very confusing.
Maybe we know in the future when other people will be able to reach moon or the space.
Well, there's actually an easy way to tell if the Earth's a globe or if the Earth's flat. We don't even have to leave the Earth.
Anyone believe here that Earth is flat?
Well, when we test the surface of the Earth, we can't find any curvature. So unless the actual Earth is tricking us somehow, then it can't be a globe, right? I'm not even claiming to know what shape the Earth is. I don't know what shape the Earth is. I don't know what size the Earth is. But when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, it can't be a globe, and we can't find any curvature. Think about this. Most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water.
Yeah.
72% of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Large bodies
Like
of water, oceans, seas. And
like our body.